What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from yet another cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fucking fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day, regardless of the weather. It's a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic fucking day. And I'm live and I'm alive, baby. All right. So, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, okay? It's June 10th. It's a Saturday. And we got a bunch of anime intros. It's 11:31 a.m. and I'm a little late, and I apologize, but that's because I spent the entire morning, as always, one, working out, two, having a long and extensive conversation with Kaya's dog trainer, who, she will be trained by and get onboarded with and get trained by in a little bit, in like a month. And also, just your title is wrong. It should be Kaczynski, not Kaczynski. Yeah. For all the Polish people out there, you should be excited at the prospect that I know how to spell a Polish last name and even say it correctly. And I guess, as the joke goes, it took someone becoming the motherfucking Unabomber for people to learn how to say a Polish last name correctly. You know? How dare they not include you? June 11 at 4 p.m. PT, Simu, Bella Porch, and Valkyrie are teaming up to take on Diablo 4. Why would I be included in this? First of all, it looks like a AAPI initiative. Second of all, this is... Again, these are like brand-friendly famous people. I am not one of these brand-friendly famous people. I cover politics on a daily basis. And for that reason, I have cultivated a diehard audience of best friend equals play basketball one. Basketball together once. Yeah, it would be even weird. It would be weird if I was involved in this. Why is Simu bad? I don't think he's bad. He's actually a fucking baller. How's your back? My back is actually a lot better today. You know? MashaAllah. Allah nazardan saklasın. Isn't Turkey in Asia? Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Like when people say AAPI, they don't mean fucking Turkey. Okay? I don't even think they mean like Turkmenistan. I think they mean like, Indian people, like people from India, people from Pakistan. Afghanistan barely is like Asian in the American consideration. They mean like Asian people in the East, dog. They mean like Korean people, Chinese people, that kind of stuff. And then they added Pacific Islander because it's like, that's also there. But anyway, India and Pakistan is South Asian. Yeah, East Asian and South Asian would be Asian, but like in America, they don't even fucking, bro, they don't even, in America, they don't consider Indian people to be Asian. They don't understand that. Like, Americans don't get it. Americans literally think like Indian people are something different. It's true. They think like, yeah, they think it's just something different. They think like Asian people is all Chinese. You know what I mean? Asian equals Japanese and Chinese only. Yeah, they'd be like, what kind of Chinese are you? What did the trainer say about the housebreaking situation? So I talked to my trainer. So last night into the broadcast, you know, I went to bed. And then this morning I went to work out. Got a good workout in. The boys 245. They call me the skinny kid. That part is at least, you know, a positive. I've been kind of just had these fucking weird rashes like on my arm and then on my like belt area. And I think it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just like immunocompromised or something. Whatever. Right? With some cream, go to derma. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do all those things. But regardless, what is this? Eczema? No, it's not eczema. So, fuck, what was I gonna say? God damn it. Anyway, yeah, no, I worked out. I talked to the trainer, and basically what he said is like, it seems like you're very serious about this, which is good. You're doing a lot more than like, you know, the average pet owner does. And I mean, he basically gassed me up a little bit because I was like, I gave him like all the information about like, you know, how I'm deliberately, you know, I'm training with like purpose, and how I don't have like a single moment throughout the day where there isn't like some level of control over her life. I keep her in a pen if I'm not, you know, keeping her in a crate. Only problem is like separation anxiety in the crate, and he gave me some good feedback on that, where he basically told me like, you have a crate cover, right? And I was like, yes. So he's like, okay, so fully cover the crate like when you're in the room. What ends up happening in a lot of instances is dogs will start barking in the crate, and if you like engage in a little bit of correction, not like anything super scary, just a tap on the side of the crate, you can get them to cut the barking entirely before it gets out of hand. Especially if like you know, the cover is on and you're eliminating one of the multiple senses that they use, because like she's already comfortable in the crate. It's not like she fucking barks in the crate at night. She's perfectly fine in the crate at night. But cover the front of the crate as well, which is why it has a front cover to begin with, which I didn't even realize I wasn't using. While you're in the room, and you know, take away her attention briefly and say quiet, and they'll stop barking, which they always do. And the reason for that is because dogs don't go from 0 to 100. Dogs end up going from 0 to 10 to 40, 60 to 75 to 100. So like if 100 is when she's like so anxious that she's like hurting herself in the crate, so anxious that she's like pissing and shitting herself in the crate when she's like confined. And At 10, she's just like whining a little bit. And what ends up happening is like if it's not that they get nervous, it's that they work themselves up to being nervous. You know what I mean? So like they start barking, and ignoring is normally good. But if you let that behavior fester in the crate, they will keep barking and they won't stop barking. There's no like, oh, I got tired of barking, so I'm good now. It's just that they literally keep barking until they bark up a storm, until they like ramp up the intensity and freak themselves out. And in really bad cases of separation anxiety, dogs can hurt themselves. Like they can, you know, burrow so much that their paws fucking start bleeding. You know what I mean? She hasn't done any of that stuff, obviously. But like I have to basically separate myself from her throughout the day in short increments. But it worked. I did it while I was taking a shower. And for the first time ever, she didn't bark. She was perfectly fine. She was eating her food. She was chilling in her crate, and she wasn't like fucking hyperventilating and barking herself into a frenzy. And she was perfectly fine. So like I basically need to train her to understand that every time she's in the crate, it doesn't mean that like I'm leaving her. You know what I mean? Every time I'm in the crate, that doesn't mean that like I'm leaving her or that she's done something wrong. You know what I mean? That I'm there, even if she can't see me. I also need to get her used to being alone, because if she has separation anxiety and I leave her behind for an extended period of time, which is going to happen, you know, you go out to dinner or you have to do something outdoors. I need to make sure that you know, she's not hurting herself. Because if I let her roam in the house, for example, when she's older and she still has separation anxiety, if I haven't dealt with that, then she's gonna literally fucking go ape shit on couches and on stuff like shit, piss, and even you know, even hurt herself in the process, because separation anxieties, it can be dangerous. So bro, I said Ted Kaczynski's dead, and this guy came in to say can't wait to celebrate HasanAbi's death too. Like, are you a Ted Kaczynski stan? Like, what the fuck? I thought there were 0 unironic Ted Kaczynski stans. I didn't realize that like all those memes actually got people to... I didn't realize all these fucking memes legitimately got people to be invested in Ted Kaczynski. I was live with Piker and Watch last night. I got to the final boss in the demo, and it was really hard. And I mean, I made a decent leeway into the boss, but created in 2014, gotta be pretty old to be saying shit like this. Yeah, I mean, you are far too old to be saying shit like that, for sure. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, this is what I got going on. I might have some special guests coming tonight. Later on the broadcast. Some guests that might address their crimes against humanity. Of course, I'm talking possibly Brandon Wardell and Adam Friedland. Adam Friedland of the Adam Friedland Show. We'll see what happens. Potentially. I also asked Felix if he wants to come too. So we'll see what happens. Check out this TikTok, this page. It goes crazy. Dude, that's so sick. That's actually so fucking sick. This guy is awesome, dude. I think it's fake. No, it's real. They actually fought, and that this is actually a murder that you just watched. That's absolutely psychotic. Oh my fucking god. Motherfucker just fruit ninja, dude. That's insane. I mean, he is an incredibly well-trained person. This guy won, so you think you can dance? Didn't you do this? Not like this. Are you recording a podcast episode, Brandon and Adam? No. Hog, 40 takes to cut the 40 takes to cut the fruit. Oh, damn, y'all are incredible haters, man. That's crazy. Y'all are fucking crazy haters, dude. That is actually wild. Like, this dude is showcasing a tremendously impressive feat, and you just turned around and shat on it. You're the one who always says everything on TikTok is a lie. I mean, not everything is on TikTok is a lie. Did Hank Pecker uninstall COD in solidarity? Fuck yeah, brother. Hell yeah, I did. Bro, look, this is how you know when something is like the most marketable, okay? When Kier won't miss, like Twitter's very own TweetDeck Fave Star Andy fucking goes, I can't believe real people wake up on the weekend and be like, I can't wait to watch HasanAbi stream. It's like, that's it. It's over. At that point, it's like, it's a trend. This is such a valid trend at that point to just be like, yeah, Hasan sucks. Let me just farm some easy likes here. Like, isn't this the dude who said the thing about babies and men breastfeeding through their dicks or whatever? Isn't that what he said? Yeah, this is it, isn't it? Got the link. I'm gonna post it in his fucking replies. You need to manufacture a villain to draw all the hate. No, it's fine. Why can't you fucking crop shit on Twitter better? Like, it's so stupid. No, don't feed them. It's not. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is a meme account. Who gives a shit? Your fans are deranged and will hunt them down, lol? Fuck no. Was this his old account or something? Was it missed years? Is that actually what his old account was? Like missed years? Was that actually his like it is bait, here is a Twitter cloud shark? I mean, I already gave him the fucking who gives a shit. Whatever. Why do you make your life's mission to make it hard on yourself by engaging with hate? I mean, I already fucking literally did that, and then now it's over. It's like, how many times have we gone through this fucking song and dance where, like, me not tweeting something doesn't matter because now they're gonna be like, oh, you're a bitch, you're a coward, you didn't actually fucking tweet that or some shit. You know what I mean? You guys are so fucking annoying. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even fucking interact with a meme account without 800 little nannies in the chat being like, man, that's bad. That's bad. Don't do it. It's like, he's such a pussy. He couldn't just like do the classic, oh, watching Twitch streams is fucking lame. Why do you do it? Go outside. And he immediately had to go for the, oh, Hasan sucks. He's the only one who sucks here. Bitch. You're a fucking bitch. That's it. I'm just going to post it. I'm posting just a tweet. I'm not even going to say anything else. There you go. Go juice it. Bro, you get clipped out by Dexerto regardless. You do just post it. I know. Dexerto needs to take my name out of their fucking mouths, dude. It's so frustrating. They know it's like the easiest way to farm. They go crazy with like the clip chimps. Anyway. It's just like they recognize that showing me in a negative light is great for engagement. So they just fucking farm it, dude. They farm it so hard. Anyway. Trump is live in Georgia now.
That keynote speech, again from former President Trump, coming just days after his indictment for allegedly
we'll start out with that.
Classified.
We're gonna do a lot of hogwash today. I want to know what the hogs are saying about Trump getting indicted. They are meeting up on June 13th. Trump posted on Truth earlier today. Yeah, I know. They had a day or two to panic. I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't know if it'll actually bang. I don't know if the whole Trump situation, I don't know if that whole Trump situation is going to garner a lot of attention and support. It might, but it's been a bit of a dud. The Manhattan DA one was nothing. You know what I mean? The Manhattan DA shit did not pop off at all. There was nobody there. And this is actually a big moment for Trump, because if he doesn't get the backing of the Republican Party's foundational important AstroTurf movements, and if he can't garner enough support outside of this fucking courthouse on his own, he's
congratulations on a great job.
It's going to look like he ain't got the juice.
The endorsements of some really incredible people, patriots, I would call them, Georgia patriots, including Representatives Mike Collins. Where's Mike? Where's Mike? Thank you, Mike. Great person. Thank you very much. And also Andrew Clyde and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you for those endorsements. Thank you very much for those endorsements, and we love you people. That's a great group of patriots. And speaking of patriots, I met his father. I love his father, too. His father was really the man that gave him those genes, according to the world, but I think the mother probably had an even bigger impact. Burt Jones, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. And comes from an incredible family, but Burt's done a fantastic job. And he's going places. I've been saying that for a long time, and so far I've been right. He's doing very popular and doing a great job as Lieutenant Governor, Public Service Commissioner. The first person in this state to endorse me, Bubba McDonald. Bubba.
Bubba?
Where's Bubba? There he is. Thank you, Bubba. And I like your jacket, Bubba. I also want to thank very much. He's always been there, a real powerful, strong person and a man who loves your state and loves our country. State Senator Brandon Beach.
Here, I tweeted out that I'm live, by the way. I'm live and alive. Here's the blast off tweet.
Guy. For 7 years, we've been engaged in an epic struggle to rescue our country from the sinister forces within who hate it. They hate our country and who want to destroy it. Can be no other reason. These forces are far stronger than Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, all put together. Think of that. From within is worse than from without. Because the right leader in America, if you have that leader, you're going to have no problems with those countries. We had no problems. We got it all straightened out. They understood. Would have never, ever had the problem with Russia, Ukraine. China right now is looking like they're going to do something, and they would have never even talked about it. Right now, however, they're putting us in the most dangerous position in the history of our country, and that's to a large extent because of the kind of weaponry we're talking about. Together, we stand up to the globalists, we stand up to Marxists, we stand up to the rhinos. You know, the rhinos are pretty bad. Because with the rhinos, you don't exactly know where they're coming from. The others you know, but with the rhinos, sometimes you find out. And we got to stand up to the rhinos. Communists and environmental extremists. You know, you have environmental extremists, too. We stand up to the open borders fanatics, the radical left Democrats, their lawless partisan prosecutors, the prosecutors. Every time I fly over a blue state, I get a subpoena. We want him before the grand jury. And we stand up to the fake news media, which is seriously bad. And on November 5th, 2024, we're going to stand up to the corrupt political establishment. We're going to evict a totally corrupt president, Joe Biden, from the White House. And we're going to finish the job that we started, the most successful presidency. And I think, as everybody in this absolutely packed House knows, I've put everything on the line, and I will never yield. I never yield. I will never be deterred. I will never stop fighting for you. I didn't need this. I had a great life. People said, would you do it again? The answer is yes, because we're going to make America great again. We had it there. And then bad things happened. Bad things happened with an election, right? Bad things happened. But we're going to make it great like never before. I really believe that. With your vote, we will take back our country from these fascists and thugs, and we will absolutely make America great again. From the beginning, our America First agenda has been an existential threat to the rotten political class that gets rich and powerful at your expense, erasing our borders, cheating on elections, exporting our jobs, and squandering our blood and treasure on endless foreign wars. We were out of all our wars. Everybody said when I got elected, remember, oh, his personality, you're going to have wars. You're going to be fighting the whole war.
Really quickly here, I just want to interrupt, as you did hear the former president speaking about what he called election fraud there, that Trump and others have filed and lost dozens of lawsuits.
Yeah, Crypto.com is shutting its institutional exchange in the United States.
Vote certification process in state.
What the fuck is going on? Boo, dude. Stop silencing the motherfucking president, dog. What the fuck? Why are they giving disclaimers?
Lack of evidence.
Away to Afghanistan.
Cowards, though. This is censorship.
Afghanistan is now one of the largest exporters of military arms. They sell the things that we gave to them. $85 billion. We lost 13 soldiers, many very horrifically wounded, and we left many Americans behind. They moved out the military first. No, it was supposed to be the opposite. You move out the military last. They've launched one hoax and witch hunt after another to try and stop our movement and thwart the will of the American people. Every time you have, not even believable. Witch hunt, scam, hoax. It's called election interference, and they're doing the best they can with it. Because who the hell would vote for them with the policies that they have of open borders and no voter ID? As the Durham report, which just came out, proved, they spied on my campaign. Think of it. Can you imagine if it was the other way around? They spied on my campaign and we caught them. They forged false evidence to get illegal surveillance warrants. The FBI offered $1 million for a fictitious dossier written by a foreign spy to try to frame me for treason. Now they're trying to do it again. These people don't stop, and they're bad, and we have to get rid of them. We have to get rid of them fast. They put our country through hell, and they knew it was all a lie the entire time. They knew it was a lie. Remember, it's not me they're going after. It's somebody else, and that person will not be able to withstand the fire. If it's not me, you know, it'll be somebody else. They're not going to withstand that fire, because that fire doesn't stop just with me. That fire is going to go on against any conservative, any Republican, anybody other than them, because they want the power, but they actually want to destroy our country. I believe that, because there could be no other reason. But I know them all, and they, in many cases, even admit it. They come up, they say, how do you take it? We take it and we fight back like nobody's ever fought before. Think of it. Think of it. We had Russia, right? Total fake. All came out now fake. It was all made up by Hillary Clinton. The dossier was by Clinton and others, Democratic Party, DNC. So we had Russia, Ukraine. The no collusion Mueller witch hunt.
Wait, why did he own Marjorie? He flubbed Marjorie? That's crazy. That's like... That's an ally, dude. And in her own state, that's crazy. When's the last time he talked about policy instead of himself? What do you mean? Trump has never talked about policy. All policy somehow ties back to him personally. I don't think this is a flub. I think this is more so. I don't know. I don't know if this is as big as a flub as you think it is. I don't know what you expect. Like, you want him to like fucking roll up to her and give her a little kiss. You know what I mean? I mean, she does look disappointed, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Why didn't he dab her up?
They're crooked, they're corrupt. These criminals cannot be rewarded. They must be defeated. You have to defeat them. Have to defeat them. Because in the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way. Here I am. I'm standing in their way, and I always will.
Snub? Did I say flub? I meant snub. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country. Many people have said that. Democrats have even said it. This vicious persecution is a travesty of justice. You're watching Joe Biden. Joe, I think of it. Biden is trying to jail his leading political opponent, an opponent that's beating him by a lot in the polls, just like they do in Stalinist Russia or communist China. No different. Our country's gone very bad, and think of it, in 3 years. 3 years ago, we were energy independent, we had no inflation, we had low taxes, we had low interest rates, we had the greatest economy in history. Think of it. I could stand up here all day long and just talk about all of the great success we had. And now we have everything's the opposite. Inflation's killing
everything good turned into everything bad. It's really fucked up. He's right.
Ridiculous and ridiculously high. We're getting energy from Venezuela. Nobody can even believe it. I never thought such a thing could happen to America. As far as the joke of an indictment, it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing for this country. I mean, the only good thing about it is it's driven my poll numbers way up. Can you believe that? Way up. Now it's driven up, way up, and somebody said the fundraising is through the roof. That's less important. But I will tell you, it's really driven us right through the sky. We're really winning big. We're winning by we're beating the hell out of the Republicans, and we're beating the hell out of Joe Biden. That's why they're doing it. If I wasn't, let me tell you, if I wasn't, there'd be no witch hunt. There'd be no indictment. If I was losing.
Why is he so boring now? Has he lost his riz? Yeah, dude. He went the way of fucking Liv Dunny or whatever, and he tried to riz up Baby Gronk. I'm sorry. That's the last time I will ever reference Baby Gronk or whatever the fuck that thing's name is. He has lost his riz. He definitely has lost his touch a little bit. He is peak when he's popping off on someone, okay? Trump is defined by his enemies, okay? He's defined by his enemies. And when he's on the defense, or even when he's attacking his enemies, okay, he comes across as like, he comes across as like funny on his feet because he's quick. And a lot of the people that he's going up against are institutionalists who love civility. So it looks funny when you like undress them in public for everyone to see. You know what I mean? Like when he turns around and he's just like, Marco Rubio, look at you. You're so wet. Look at the way you're drinking that water. You know, that kind of shit. It pops off. He's great on a debate stage. You know what I mean? And his rallies are like, oftentimes, I guess they're just, we've watched it so many times that his rallies are not that fun. I think that's part of what it is. Like, he doesn't have a tight 5 like he used to, because his tight 5 has been used and abused so many fucking times. I mean, that's what it is. Like, that's a big part of the problem here, is that, like, he's just saying the same shit over and over again. That's why comedians refresh their bits. That's why comedians will basically package up perfectly refined material for an hour and then never use them again once their special comes out. Over the course of a year or many years, they will go to comedy shows all around the country and they will test out their best bits until they refine it and hone it so perfectly that they have the best 1 hour comedy special they can. Then they will release that comedy special and then they'll work on new materials. Trump hasn't really done that. Like, he has the classic shit that he says all the time. And right now, he's just using his old bits. Like, everyone's heard it already. Everyone's heard it 1,000 times. Disagree with him being quick. He's never come up with insults on the fly. He thinks about them endlessly. They're boomer jokes he has either heard from others or rehearsed on his own head for a long time. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he is quick on his feet. You look at his responses and stuff to, like, random people when he goes around and he's, like, having candid conversations with, like, normal human beings, you know? He's affable, he's likable, he's sassy, he's catty, very good at reading a room. He can't stand very normal. He looks weird when he's, like, standing. But when he's talking, he is very good. He's quick with retorts. Like, someone will come up and say something to him and be like, oh, yeah, well, you know, I know the McDonald's menu better than all of you, perhaps better than anyone else, even you guys. Like, that's funny. That's quick. He was the president, and he's in East Palestine, Ohio, at a fucking McDonald's, telling the McDonald's workers he knows the menu by heart better than they do. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is, that is like, that's TV, you know? That's good television. He knows, and he comes up with stuff like that on the fly. And it is certainly important to understand that, and important to understand Trump's showmanship, because Trump's showmanship is like one of his most valuable assets. Reading the room and showmanship for Donald Trump is profoundly valuable. That's what makes him likable by his base. That's what made him likable originally. Okay? That's why I say Trump, in many respects, is like Obama for white people. Because, like, Obama had that quick on the, the quick jabs as well. He was very charismatic as well, especially when he was campaigning. Like, over the course of 8 years, he obviously kind of got dulled down. But Obama was a very charismatic person. He was also very likable. He was very funny. Like, he had Riz as well. And he basically dropped the act halfway along the presidency, maybe in the first half of his first term, but he was a handsome, great orator. People liked him for that reason. Biden used to be a great retail politician as well. Not so much anymore. These are things that people care about. You muted the video, and I'm sure we didn't miss anything. Yeah, no, you did not miss shit.
When he went back into his...
And you will continue to not miss shit at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, as long as you subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. But yeah, here's a 3-minute ad break. Now, you can also get gifted a sub.
$1 a year, and there's still, he was paid by China, really, because China makes a big payment to the area where he has the vast preponderance of documents. And he makes about $1 million a year paid by China. And these documents were strewn all over the place. And then he has documents strewn on his garage floor where he has the now famous Corvette. You know where that's stored, his beautiful Corvette. There was no security there. They had a garage door that you could cut it with a scissor. They didn't have Secret Service. I have Secret Service all over Mar-a-Lago. And Mar-a-Lago's strong and powerful. It was actually built by Marjorie Merriweather Post and E.F. Hutton. Remember?
The White House of the South.
People listen. Well,
he's going to say the White House of the South. It was built as the White House of the South.
It was built as the Southern White House, actually. And Jimmy Carter gave it up. He said it was too expensive to be borne by. And I said, thank you very much. We have to get that. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much. But that was actually built as the Southern White House. So it's very powerful, but we have great people, Secret Services all over the place, and that's the way we like it. But unlike me, who had absolute declassification authority as president, Biden didn't have any authority, and he had no right to possess those documents, none whatsoever. Yet nothing happened to Crooked Joe with all that many times what we have. And you know, there was an article recently that all presidents take documents out. They bring them out, all of them, virtually every one of them in fairly modern times. If you look at Hillary Clinton, set up an illegal private server in her basement specifically to break public disclosure laws, and that would expose her.
You have such a deep understanding of Trump. It's crazy. I want to understand the American psyche more than anything else, and what captures the attention of hogs. That's why.
Anthony Weiner, you remember him? Computer.
That's why I try to comprehend what Trump does and does well.
But much of it went into Anthony Weiner's computer. That's probably the last. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather have it on Hunter Biden's computer than Anthony Weiner's computer. And when caught, Hillary deleted and acid washed 33,000 emails in defiance of a congressional subpoena. She already had the subpoena. And her aides smashed and destroyed iPhones with a hammer. Yet the FBI and DOJ protected her. They did absolutely nothing in Hillary's case. The FBI and DOJ largely did not issue subpoenas. They did not use a grand jury. They did not execute search warrants. And Comey declared that there was no problem. He said no reasonable prosecutor would ever bring a case like that. She knocked out 33,000 emails. And Hillary wasn't indicted. She should have been. But she wasn't indicted. She was protected by the Democrats. Biden was not indicted, and what he's done is terrible. You know, they like to say, well, what Trump did. I mean, actually, I was impressed. It looked so orderly and nice. Somehow somebody turned over.
The idea that Hillary wasn't indicted is not seen as an immediate L for Donald Trump is always gonna hurt my brain. I'll just say it like that.
They tried to pretend like I did.
Like, it should be recognized as a profoundly sizable L for Donald Trump. Like, it's a skill issue. Like, weaponize the DOJ against Hillary Clinton, then bitch.
Sorts of things. Nobody saw the documents there. Only Donald Trump is indicted, and they take one charge and they turn it into 36 charges. You saw that. Everybody was amazed. Lawyers on television, yes, they're not usually the best lawyers, but some are very good. They're saying we've never seen anything like it. They took one charge and they made it 36 different times. And we have a thug who's in charge. This is a political hit job. Republicans are treated far differently at the Justice Department than Democrats. These are the same people who caused the Lois Lerner catastrophe. That's this deranged Jack. You know who I'm talking about. Jack Smith. What do you think his name used to be? I don't know. Does anybody? Jack Smith. Sounds so innocent. He's deranged. But he's the one that caused the Lois Lerner catastrophe with the IRS, one of the worst things to happen in this country in many years, going after evangelicals and Christians and great Americans of faith.
This was awesome.
And
this was a
they
big,
had to pay up.
this
and
was
they
a
had to pay
big
up dearly
Obama
for
era
it when they got caught.
controversy.
And this is the same guy.
Obama came after the churches with the IRS.
And I watched him yesterday go up and talk. He talked for about 2.5 minutes. He was shaking. He was so scared. He didn't want to be there. Because ultimately, these are cowards. They're cowards. And he's a big Trump hater. Openly, he's a Trump hater. And his wife is even more of a Trump hater. I wish her a lot of luck, but he's a bad Trump hater and she's a Trump hater. And you shouldn't put people like that in. And you know, the people looking at Biden, he's a very nice man. They looked at Mike Pence. He had classified documents, no problem. They looked at Biden. He has so many classified documents, they don't know what to do, and he's trying to prevent them from seeing it. That's obstruction.
Would you say yes to an opportunity to meet Julian Assange in Belmarsh prison?
This is a sick nest of people that needs to be cleaned out immediately.
I just would I wouldn't travel to link up with him, but yeah, no, I would. I just do not understand how these motherfuckers, how Trump is able to convince them that like what he did is somehow not wrong, but simultaneously what Hillary Clinton did is more wrong, and he didn't prosecute her. He didn't weaponize the DOJ against her. I don't get it. You can't say what Biden did is wrong, but what I did wasn't. Okay? If what Biden did is wrong, what you did is extra wrong. Because Biden did not obstruct an active investigation into these documents that the government wanted back. Like, it's just...
Because in history, there's never been a president so corrupt. And thing after thing, Jamie Comer, Jim Jordan, the things that those committees are finding.
He just said Biden obstructed and his team did it. It's ironic because that's what he did. He's literally telling on himself. Biden did not do that.
5 million there, 2 million here.
Oh, there's going to be a massive Unabomber segment. Get your favorite Unabomber documentaries out. We will definitely do a lot of Unabomber reacts.
It's no coincidence they indicted me the very same day that it was revealed that the FBI hid explosive evidence that Joe Biden took a $5 million illegal bribe from Ukraine. Right now, we don't have any ammunition. Ukraine has our ammunition, all of it, just about. Think of it, I rebuilt our military. We had so much ammunition. We were stuffed to the gills, as the expression goes, with ammunition. And now we have very little ammunition to protect ourselves. And then you see that he's getting large amounts of money from Ukraine. And then you wonder, why are we doing this? And by the way, that war, I'd have it negotiated and end. It's a horrible thing. In 24 hours between Zelensky and Putin. 24 hours. Everyone says, oh, you don't mean that. No, I'd have that thing done in 24 hours. Right as they're closing on Hunter and Joe Biden, they're closing in right now. They say, let's do this. Let's go after Trump. That'll take a lot of the publicity away. We're too hot.
Yeah, no, definitely.
That's what they did.
Definitely. Like, the Hunter Biden shit didn't work last time around. Okay? But somehow they're still very afraid of the Hunter Biden shit, apparently. Even though the Republicans have been, like, working around the clock on the Hunter Biden shit since they got a fraction of power in Congress. And even those Republicans themselves keep constantly saying, there's not really too much here that we can make like a bigger deal of. And it was so bad that like Marjorie Taylor Greene was the only person willing to literally leak the details in these FBI tip sheets, which are, by the way, anonymous tips that you can send to the FBI about Hunter Biden if you would like. Okay? Like literally, there's no... It's like the VAERS report, but for FBI tip sheets. And ultimately, with Hunter Biden, like, yeah, he does a lot of crack. He had sex with a lot of prostitutes, all that cool stuff. Okay. But beyond that sort of thing, he certainly got jobs that he should not have gotten by basically trafficking with the Biden name. Like, he he should not have been getting jobs at Burisma. He should not be getting any fucking money from, like, you know, Chinese business owners and whatnot. Okay? So he did all of that stuff, except all of that stuff should be illegal, but unfortunately it's not. And because of that reason, the Republicans can't come up with anything different than that. So they have to, like, constantly keep tying it back to Joe Biden, but it's not working. So then it's better if people don't really fully have all the details of the Hunter Biden story, because you can just basically point to it and be like, yeah, it's really fucked up. They're so scared of releasing this. It's like, well, it turns out it's the Republicans that are more scared of releasing it because they find it to ultimately be a dud. You know?
Judges citing an apparent lack of evidence. He also spoke about the classified documents found at President Biden's home and his former office. There is an ongoing investigation at this point into those documents. As for the Hillary Clinton emails, an FBI investigation led Director James Comey to say that Clinton was, quote, extremely careless, but recommended that no charges be filed, saying Clinton did not act with criminal intent. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Because you were leading in, was it every single poll? And leading by a lot. And the only question was whether or not you were going to get 50% or 49%. 50%, there'd be no runoff. 49%, there's a runoff. And not only didn't he get 50%, and the other person that you're running against, Brad, was very low in the polls. And those polls, and we have some of the pollsters here, by the way. They still can't believe it. But Jody ended up with a number. What was your final number, Jody? Yeah, around 37%. And the other gentleman got 51%, right? 51, no runoff. And then David Perdue was not losing by much. He was losing in the polls, but he wasn't losing by much. And on election day, he was wiped out. He lost by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. Very, very unfair. Look, we have to have honest elections. We just have to, or you don't have a country. You don't have a state. You don't have a country. You don't have anything. Remember, there was a so-called water main break that never happened. Remember the water main break? Think of that. The water main break. We got a break. Let's get in there. But that'll be coming up later as time goes by. Remember the tape? Then you have True the Vote. Found that Georgia was one of the most egregious states in the nation. Thousands and thousands and thousands of tapes showing a thing called good old-fashioned, right? Ballot stuffing. Good old-fashioned ballot stuffing. In Atlanta, people are afraid to walk to their local grocery store for a loaf of bread for fear of being assaulted or murdered. And yet, your local district attorney, Fani Willis, is spending all of her energy, all of her money, all of her time trying to get Trump. Let's get Trump. Yeah. You know,
yeah, Fanny should have been fucking working on this RICO instead of the fucking YSL shit, dude. I mean, honestly, what's more important? Fucking making sure that these, like, rappers are locked behind bars permanently, or the motherfucking RICO charge on the most open and shut case that Donald Trump has had thus far, with a phone call that everyone heard, okay? Literally everyone in the country, perhaps all around the planet, heard Donald Trump very specifically say, we need 11,473 votes. And, like, that shit is still sitting there.
They are contesting the process, vote counting and the vote certification process in states that do include Georgia. And nearly all of those lawsuits have been dismissed or dropped, with judges citing an apparent lack of evidence. Just want to make sure that we are mentioning that fact right there. Let's pop up the audio here, and let's see. It's about 3:29 on the East Coast, 12:29 on the West Coast.
Cringe live now with Fox. Fox Local, cringe. Don't you dare disrespect our fucking president, dude. What? They also cut Marjorie Taylor Greene off? Oh my God, what is happening? That dude saying fact check sounds like lockpicking lawyer. Bro, they literally silenced Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, openly. They're like, yeah, no, fuck off. I know you know how it feels when you mute. Yeah. Gavin Newsom, your governor, is up to something. Gruesome Newsom, California's governor, has proposed a 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution that would restrict gun ownership, raising the minimum age to buy a firearm from 18 to 21, and mandating universal background checks and banning civilians from buying assault weapons. I mean, is he going to run? Is he going to run for president? What's he doing? What's he cooking, dude? He's fucking gruesome as shit. I mean, it's not going to happen, but she will admit to doing something illegal, so they're actually doing her a favor. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is still being televised. You know what I mean? Gavin Newsom, unironically, if he had a better grasp on combating homelessness in his state, the state that I live in, by normalizing the housing market conditions a little bit and genuinely utilizing the billions of dollars already raised for said initiatives on like expanding like affordable housing, public housing initiatives. If he did that, he could genuinely become president. Like on the Democratic ticket. Because he's charismatic, he's tall, he's handsome, he's got all that shit. Even Republican presidents and Republican senators every now and then say nice things about him. He's in charge of a gigantic economy. He can still win without doing shit. Charismatic KW. Gavin Newsom is like a... Bro, Gavin Newsom literally looks like he's already a president in a TV show. He's literally TV show president quality. Like, but like not a good TV show, you know what I mean? Like a shitty TV show. Will the "Don't California My Country" take be too much for America? That's why I said the homelessness is like a gigantic burden on his national prospects. Because every single time California is mentioned, no one ever thinks about like the positive aspects of living in California. And I don't even just mean like the weather or whatever. And there's so much wrong with California. Don't misunderstand me, right? But in comparison to other cities, California gets some things decently right. But anytime California is mentioned, people think it's like a hellscape. People think that there is like lawlessness run amok. It's a hellscape. And there's like homeless people literally trying to fucking stab you left and right. So if you were able to somehow get ahead of that by turning that around in a couple years by funding public housing initiatives or a housing first policy for combating homelessness, which, by the way, ironically, Californians pretty much vote for every single motherfucking election on ballots, and all of that money just sits there, okay? This is one of the parts of California politics that never gets mentioned. It's not like California doesn't have fucking money to combat homelessness by building houses, okay? As a matter of fact, every fucking couple of years, there's yet another ballot initiative that says, oh, we're going to tax a little bit extra off the top, and we're going to raise like $20 billion to build public housing or to build like affordable housing, okay? And then they never do it. And then the money is there, they just never follow through with it. It's similar to like, Project Roomkey, right? There are a lot of like good ideas, but And these good ideas are positive, and these good ideas are popular, and people vote for them, but then they never actually follow through on they never end up following through on these initiatives. What stops it? Developers. Duh. California is completely and utterly captive to real estate developers, just like any other state with like major cities in it. Blue, red, doesn't matter. Real estate developers and like homeowners association coalitions, they basically own, like landlords basically own these states, these cities especially, and therefore the state. That is the major reason why you can't really get any kind of you can't really get anything done. You can't really do anything about it. And no popular person in a position of power has actually just said, fuck you guys, we're going to follow through on this. This is what the people want. You know what I mean? It has yet to happen. The SF Bay Area is even worse. Yes. San Francisco Bay Area is horrible. Los Angeles is horrible. Mike B thinks the Midwest D's will hate Newsom because he's too Californian. I think as long as he was, as long as he took care of like one of the biggest examples of like abject failure, which is homelessness, and like the crime narrative that actually is cultivated through homelessness, because homelessness is visible poverty. And everyone at the end of the day understands that poverty is directly associated with crime. You see it in your fucking eye. You see it right in front of you, right? When people say, oh, crime is out of control in Los Angeles, they don't fucking mean that like people are getting shot on the streets. If that was your understanding of crime, you would literally look to red states, because red states objectively have higher rates of violent crime than blue states, okay? When people say crime has run amok in a certain city, they're actually just talking about there's homeless people everywhere, okay? They're doing petty crimes, like maybe they're stealing stuff, or maybe they're just like existing on the sidewalk, and that is what they think is crime. That's how they understand crime, okay? So the reality is the most effective way to combat both the crime narrative, like California crime is running rampant narrative, and also homelessness in general, is by building affordable and public housing. If you do that, you can tackle both of these things, both of these issues. People are entering homelessness far faster than any amount of affordable housing gets built. Yeah, that's because affordable or public housing initiatives, again, never come to fruition in the country, especially in places like California, where, like I said, real estate developers have completely captured politics. Real estate developers and landlords will not allow that to come to fruition. Or even, like I said, Project Homekey was something that I mentioned, right? Project Homekey, or Project Roomkey, was supposed to take over defunct and abandoned hotels that are no longer in business, or hotels that are like underwater, and give them money to convert these hotels to shelter, permanent shelter for homeless people. Okay? And they tried it. It was like relatively successful in one area, and then it didn't fucking matter. It was just like it got yeeted because Chamber of Commerce kicks in. They say, no, we can't do this. This hurts the hospitality industry across the board. Now nobody's going to want to go to a hotel where they think homeless people live there. Like, they use whatever they can. And, you know, even if you're in the hospitality industry, for example, you probably still own a bunch of real estate. So then you still have a interest in stopping these kinds of initiatives from going through, you know? And it also works. Look, it also works. Look, this guy hasn't even seen the fucking narrative, but he's going along with it. He said it would be a matter of months to those shelters to become crack houses. Look at that. County News Center from San Diego. Board paves way to leverage state home key and local funding for new housing developments. County supervisors approved setting aside $32 million in state and county funds Tuesday to help quickly create housing for people experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of homelessness, and $4.6 million a year in services to support them. This is nothing. California's Home Key program was started in 2020 to provide funding to local governments to rapidly buy housing options to help the most vulnerable during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is now in its third round of funding. The county is partnering with San Diego Housing Commission and the city of San Diego to apply for the Home Key funding to buy and rehabilitate housing, focusing on 4 development projects. The county's $32 million would come from $24.5 million in Federal American Rescue Plan funds and $7.5 million from the county's Behavioral Health Impact Fund. Captain Walkback, is it Home Key or Room Key? I thought it was Project Room Key, but it's Project Home Key. Who gives a shit? Like, okay, I said the wrong name. Like, you get the point. You get the initiative, right? Like, that's what matters here. Wouldn't getting homeless people off the streets make the cities more marketable, thus increasing travel and property values? Yes, but that is long-term gains. And unfortunately, under capitalism, they can never we can never actually do long-term benefits because everyone is in it for the short-term gains. Okay? Everyone only cares about short-term profits. They're like, well, I don't want this. I don't want this to happen because, like, in the short term, this might actually lower real estate prices. More housing availability will lower real estate prices. We can't have that happen. NIMBYs completely have captured the conversation as aggressively as, like, Republicans have on Twitter when it comes to anything that is even remotely tangentially related to, like, trans people or queer people in general. Anytime someone talks about fucking LGBT pride or gay people on Twitter, you're going to get like 100 blue checkmark dudes in your replies being like, you're a pedophile groomer, okay? It's kind of like that. Anytime you talk about homelessness, there is 1,000, I imagine like 1,000 blue checkmark Andys coming in and being like, this is ruining the culture. This is violent. This is dangerous. It's like, brother, it's literally harm reduction. It is infinitely more violent and dangerous by your own metrics to just like leave homeless people on the streets. And it is demonstrably effective. All around the world, similar housing first policies have been very successful in combating homelessness. No rich people want a long-term solution. They want a short-term killing solution. Yeah. Their solutions are fucking insane. They're rich people, when you ask them like what to do about homelessness, they literally will tell you concentration camps. It's also 100% class solidarity and understanding. They'll end up losing more overall, and the money of people at the top gets better distributed, but it isn't even that deep. Most of the funding comes from everyday shoppers. Is insane. Yeah. It's just yet another instance of like rich people harming themselves in the long run because they can't let go of like short-term profits. What the fuck are you talking about? Who says that? Give me something remotely close to that. They literally say concentration camps. I don't know if you know this, but the dude who ran for mayor of Los Angeles was literally a real estate baron. Okay? And his main homelessness combating initiative was, and I'm saying this pretty much verbatim, okay? Take the homeless people and put them in camps away from the city. Man's name is Rick Caruso. He built the motherfucking Grove, okay? And many other things in Los Angeles. His idea of combating homelessness was camps. By the way, Karen Bass's idea is not that different either. Candidate Rick Caruso makes homelessness and crime his main campaign focus. Says homelessness is the biggest problem we have in the city right now, the billionaire developer said. With the election, the leader in the second largest city in the United States just a month away, Caruso said he would declare a state of emergency to give himself the authority to homeless shelters. The homeless shelters will help him achieve this goal of housing 30,000 homeless people within 300 days of his office. It's a complicated problem. Distill it down to multiple solutions. Build the best and brightest team. Okay, this stuff is just like bullshit. Oh, everyone says that. Oh, yeah, we're going to have the smartest guys on it. Okay, got it. State of emergency was declared for the pandemic. Legal experts said it's not the same as asking 15 council members to give up their power to make land use decisions. Despite Caruso's optimism, Blasey said 15 council members come together to back this idea is far-fetched. Yeah, one of Caruso's ideas for tackling the homelessness crisis was to convert 300 surplus parcels of land in Los Angeles County into temporary homeless shelters. What do you think a temporary homeless shelter is? Majority of these are in commercial and industrial areas, so we got a lot of options to do it. Like he's saying, we would take pits, like barren pits, in commercial and industrial areas and convert them into camps where we concentrate the homeless people into these camps. Anyway, and then he talks about how police recruitment is dropped, blah, blah, blah. We got to fucking make cops. We got to give more money to the cops, all this kind of shit. You know? Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, so Cali did camps before, went pretty good. Yeah, no, it's just concentrating individuals in an area, in a camp, is just, those are just two words that you put together and it immediately spells trouble, in my opinion. Perhaps I'm wrong to be so aggressive in this with this take, but it just doesn't strike me as like a humane, ethical, or even long-term sustainable concept. What did this guy say? Sup, bro? You gonna comment or what? You guys won't even let me fucking address the haters at all. You're just like clapping them way too quick. What was the username? I didn't even fucking see the dude. What did he say? Sup, bro? You gonna comment on shit that doesn't involve you some more? You sad fuck. Yeah. I'm speechless. I'm the sad motherfucker. Not you coming on here on a Saturday morning. Like, go watch cartoons, brother. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you in here? How meaningless is your life that you're like riding here, you know? You came over here for some completely irrelevant shit. And you're just like making your day worse objectively. The new MFAM takes that you're just speaking on stuff that doesn't involve you, like you don't cover politics and internet stuff. I mean, it directly involves me. This is a platform that I'm on. This is an issue that I talk about quite frequently, and this is a person I know. And I wish that he would like not communicate the way that he is. Anyway, chat is discovering what commentary is. Yeah, people just like don't understand. This is my job, you know. So I think it's time we move to fucking Ted Kaczynski. Does anyone have a good Ted Kaczynski documentary that you guys want me to watch? Because yeah. Peki hadi eyvallah. Evet. Give me a good one. Give me a good Ted Kaczynski one.
The FBI apprehended a man that eluded capture for nearly 2 decades. His homemade letter bombs struck fear across the United States, mostly targeting airlines and universities, earning him the nickname the Unabomber. All told, he killed 3 people and injured 23 more. He took great care not to leave a trace of evidence, and unlike other serial murderers, he didn't seek glory and fame for his killings. If it wasn't for his manifesto, the publication that outlined his disdain of technology in modern society, he may never have been caught. After his arrest, the world was shocked that this backwards-living hermit living without electricity or running water could be the man responsible for such sophisticated killings. Today, we explore this man, the domestic terrorist and lone wolf killer, Ted Kaczynski.
I want to know, people thought he was crazy because he was Polish. Yeah. I mean, I understand the disdain someone has for technology, like a Polish person has for technology, because I've heard a lot of, like, how many Poles does it take to screw on a light bulb jokes. You know what I mean? So, like, obviously, a lot of you guys are shitting on the man because he's Polish, and that's unacceptable. Okay? Kind of fucked up. I shit on him because he wrote a manifesto, and I hate that. Okay? Only one guy is allowed, or 2 guys are allowed to write manifestos. Okay, maybe like a couple. But unless you are like directly writing a manifesto, what is this? Is this better? Was the Unabomber real stories? There are so many fucking channels like this. I want one that talks about MK Ultra, okay? And I don't know if any of these are actually going to talk about MK Ultra. On a video, but this does? No, I'm not. No. We need a video. We're not going to fucking read, dude. What's next? This explains his philosophy and his history and mentions MK Ultra.
The last few years have seen great advances in terms of environmental thought and anarchical sentiment. The increasingly apparent impact of industrial society on the climate, as well as the elitist and incompetent process of liberal democracy, has left many in a state of despair, frustration, and rage. The solutions, either too drastic or too naive, rarely catch on. What are we to do as we face a world of increasing hopelessness? For one man, the answer was clear. Send bombs through the mail from your cabin in Montana. This is the philosophy of the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski.
But first, a word from our sponsor. I do find that funny. I mean, this is exactly what Ted Kaczynski would have hated. You know what I mean? Sponsorships like the one at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. But at least there is a mechanism to avoid those ads at the top of the hour. Of course, you can just subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Do not send mail bombs. Instead, bomb the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The Real City, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Ted was born on May 22nd, 1942 in Chicago. Born to loving parents, he was nonetheless...
Is there any validity to the MK Ultra stuff? Yes.
...separated from them for a short period due to a hives outbreak. After his isolation in the hospital, Ted would show little emotion. However, he would also express extreme sympathy for animals who were caged. In high school, Ted demonstrated a profound intellect, especially in the area of mathematics. As one classmate remembers, he was never really seen as a person, as an individual personality. He was always regarded as a walking brain, so to speak. This would eventually lead him to Harvard at the age of 16, where he earned a degree in mathematics and finished with a GPA of 3.12. However, at the same time, Ted was constructing a specific worldview that had become increasingly anti-technology. To put his philosophy to the test, he signed up for a series of psychology studies done on Harvard undergrads. Conducted by the psychologist Henry Murray, these studies were used to research the effects of stress on human belief and generally used interrogation techniques that would appear unethical by today's standards. Subjects were told that they would debate personal philosophy and would submit essays on their beliefs and values. Then individuals acting as other students would come in and verbally abuse the subject, telling them that their ideas were ridiculous and illogical. Some have suggested that these studies were part of the CIA's.
Some have suggested? No, it definitely was. What do you mean? It's not like it's not a mere suggestion. I mean, it certainly is. I mean, he was definitely secretly employed by the CIA. For the record, it was not like using debate bros as a torture method. I know. I love that your name is Sophistry of Sam. But yes, using debate bros as a torture method is like next level shit. Imagine watching like political debate, like constantly forcing you to watch fucking political debates on like the most idiotic shit too.
MK Ultra project. Nevertheless, and despite the possible abuse Ted suffered while in Harvard, he argues that
there's only 2 ways to get out of that. You either become a fucking Twitch streamer who is hated by so many, okay, but still very successful, or you become the Unabomber and nothing in between.
That the experiences there had no significant effect on the course of his life. After Harvard, Ted enrolled in the University of Michigan, where he specialized in geometric function theory. Unfortunately, this subfield was becoming increasingly less popular during the 60s. Ted then became the youngest assistant professor in the history of Berkeley. Still, his passion for mathematics as a career was waning, as evident by students' reports that Ted was a terrible professor who would never answer questions and simply teach straight from the textbook. Ted would resign in 1969. While he was teaching, Ted had his first documented desire for violence. He began to experience intense sexual fantasies that involved him becoming a female. At one point in 1966, he decided...
Oh, dude, here's a conservative angle. Ted Kaczynski was actually trans. He was transed. And that's why he was violent. I'm surprised no one has said that.
...to undergo gender transition. However, while in the waiting room, Ted decided against it and wrote in his journal that he had a deep passion to kill the psychiatrist and everyone else that hates him. Feelings of inadequacy...
Dude, I love this music playing in the background while he's talking about, like... he's talking about, like, the bloodlust that Ted Kaczynski had for his psychiatrist, while in the background it's like the kindest, most gentle music playing, like do 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 do.
Jealousy and loneliness appeared to confound at this stage of his life, resulting in a burning hatred for society itself. Ted built a remote cabin outside of Lincoln, Montana, while receiving money from his parents. His initial goal was to become completely self-reliant, and he spent much of his time studying wilderness survival. However, after discovering that a road had been built in an area of the forest he considered sacred, Ted changed his goal to dismantling industrial society. From 1978 to 1995, Ted would go on to kill 3 people and injure 23 others through mailing a series of bombs. The bombs generally targeted those who he had felt aided the progress of industrial society, such as those who work in the timber industry, genetics, oil.
No fucking shot. Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, died today at 81. He was one of America's most brilliant young mathematicians ever, but went mad after being a subject of abusive MK Ultra experiments while at Harvard. A lot of people know that, but did you know that before becoming a hermit who mailed bombs to people, Kaczynski also developed gender dysphoria and wanted to become a woman? Oh God, I hate this. I hate it. I fucking hate. I hate every part of this. Okay. It's just like, I don't know what to say about this.
Or computer science. The idealism of his actions climaxed when he sent several letters to prominent newspapers, giving them the ultimatum to either publish his manifesto or face further bombings. The newspapers obliged, publishing the more than 30,000-word piece that discusses the evils of technology, the complacency of leftism, and the potential for a new...
I mean, the counter to that quite literally is, yeah, he had gender dysphoria, and then if he had gender dysphoria, he didn't fucking follow through on it, and quite literally hated his psychiatrist for it, and maybe perhaps if he fucking underwent HRT, he wouldn't have become the Unabomber. Like, I guess you could say that, because it's not like he was fucking trans, you know what I mean? Or even if he was, we don't know. All right, my girlfriend wants to know if you would have sex with her. My answer is no, please. This is something that gets brought up more frequently than you would think in this chat. I don't know what is going on with that. It's not happening.
New future. Fortunately, the idiosyncratic...
I only fuck your moms, not your girlfriends.
...writing led to his sister-in-law and brother identifying the author as Ted. This led to his eventual capture and sentencing, where he is currently serving 8 life sentences. One of Ted's primary influences is that of the Christian anarchist philosopher Jacques Ellul. The main theme in Ellul's work is the idea that modern technology directly threatens human freedom and religion. Ellul believed that movements that have fueled industrial society, such as materialism, scientism, and economics, are simply substitutes or false idols for God. He argues that these ideologies tend to use and abuse their followers in order to continue the necessity of efficiency. This is identified through Ellul's use of the word technique, which he defines as the totality of methods rationally arrived at and having absolute efficiency.
I feel like we should stop watching this because, like, there are too many anarchists in the chat who are going to be like, wait, hold up. This man was cooking a little bit. Like, what was he cooking? I feel like he was cooking something good. Okay? I just, like, this is one of those things where, like, you know, you got hella fucking degrowth Andes in here, which obviously is not the same. There are many different, there's different kinds of, you know, degrowth ways to go about, you know, pushing for degrowth ideology or anything like that. But anyway,
for a given stage of development in every field of human activity, efficiency becomes the unquestionable goal of human existence and, by default, subordinates the natural world. Ellul's major concern is the capacity for this technique to shape the social and psychological makeup of individuals. Firstly, it makes us adapt to technology rather than it adapting to us. Secondly, it shapes our desires around efficiency through a constant need for utility and categorization. This is aided by media and propaganda, which is manipulated by special interest groups and creates an inner control over the individual by a social force, which means that it deprives him of himself. Unlike Ted, however, Ilul does not promote violence as an answer. As he argues, a Christian who chooses violence is sacrificing freedom for necessity. In fact, his definition of anarchy is an absolute rejection of violence, as he sees the nation-state to be the primary source of violence. Ilul advocates for the creation of grassroots institutions, and suggests that a change in perception will help us avoid absolute subordination under technology, specifically through viewing technology as objects or tools, rather than allowing them to shape our desire. Ted's manifesto is similar to Ilul's message, but carries a far more radical solution with it. Notably, the manifesto is aware of its radical tone, accompanied by an annotation that explains that the manifesto contains imprecise and general sweeping statements, and that it should be taken as a crude approximation of reality. It then opens with the Unabomber's own theory of history. He believes that small changes to long-term trends are simply transitory, and that changes large enough to permanently affect a trend can also change society as a whole. However, he suggests the side effects, unwelcome or not, of any large-scale change is entirely unpredictable. Likewise, he argues that new societies cannot be designed, and finally, that people do not choose the form of their own society, a popular rejection of social contract theory. The opening line, "The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race," conveys the sentiment of the entire piece. Ted specifically argues 3 instances in which technology has degraded humanity. Firstly, it has destabilized society through the erosion of freedom. The system requires the regulation of human behavior in order for it to function. But what is freedom according to him? Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. Secondly,
it's like 3 different understandable, desirable, normal, good things, and then like 1,000 fucking idiotic solutions always. This is what no theory does to a motherfucker. I mean, he did. It's not like he didn't read theory. He just, took the wrong, he learned the wrong lessons from it. Which is that the CIA cooked his mental health. I mean, I think so. Like, most of what he's talking about as far as like technological improvements or industrial revolution can be substituted from a immediate materialist lens directly and lay the blame directly in the hands of capital owners. Like what he's talking about freedom, what he's talking about when he's talking about freedom, when he's talking about all this other shit, like when he's talking about how like our lives are ruled by the tech that guides us. No, our lives are ruled by our relation to the means of production and commodity production in general. That part is absolutely correct, but he's not saying that. He's looking at an aberration, or at least like one like consumer facing part of that, and hyper focusing on like the human facing component of commodity production, commodities itself, rather than the way they're produced and how society is designed around the way that they're produced.
According to him, freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threat.
Running water is the problem, not capital. Yeah, it's like looking at a situation and completely avoiding all of the tremendous benefits that technological improvements have delivered on mankind, and literally saying, no, I disavow all of that across the board. He uses feminism and transgender people in his manifesto to show the degeneracy of society. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely a reactionary. Like, reactionaries can also yearn for freedom, Actually, as a matter of fact, many reactionaries do claim that they are on board with freedom. Literally look to like modern American libertarian movements, and you will see that.
Threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. Secondly, industrial society has created an unfulfilling life for many. People spend their days engaged in what he calls surrogate activities, such as entertainment consumption, political activism, and science. These are all activities that are in the service of technology rather than humanity, according to Ted. Here he also takes a clear aim at leftists, which he defines as socialists, collectivists, feminists, and gays, who he feels have fallen prey to over-socialization and inferiority. Specifically, he defines over-socialization as the process by which people are trained to think and to act.
Dude, when you say he hated capitalism, though, so he for sure was no ANCAP, you, again, forget that, okay, you forget one component here. It's like hating capitalism because capitalism has created a society where, like, diversity is at the forefront because black people buy shit, too. They have purchasing power. Gay people have purchasing power. So now you're literally fucking seeing Target do Pride merch, right? It's like a right-wing reactionary hating capitalism, hating free market capitalism because free market capitalism has created advertisement initiatives that directly target marginalized communities with disposable income. Okay? That does not mean that this person actually fucking hates capitalism, though. In many respects, they love capitalism. It's kind of like he hates it because he thinks all matter of technological improvements have basically enslaved mankind to a state of permanent, like chasing permanent efficiency, permanently chasing efficiency, and our lives are ruled by consumption, and our lives are ruled by not like the natural state, but instead our lives are ruled by consistently growing and I guess industrializing further and chasing technological improvements. Yeah. Now is a good time as any to remind folks that Kaczynski was basically a black-pilled white supremacist and not actually a green anarchist, contrary to popular belief, which is why a lot of like cool conservatives online will those who love eco-fascism, for example, those people love talking about Kaczynski. He was a theoretical mess. He was the most alienated by the system. All of his worldview consisted in the individual, which is the most reactionary way of understanding social relations. A significant portion of the document is dedicated to discussing left-wing politics, with Kaczynski attributing many of society's issues to leftists. He defines leftists as mainly socialist, collectivist, politically correct types, feminists, gay, and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. He believes that over-socialization and feelings of inferiority are primary drivers of leftism. Like, this is Jordan Peterson, dude. And derides it as one of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world. Kaczynski adds that the type of movement he envisions must be anti-leftist and refrain from collaboration with leftists as, in his view, leftism is in the long run inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with elimination of modern technology, which is hilarious because, oh my God, dude, like primitive communism exists, and it has existed for a longer period of time than the Industrial Revolution has been around, and our contemporary society and our current understanding of human nature. So it's quite literally the exact opposite. This fucking this is literally the problem with STEM lords who try to like get into the world of philosophy, and it's just like there's just a massive blind spot that they have, and they're so fucking up their own asses. Obviously, I'm not saying you guys, because all of you motherfuckers are in here, so clearly you have a better appreciation for social sciences than the average fucking STEM lord. But if you're a STEM lord, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Okay? Like, typical, like, I know everything because I'm fucking brilliant. I know I'm reducing it to, like, individualism, but, once again, but it's like American entitlement, deeply baked into our DNA. American exceptionalism deeply baked into our DNA. Being a fucking STEM lord and thinking you're the fucking smartest dude, and then cooking up this understanding of the world that is also just objectively incorrect. Being able to parse the things Ted was right about and the things he was very fucking wrong about is an important thing that people who think it's mega based also have not read his manifesto, only his Wikipedia, or perhaps an infographic that had a picture of Ted with the glowing Bitcoin eyes from the Fash Wave meme era, which is par for those guys. Yeah. Least right-wing Polish. Kurwa. Kaczynski adds that the type of movement he envisions must be anti-leftist and refrain from collaboration with leftists. He also criticizes conservatives, describing them as fools who whine about the decay of traditional values, yet enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Things, he argues, have led to this decay. Yeah, this was funny. He said, R.I.P. Ted Kaczynski, devastating news. The world just lost one of its last literate Polish people. Americans doing Polish jokes is so funny. I don't know why. It just never gets old for me. I'm sorry. Anyway,
as
let's
a society demands through the experience of guilt. Leftists tend to take part in various activities to alleviate the guilt, such as small-scale reform or advocating for minority groups, without ever considering the serious or drastic measures actually required to solve these issues. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He also takes aim at conservatives who he feels hypocritically.
Like, that's how you can tell when, that's how you can tell about a person's political ideology, their personal political ideology. One, when they tell you that they are anti-leftist and anti-collectivist, okay? And then two, when they tell you that conservatives are in the wrong because they're cucked, they're tech cucks. They're cucked to technology, okay? Like, he's like, conservatives would be in the right if they weren't so cucked to technology.
Whine about the decay of traditional values, yet enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Finally, the manifesto argues that technology has increased psychological suffering. As he explains, people have a basic need that he calls the power process, which has the four ingredients of goal, effort, attainment, and autonomy. However, industrial society disrupts this process by making things either too easy, such as accumulating tech and fashion to feel good, as encouraged by ads, or too difficult, such as making it impossible to control modern issues, such as pollution or the invasion of privacy. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Kaczynski's solution is to create stress and instability within society until the whole system collapses. He argues that tapping in
Okay, I'm not going to shit on anarchists any further. I was going to say just typical anarchist activity. Just not all anarchists, okay? Not all anarchists.
Into sub-societies such as ghettos and criminal organizations are crucial in doing this, as they threaten the absolute control of the system. He suggests that revolution should be preferred over reform, as reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if changes go too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of a society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. His idea of a successful revolution is one in which human society is taken to its pre-industrial state, with only small-scale technology such as water wheels. Factories and technological knowledge should be unilaterally destroyed. He believes that despite suffering caused by such a revolution, it is far more preferable than the other alternatives, either the collapse of the system under its own weight due to overconsumption and environmental disaster, or its continued advancement, which simply involves living a long but empty and purposeless life.
Why are you intrigued by this man? Yet another fucking chatter who normally is like pretty thoughtful and has good commentary, failing to recognize that I'm making fun of Ted Kaczynski and thinks simply by the act of trying to develop a better understanding of his personal philosophy, I must be in support of him in some way. First of all, what is the number one thing I make fun of in this community, okay, other than anarchists? Or what is the number one way that I make fun of anarchists? Take a fucking shower, okay? Ted Kaczynski was absolutely anti-shower. He was so anti-shower, he didn't like running water, okay? Like, you can't be more crusty. You literally cannot be more crusty than a man who straight up says, I am so against showers. I'm the stinkiest motherfucker on the planet. I am the least showered person on the planet. I smell so bad. You can smell me from a mile away. You don't have to be a dog. You don't have to have improved sense of smell to know that I'm coming.
Some, such as Cynthia Ozick, likens Kaczynski to Dostoevsky's Raskolnikov, a philosophical criminal of exceptional intelligence and humanitarian purpose, driven to commit murder out of an uncompromising idealism. Others suggest that the Unabomber was consumed by the outdated notion of the noble savage, the idea that we can somehow return to the life of the frontierman and enjoy an...
Yeah, he clearly wasn't. Because, like, if he was, the outdated notion, if he was, he would not be anti-collectivist because, again, you know, for the longest period in history of mankind's existence, we lived in collectivist forms where the commons were used by all, and there was no, you know, there was no structure surrounding like usury or you know, people just like kind of lived. They survived. It's actually unironically the most like Ted Kaczynski style anarcho-primitivist existence that we could live under, but he didn't realize that, I guess.
Idyllic natural existence.
Yeah, he was like, I don't want normal monka. I want individualist monka, which is not even a thing.
Ignoring the downsides.
Like when you see individualist monkey, that implies that that monkey has been fucking kicked out. In most, I mean, look, I don't know that much about fucking monkeys and shit, but oftentimes, if you see a monkey out in the wild by itself, that means that like they're fucking violent, dangerous, they've been cast aside, they got their ass beat, they're ostracized, you know what I mean? It straight up implies that it's like, this dude did something fucked up.
Such a life. Specific critiques have also been launched against the manifesto. Kaczynski entirely avoids discussing the seemingly innocent positives of technology such as reading glasses, music recordings, and sewers that appear to improve human existence and give some quality to life. Likewise, his argument that modern man has no ability.
Quality of life plus also, like, you know, not dying at the age of 14 because you got a minor cut and had gangrene. Okay? Like, that's not just like a quality of life improvement. That is just straight up part of the reason why we have prospered in the way that we have. Like, being so ableist that you literally think like medicine is wrong. God, I hate disability activists, which is why I think, much like Pol Pot, I have an anti-glasses perspective.
To control pollution and other things outside of his control doesn't really hold up in comparison to the primitive man. who would likewise have many things outside of his control, such as disease and basic security. Ted counters this by stating that the primitive man can handle these issues stoically, but it is not entirely clear.
Yeah, stoically. A bear attack. I'm going to tell the bear about Marcus Aurelius, dude. You know what I mean? I actually, when I'm in the wild and a bear attacks me, I start talking about, I just stoically avoid the bear. Okay. I just, did I just get fucking half of my upper body ripped to shreds by a bear claw? Well, guess what? I'm just going to keep walking in a separate direction. I can't control the elements. I can only control how I receive the elements. Okay? I can only control what my reaction is to said elements. So fuck it. I'm just going to assume that this is a simple flesh wound. It's fine.
As to why the modern man can't also accept the problems out of their control stoically. It appears that Ted has an absolutist and perfectionist position here, in which anything considered technological is evil and everything natural is good. Likewise, Ted believes that a coordinated universal shutdown...
Yeah, exactly. The people of Grafton, New Hampshire tried to apply that stoicism to the bear population, and yet the black bear population won. Okay? If only people of Grafton, New Hampshire had explained the non-aggression principle to the black bear population, they wouldn't have been overrun with bears. Okay? Or they could go a different direction, which was tried, tested, and true, which was, collectively banding together to have sewage and also trash collection that you pay for so that you weren't overrun with black bears who were just simply looking for and foraging very aggressively for food in town. That's a way to do it. But, dude, it's literally always like all matter of like contemporary libertarian ideology is basically just unironically coming to that exact same conclusion that we had already come to. Okay, which is maybe we need to band together and decide that there are certain services that we must put in place so that we don't get overrun by black bears that are simply foraging for food in town because we don't have trash collection.
Of progress is the only solution. However, this seems incredibly idealistic, especially in contrast to his pessimistic view of humanity. If one country decides to continue progressing in technology, they could quickly dominate the world. Ted appears unwilling to accept the possibility that technological progress is a Pandora's box we simply cannot close. Finally, if Ted truly values autonomy and the freedom of choice, then modern society still allowed him to quit a comfortable academic position and live in the woods. Where industrial society allows varying lifestyles of comfort and freedom, a pre-industrial state may fail to offer a life of security if desired. Perhaps the greatest critique, however, is found in the work of Jacques Ellul, one of Ted's greatest influences. Ted felt it absolutely necessary to kill for the efficiency of his message, but Ellul denounces violence in pursuit of the truth, as doing so simply falls into the same heartless utility that Ted had rejected so fervently. Kaczynski's sadistic and sociopathic disregard for the lives of innocent people should make anyone wary of his idealism. Despite his coherent and prophetic critique of late-stage capitalism, we should not mistaken his personal anger towards the system, which
It's literally like falling for the Tucker Carlson narrative, which has been tried time and time again, where he says things that are economically populist and sometimes even anti-capitalist, despite being a pro-capitalist, of course. He loves capitalism, let's be fucking real. But he's only saying that because he hates certain elements of capitalism, like diversity initiatives, okay? Like not allowing WASPs to run the country, or not allowing white land-owning WASPs to run the country. That's it.
Evidently destroyed his soul through isolation and experimentation as worthy philosophical discourse.
Why are chatters looking at one of the most mentally ill people in the last 50 years and assuming that there's going to be consistency or rationality in their ideology? Because I think it's fascinating. For the record, I do personally believe it's fucking fascinating to understand what goes on in the mind of such a psychotic individual. You know what I mean? It's dope. Especially now that he died, you know, I love learning more about that kind of shit. But let's get back to the Unabomber, the devastating use of a brilliant mind, and talk about where and what his beginnings were, where he began, what his life was like, and more. Now that you learned a little bit about his philosophy.
A mathematical genius with delusions of single-handedly destroying industrial society. Planted or mailed powerful bombs to...
That's also another ironic moment for him. Like, he was never going to get anything done. Because he was so hyper-individualistic that, like, how are you going to get anything done? Like, it's so self-defeating. The notion that, like, you can spark a permanent violent revolution by leading the way and individually getting other individuals to act individually to do such things is so fucking stupid. How are you going to do that?
Unsuspecting innocent victims. It was a spree of mayhem.
Hey, Hasan, after this, could you please cover the desexualization of the Asian Indian man? What? I don't even know what the fuck that means, brother. What are you saying?
It killed 3 and wounded over 24. In the largest and most expensive investigation in FBI history, agents spent 17 years hunting for the elusive terrorist known as the Unabomber.
Okay, immediately I'm captivated by this because it's like old school like 90s style fucking documentary recreations. I am so on board with this. The editing is fire. At the same time, shows he's writing to, if not to affect other people to organize and destroy society together. No, that would be collective action, my friend, and that's a big no-no. No, he individually hopes that individuals completely on their own will act out their individual desires, not collective action. Well, he also thought that he could manipulate the ghettos, as they were saying, but, you know, and the criminal element, because those are the heretic collectivists.
The first bomb came in the spring of 1978. The damage it caused was minimal, but its impact would be enormous. With each new detonation, the bomber learned a little more about bombs, and law enforcement learned a little more about the man who sent them. Because its targets were universities and airlines, the FBI called him the Unabomber. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former director of the FBI's New York office. Before we ever knew the name Ted Kaczynski, we knew we were dealing with a disgruntled genius. We just didn't know how smart...
Hey, if you care his last name is spelled wrong on your stream, should end with an I, not a Y, not to be that guy. Anyone who says not to be that guy loves to be that guy, okay? Number one. Number two, I don't care. The fact that I got most of the letters right should make me the most supportive of the Polish people, okay? Like, any Polish person that comes in here and says, wow, any Polish person that comes in here and says, I am literally in awe that you got the overwhelming majority of letters right in Ted Kaczynski's Polish last name, is wrong. You have to recognize that I made the effort and I actually succeeded fairly well, okay?
Or how angry he truly was, or how far he'd go. But while the Unabomber was carefully perfecting his bombs, we were refining our profile. It was all a matter of who would finish first.
On May 25th, 1978, an engineering professor named Buckley Christ at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois, appeared in the mailroom with a shoebox-sized...
Dog, these recreations are about to go brazy.
Parcel. Professor Christ was listed as the return addressee, and he didn't know the man it was addressed to.
They got Max Payne soundtrack playing in the background.
Security guard Terry Marker cracked, maybe it's a bomb. As bombs go, it wasn't much of one. It began a 20-year streak of violence that would stump the FBI and terrorize the nation. On November 15th, 1979, American Airlines Flight 444 took off from Chicago, bound for Washington, D.C. As the Boeing 727 reached cruising altitude, the cabin filled with smoke. It was pandemonium. The plane was diverted to Dulles Airport in Virginia. A dozen people were treated for smoke inhalation. But for a faulty wire in the bomb, over 100 people would have been killed.
This guy sucked at building bombs at first, which, you know, I guess the lesson there is like, never give up, you know what I mean, on your dreams especially. And eventually you'll get better. For every one victory, there's 1,000 failures that preceded it, you know what I mean? It's just, you know, there's always lessons to learn, you know, improvements. Practice makes perfect. This is truly an inspiring story.
Bombing an airliner is a federal offense. The FBI was called in. FBI agent Chris Ronay examined the evidence of the airline bomb.
It essentially was a wooden box that looked to be hand-fashioned, handmade. We found that it contained a barometric switch and some other initiating components, batteries, wires, and a container for the explosive charge. The barometric switch would function when the pressure changed in the baggage compartment sufficiently to close the switch or allow the barometric switch to function and then actually detonate the bomb.
The use of an altitude-sensitive barometric switch told the FBI that they were dealing with a serious and smart bomber. Ronay began his inquiries with the Chicago police.
That was an L-ass bomb, bro. What do you mean? L?
At Northwestern University, a thorough search uncovered the existence of 2 minor and seemingly unrelated incidents at the university. In addition to learning of the device that injured Terry Marker, Ronay learned of another. On May 9th, 1979, another bomb had gone off at Northwestern University, seriously injuring graduate student John Harris. Its design was nearly identical to the first one. But since they were both relatively minor incidents, authorities at the time didn't connect the two. Dismissing those devices as amateurish pranks, the recovered debris was discarded. Working only from photographs, Chris Ronay concluded that all 3 bombs were the work of the same person.
There were construction techniques, the way the wood was cut, the way it was put together, the markings on the wood, the way the tape was applied, that is evident in the photographs, was the same as in the previous cases.
The pipe bombs placed inside wooden boxes were all made of ordinary components: screws and nails and smokeless powder and black tape.
The average Iraqi teenager that got radicalized and joined ISIS clears this man, okay? I'm just saying, like, it's like IEDs can take out effectively entire fucking convoys, okay? Blow an American 19-year-old's legs off because the American military originally were like, oh yeah, let's not put fucking any kind of shields underneath our Humvees, okay? Meanwhile, this motherfucker's over here making these... This motherfucker's over here making these wood bombs.
The components were homemade and sanded to render them...
Yeah, exactly. Why? Because they have teamwork. That's it. That's it. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, okay? The IRA, which is politically very different, obviously, shows you that teamwork makes the motherfucking dream work, dude. Yeah, we were putting sandbags in the floor of the Humvee.
Untraceable.
Certain components were not crafted as much as fondled and played with and looked at, and you could see they were handled and shaped and reshaped. And it just struck me that somebody spent an awful lot of time on this bomb enjoying putting it together.
The FBI realized they were dealing with a serial bomber, one that was passionate about his craft. In the 1950s, a shy, highly intelligent boy from suburban Illinois named Ted Kaczynski skipped a grade in elementary school.
Oh, God. He was, what are they called? Fuck, what is it? Like when you're like super smart when you're young? Gifted. He was a gifted kid. He was a fucking gifted kid, dude. Oh, no. That explains so much more than... That is more important than fucking MK Ultra, in my opinion, okay? Typical.
He was an introvert, preferring to withdraw into his room to study, especially to study chemistry.
Sus.
He was a prodigy with genius-level intelligence. His IQ topped 170. He entered Harvard at 16 and graduated in 3 years in 1962. In 5 years, he had received his doctorate from the University of Michigan. As an assistant professor of mathematics at the University of California, Berkeley, Kaczynski was not a popular or outgoing professor. Practically no one got to know him. In 1969, he abruptly resigned. The social nature of his teaching position was too much for Ted. He just didn't seem to fit in. By 1971, Kaczynski had decided to drop out of society completely. He bought an acre and a half of land in a rural area just outside of Lincoln, Montana, 6,000 feet above the society he had come to despise.
Love this recreation.
He built a tiny 8 by 10 foot cabin with no electricity or running water.
Yeah, you know his ass ain't showering, brother. Oh my God, was he stinky. Oh my God, bro. He had to fucking, like, he had to live miles away, hundreds of miles away from other people because, god damn, if you came near his stinky ass cabin, dude, it would just break you permanently.
There he would sit by himself, reading and writing. One of the things Ted wrote was a 23-page essay raging against modern man's obsession with technological and scientific progress. Scientific research, he wrote, will inevitably result in the extinction of individual liberty. He sent a copy to his brother David. David read it and stuck it in a trunk where it sat for a quarter of a century. In June of 1978, Ted Kaczynski took a timeout from his cabin to take a job working for his brother at a foam cutting plant in Illinois. Ted's bizarre behavior became too much. His brother was forced to fire him.
Ted, take it down.
Ted had insulted a female co-worker.
His brother's a big-time narc
who had refused his advances. Ted seethed and within a year moved back to his cabin in Montana, vowing never to see his family again. Trying to fit in as a social being was too frustrating for the introverted genius. Ted withdrew even more, believing modern man incapable of understanding him.
The proto-incel? Yeah. There were definitely incels before him. But I think, like, I mean, dude, there are so many posters Like you could say you could say Karl Marx was like a OG poster, not an incel, but like there are so many that came before him, but like I totally understand why. I totally understand why a lot of people, especially on 4chan, look to him. Martin Luther was the OG poster. There's definitely even before.
He was starting to see civil society as an obstacle that needed to be overcome. In time, Ted became acclimated to his life with few luxuries. He took it.
Karl Marx literally was a Redditor. He lived in fucking filth, for the record. Karl Marx also was anti-shower and a hoarder and absolutely lived in filth. Like the police that were surveilling him wrote about how insane his living conditions were and how awful his fucking how awful his living quarters were and how awful his sleep schedule was.
Took it upon himself to grow his own food and to be otherwise self-sufficient. He had few acquaintances, opting for his own company in the Montana wilds. Ted rarely made it into Lincoln. When he did, it was usually to bury his face in reference books in the small-town library.
Another red flag.
On May 3rd, 1980, Ted Kaczynski rode his homemade bike into Lincoln. He wasn't going to the library this time.
He was going to the Truth Prairie. This man made his own bike. That's wild. That's crazy. Okay. I don't know how you do that, but
instead he caught a bus for Helena and checked into the Helena Park Hotel for a brief stay. The next day he headed west.
I think it's a disservice to like completely omit the ruthless MK Ultra style like CIA backed experimentation that he underwent. I'm just, but I don't really expect too much from this like this was made by the FBI. Yeah, there's a lot of FBI people in here, so I assume like in the documentary, so I assume this is just like pro cops. They did talk about like they're like he was brilliant. He evaded the police for 20 years. But the cops finally did it. They got him. It also might not have been known at the time that this was made, to be fair.
Ted had urgent business that needed tending to. Percy Wood, the president of United Airlines, received a parcel at his suburban Chicago home on June 10th, 1980. A few days earlier, he received a letter from a stranger promising to mail him a book which the letter said had tremendous social significance. Wood placed the package on his kitchen counter. He opened and retrieved a book, Ice Brothers by Sloan Wilson. Wood was puzzled. Why is this book socially significant? He opened the cover. Wood was nearly killed. The bomber had upped the ante considerably with his fourth and most...
Okay, I can get on board with that, like, don't read, because books can kill you. See, this wouldn't kill me, because I would never read, you know what I mean? I'd be like, a book? Ew, I would throw it out.
Powerful device yet. FBI and ATF bomb technicians poured over the scene. It was quickly identified as the work of the serial bomber. Each bomb so far had been a pipe bomb with similar construction and wiring. On this, the fourth bomb, the bomber had left a calling card. Punched into a piece of rubble were the letters FC.
Certainly the initials FC were put in these bombs to be found, clearly protected in such
a footy fan. Yeah, fucking FC. Footy fan, yeah.
a way that they would survive the blasts. It didn't make any sense to have it in there. It didn't function in any way. It served no purpose except to say, here's my signature, here's an identifying feature.
The FBI could only speculate what FC meant. By this time, FBI investigators had already given him a name. He bombed universities and airlines. They called him Unabomber, UN for university, and A for airline. Naming him was easy.
That's so stupid.
Finding him would be much, much more difficult. In 1981, with FC their best clue yet, the FBI cross-referenced thousands of people with those initials. But the Unabomber was not sitting idle. In October, a package was found sitting in a building at the University of Utah. It was a pipe bomb. Fortunately, it was a dud. Investigators now had a device intact. Perhaps a component was traceable. It would take time to find out. The Unabomber remained busy. In the spring of 1982, a package meant for Professor...
Bro, this guy sure seems like he sucks at doing bombs, dude. It's like the one thing. It's his motherfucking passion, and it took him... It sure feels like it took a long-ass time for him to make decent ones, dude.
Leroy Wood Berenson blew up instead in the hands of an academic assistant at Vanderbilt University. The bomb was made of the usual materials, with the initials FC on the surviving wreckage. Examiners spent endless hours studying every minute detail of the Unabomber devices. The most bizarre clue suddenly emerged. The last two people specifically targeted were named Wood.
Wood played such an important role in every one of the bombs. I mean, it was present in every one of the bombs, even when it didn't need to be. He, in fact, if he didn't have wood in it, he threw wood in it, sticks of wood, just so they'd be there. There were references to wood in addresses and names of people throughout.
FBI lab examiner Doug Diedrich of the Trace Evidence Unit is also a wood expert.
Well, the materials may indicate something about that individual, may indicate where he might live, what he might do for a living. And that's one of the things that I was involved with, especially.
No, man, he was jobless. Motherfucker, famously jobless. This is what jobless motherfuckers do. So I guess Twitter is actually better, because then jobless motherfuckers can just sit on there and chirp all day about like dumb shit. You know what I mean? Instead of doing this, which is, you know, significantly worse than just chirping about dumb shit as a Twitter Blue subscriber. You know what I mean?
Determine where these types of woods came from, what geographical area, what part of the country.
This approach seemed like a long shot, but the scarcity of clues left investigators with few options. As the FBI investigation intensified, so did the power of the Unabomber's devices. On July 2nd, 1982, Professor Diogenes Angelakos of the University of California, Berkeley, a devoted husband and a popular teacher, noticed a strange-looking object on the floor of the Computer Science Department's coffee room.
Brother, run away. Oh no, he got a Greek man. He got a Greek man.
The explosion seriously wounded him and tore off his fingers. As he lay dazed, he found a typewritten note. Woo, it works. I told you it would. RV.
Chat, it's not real gore.
The
It's
FBI ran down
dramatic
everyone in America named Wu, and everyone with the initials RV, a monumental, labor-intensive task, but to no avail.
This is the problem, right?
The note was a ruse.
She's going to have to do it over again. It's going to take how long?
Another lead surfaced the day following the blast. A custodian who worked in Corey Hall, the building where the bomb exploded, saw a man with a thin mustache and sweatshirt loitering in the hall the night before. The custodian, however, was unable to remember enough details to help a sketch artist make a composite. Angelakos was critically wounded, requiring a lengthy hospital stay. He was no longer able to care for his invalid wife. She died within a month of the blast.
That's how you know. That's how you fucking know this is old as fuck. He said invalid wife. God damn, brother.
In May of 1985, in that same building, Berkeley graduate student John Hauser, a captain in the Air Force, noticed on the floor a 3-ring binder sitting on top of another object. Hauser had just applied for astronaut training. What he didn't know as he lay wounded was that he had already been accepted into the program. But he would never fly again. His Air Force Academy ring was found embedded in the wall across the room. Ironically, Professor Angelakos was nearby when the bomb exploded. He rushed to help Hauser.
Bro, Professor Angelakos, I'd be suspicious of him. Because he's Greek, obviously. Motherfucker's always around, supposedly, when one of these things keeps blowing up.
Unabomber-related crime scene investigations conducted by the FBI, ATF, and the United States Postal Service had become frustratingly routine. The recovered bomb components were packaged and sent to the FBI lab for future comparisons. Over the next few years, there would be many such examinations. On May 8th...
You know Ted Kaczynski knows baklava is Turkish and not a Greek invention. Okay? I'm just saying. No, he knows that.
A package was received at the Boeing Corporation in Auburn, Washington. It was addressed only to the company, was heavy, and had too much postage.
Hey, Mark, look at this.
A suspicious mailroom employee called security. The package was x-rayed and shown to contain a pipe bomb. It had FC stamped into the end caps. Had the employee opened the package, it most likely would have killed him and anyone else nearby. On November 15th, 1985, Dr. James McConnell, a psychology professor at the University of Michigan, received a letter and package from a Ralph C. Kloppenberg. The sender described himself as a doctoral student. "I'd like you to read this book," he wrote. "Everyone in your position should read this book." As he read, his assistant opened the package nearby.
Uh-oh, not again. See? Anti-reading, dude. You just gotta... Here's how you could have saved yourself. Don't read. You see a book, you throw it in the trash immediately. You're like, no, not happening. Okay? Not for me. I'm good. I'm anti-reading and I'm anti-watching the top of the hour ad break. Okay? These are two very important principles for the HasanAbi heads out there. You no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour. If you want to uninterrupt the broadcast experience, all you need to do is subscribe or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? Don't unpause the bomb is going to blow up. Yeah, well, you're going to see it unless you are not subscribed, in which case you'll see an ad, probably, an explosive ad. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The explosion seriously injured the assistant and blew out the hearing of Dr. McConnell. Examiners continued to dissect the bombs. They were evolving as the Unabomber refined his craft.
I'm gonna pee, I'll be back.
Exhaustive lab tests showed they were getting more sophisticated and more powerful. Agents were frustrated. They were making little progress in determining the identity of the Unabomber. And their analysis was confirming what they already knew. If the packages kept coming, it would only be a matter of time before someone was killed. Hugh Scruton owned the Rentec computer store in Sacramento, California. On December 11th, 1985, about lunchtime, Scruton headed out the back door that led to the rear parking lot when he noticed something. It looked like a block of wood with 4 nails sticking out, points up. The explosion was ferocious, blowing a massive gaping hole into Scruton's chest, exposing his heart. The Unabomber was now a murderer. The bomb that killed Hugh Scruton was the most powerful yet. It consisted of a pipe within a pipe and contained all of the same characteristics as the others, right down to the FC stamped on a surviving end cap. The Unabomber investigation was now officially a homicide case. Investigators stuck to their strategy of keeping the details of the case secret, lest the Unabomber learn what they knew, or worse, lest they encourage copycats. Agents were desperate for a solid lead. Ted Kaczynski was always active in his secluded cabin. When he wasn't making bombs, he was writing his philosophy that justified them. For Ted Kaczynski, technological society was a horror, defined by the Earth's destruction and human beings amounting to little more than mindless robots. In Ted's story, anyone who was participating in the human race's dependency on technology was a villain. On February 20th, 1987, a secretary at Cam's computer store in Salt Lake City looked out of her office window and caught a glimpse of a man in the parking lot, placing an object on the ground. An hour later, the store's owner, Gary Wright, was in the parking lot. He noticed the object on the ground. It was a block of wood with 4 nails sticking out, points up. Wright received serious injuries, but miraculously survived. As police scoured bus stations and local businesses looking for a suspect, a sketch was commissioned from the secretary's description. It was unquestionably the portrait of a man in disguise. The sketch didn't catch the Unabomber, but in one way it may have worked. Knowing he was seen, the Unabomber seemed to vanish. After 9 years of bombings, Unabomber-related incidents simply stopped after the 1987 Cams explosion. The investigation had continued, but all available leads had been exhausted. After 6 years of silence, investigators were hopeful that the Unabomber had either been imprisoned on some unrelated charge or died. Either way, the bombs had stopped.
I feel like I've educated this dog a little too well on waiting. Whenever I say wait, she just like doesn't move ever again, which is very odd. Very, very, very odd. I don't know why. I'm like, come on, go. I'm like, go. Okay, go. And then she won't. She literally just sitting there. How Harvard created the Unabomber? Yeah, we'll cover that part after this. I already have that ready. I just wanted an analysis of the situation. Okay. You need to teach a release word then? Malicious compliance. How does she do when being called? Hiya. I'll give her something else.
But Ted Kaczynski was neither dead nor in jail. He had spent the last 6 years virtually alone. Content in his day-to-day routine. Tending the garden, hunting, writing, and visiting the library. Ted always managed to stay on top of current events. In 1993, after a 6-year hiatus, several highly publicized events propelled the Unabomber out of retirement. The fiery siege at Waco, Texas, between the ATF and the Branch Davidian religious cult, and the bombing of the World Trade Center created a violent political environment. The Unabomber would return in a fit of violence of his own. Dr. Charles Epstein is a renowned geneticist at the University of San Francisco. On June 22, 1993, he sat down at his kitchen table to open his mail, including a padded envelope which had arrived that day. The blast critically injured Dr. Epstein. After 2.5 hours of surgery, he was stabilized and very lucky to be alive. Two days later, on June 24th, Dr. David Galernter, a prominent computer scientist at Yale University, arrived early at his office to open his mail.
Yeah, he bombed the wrong Epstein.
Injured in his right.
I can't take like these blasts seriously because the recreations are so comical and he made so many of them. Like, it's just almost impossible for me to sit here and take this like as a devastating, you know, reactionary terrorist who's like trying to kill fucking grad students who definitely do not deserve it. But it is so cartoonish, the depiction of these explosions and the frequency of which it happens, that it's like you could put a supercut of it and it's always like, ah! And there was a unidentified item and this grad student or this college professor touched it. Boom!
Arm, eye, and abdomen. Galernter struggled to his feet and went out the door for help. The FBI quickly determined that the Epstein bomb and the Galernter bomb were identical. Pipe bombs filled with potassium chlorate and aluminum powder. Both devices had been placed inside a handcrafted wooden box. A few hours after the Galernter bomb went off, a letter was received in the mailroom of the New York Times. It was from a self-proclaimed anarchist group called FC, who were claiming responsibility for the recent bombings. FC promised more communications in the future. An identifying number was provided to the Times to ensure the authenticity of future communications. It was 553-25-4394. The FBI determined that the number was a Social Security number of a 20-year-old parolee in Northern California, incredibly with a tattoo on his arm reading "Pure Wood." An investigation quickly dismissed him as the Unabomber. Another major clue was discovered. Impressed into the paper on the New York Times letter was the faint notation, "Call Nathan R., Wednesday, 7 p.m." The elusive Unabomber finally provided agents with a solid lead.
What a dumbass.
The FBI talked to over 10,000 people whose first name was Nathan and whose last name began with R. The exhaustive search turned up nothing. It seemed the Unabomber loved sending the FBI on wild goose chases. The Times ran the letter, which sparked public interest. It also drew the FBI into dozens of false leads. Disgruntled students, aircraft engineers, even a Dungeons and Dragons club in Chicago. The latest round of activity...
Wait, so the Purewood tattoo thing and the convict identification number, like, how the fuck did he have access to that? Went on Twitch at the library, and it's the first time I've not seen you on the front page. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Maybe you are tripping.
It sent the FBI investigation into overdrive. A Unabomber task force consisting of FBI, ATF, and postal inspectors was formed to coordinate investigative efforts. Jim Freeman was the head of the FBI's San Francisco field office. He would also head the multi-agency Unabomber task force.
We had evidence that was scattered around 3 different federal agencies and a lot of local state laboratories. So we recognized that our task was to gain control of the information that was already out there, determine what investigation had already been done. And we set about this by deciding to reinvestigate every Unabomber crime.
Every shred of physical evidence that remained from past Unabomber devices would be given to one forensic examiner. Special Agent Tom Monell of the FBI Laboratory's Materials and Devices Unit became the chief examiner for the investigation.
All the evidence in the Unabomber case, no matter if it was explosive related or not, came through me and my unit. In a serial bombing type case such as the Unabomber case, the most frustrating aspect was the fact that we were doing all forensic examinations that could possibly be done to the evidence, and it wasn't able to lead us to any individual.
While the task force struggled, Kaczynski's warped revolution against society continued. On December 10th, 1994, advertising executive Thomas Moser was opening his mail in his North Caldwell, New Jersey home. His wife and 2 daughters were upstairs. He examined a small package with excessive postage from an H.C. Wickel, Department of Economics, San Francisco State University. The explosion was the most gruesome yet, instantly decapitating Thomas Moser. With every previous device in the Unabomber investigation, Agent Monell was able to reconstruct a replica, working only from the debris recovered from the various crime scenes. As with the 15 bombs he had reconstructed, this one was unquestionably the work of the Unabomber. A few months later, Ted Kaczynski prepared for an extended visit to the West Coast. This trip would be his busiest to date. On April 19, 1995, Ted Kaczynski was in the San Francisco Bay Area when Timothy McVeigh's 2,000-pound fuel oil bomb destroyed the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, killing 168 people. Ted would not let his agenda be eclipsed by the devastation in Oklahoma. The next day, April 20th, the nation still reeling over Oklahoma City, Kaczynski mailed 5 items, 4 letters, and a parcel. Within a few days, the mail arrived back east. First was a letter to the New York Times. FBI Special Agent Terry Turchie was second in command of the Unabomber task force.
In the letter to the New York Times, he mentioned that he was claiming responsibility for the attacks on Thomas Moser, Charles Epstein, and David Gelernter. He also mentioned some of his goals and objectives and said that he was thinking of sending a manuscript or essay and that he wanted them to consider publishing that essay. And if they did, he would make an agreement to cease committing terrorist acts.
The second letter received was to recent victim David Gelernter at Yale, still recovering from his April wounding. The letter was taunting. Dr. Gelernter, people with advanced degrees are not as smart as they think they are. If you'd had any brains, you would have realized that there are a lot of people out there who resent bitterly the way techno nerds like you are changing the world. On April 25th, 1995, a package arrived at the California Forestry Association addressed to its former president, William Dennison. Its current president, Gilbert Murray, decided to open it himself.
That's a federal crime.
It exploded.
That's a federal crime. You should not have done that. That's a federal crime. Don't open someone else's mail, okay? Classic, though.
With incredible violence, destroying everything in the office. Gil Murray was literally blown to pieces. 4 blocks away, the governor of California heard the blast from his office. The Unabomber scare was nationwide. Bomb threats were being reported everywhere. The FBI suspect list topped 50,000 names. 16 years and 16 bombs later, the Unabomber had claimed 3 lives and injured 24 people. 2 months after Murray was brutally killed,
Unabomber HasanAbi shitting on STEM Lord PhDs. Handshake emoji.
A letter arrived at the San Francisco Chronicle. It read, "The terrorist group FC, called Unabomber by the FBI, is planning to blow up an airliner out of Los Angeles International Airport during the next 6 days."
The threat had to be taken absolutely seriously because the Unabomber had in fact placed a bomb aboard an aircraft before. It wasn't lethal enough to blow the plane out of the sky, but we knew that his bomb-making ability had progressed enough that he certainly was capable of that now.
The FBI saw to it that special security measures went into effect immediately at California airports. No one without a ticket was allowed through security. All bags were searched. Bomb-sniffing dogs checked everything. The Postal Service stopped flying the mail on commercial jets.
Passengers are questioned about carry-on luggage that they've had. Have you had this package in your custody and control during the entire time? Did you pack the suitcase yourself? Those type of questions all began from that day in LAX.
The same day that the airliner threat was received at the San Francisco Chronicle, the Washington Post received a message from FC, a 56-page typed manifesto. The New York Times received a carbon copy of the manifesto the next day, as did the adult magazine Penthouse 2 days after that. The letter to the Post and Times laid out the terms and conditions for publication and agreed to stop the bombings if the Post or the Times published. For Special Agent Terry Turchi and the Unabomber Task Force, receiving the manifesto was a huge break.
Of course, when the Unabomber manuscript came in, that was big information, and this was a major break, and we all knew that it was a major break, which, if handled properly, could possibly lead us to identify the Unabomber.
The manuscript, blandly titled Industrial Society and Its Consequences, was a meticulously written tract against technology, genetics, leftism, conservatism, and modern society generally. The FBI had many items of evidence collected from years of investigating this case. They needed to generate just one solid lead, one that could hopefully break the case wide open. Freeman thought the answer lay in publishing the manifesto.
We very much were in favor of publishing it because after reading the manifesto, it was clear that someone had
I like that this gamble worked out, for the record, because his brother was like, "Oh shit, that's my brother," but I had to look it up. I'm sorry. This type of shit turns me into a Theodore fan. Anyway, what I was gonna say is the FBI's gamble worked, right? But it is kind of wild that they were like simultaneously worried about copycats. So they basically were like, let's publish his argument.
put their philosophy that had evolved over a number of years within the pages of this thing. It was recognizable. Somebody in reading this, we hoped, would read it and say, I remember that guy. He was sat next to me in class at such and such a university.
After some public soul-searching and discussions with the director of the FBI and Attorney General Janet Reno, the Washington Post, and the New York Times, the decision was made to publish the manifesto. The manifesto appeared in a special section of the Post on September 19, 1995. By early 1996, Ted Kaczynski.
The Unabomber tried to make a deal with the Penthouse to publish his manifesto in exchange for just one more bombing. What? Bob Guccione was prepared to publish him fully and without censorship. The FBI calls us Unabomb. You offer to publish our manuscript in the Penthouse in exchange for our promise to desist from terrorism, and that is what we're writing to you about. We've not made any phone calls, so you know communication from FC should be accepted as authentic. We are sending to the New York Times. That letter carries our identifying number cut out on your copy. We aren't in the habit of reading sex magazines ourselves, but we don't have anything against those who do read such magazines or those who publish them. However, it will obviously be to our advantage if we can get our stuff published in a respectable periodical rather than in Penthouse, because many people do consider sex magazines to be disreputable or worse. Moreover, if we're not mistaken, Penthouse is basically an entertainment magazine that contains also some serious commentary. In such magazines, the serious commentary, to some extent, serves as part of the entertainment. We are down on the entertainment industry because it is an opium of the masses. So we don't like the idea of playing footsie with that industry by allowing our writings to be used as entertainment. Therefore, if possible, we'd like to get our stuff published somewhere other than in Penthouse. He was so kind. Like the way he was writing. We are sending copies of our manuscript to the New York Times and the Washington Post. The New York Times is to have first claim on the right to publish a manuscript or to arrange for its publication elsewhere. Then the Washington Post. And after that, Penthouse. I like that it's like the New York Times, Washington Post, and then if it doesn't work out, Penthouse. If neither the New York Times nor the Washington Post has published the material or began to publish it in serial form or caused it to be published elsewhere or announced a definite date for its publication within 3 months from the day the present letter it's postmarked, then Penthouse can publish the material and will have exclusive rights for it. To it for 6 months in accord with the conditions stated in our letters to New York Times. But Penthouse must publish the material or publish the first installment, if it is to be serialized, within 2 months after the expiration of the 3-month period we just mentioned, and publication of the entire manuscript must be completed within about 6 months after the first installment appears. Do not skip. Are you crazy? I can't read that whole thing, dude. I am literally anti-reading, brother.
His brother David had been doing some soul-searching of his own. The news.
These guys nowadays, like guys that have attitudes like this one, basically are doing like, First Amendment auditor type shit on YouTube instead. Again, Industrial Revolution W. Okay? They're just doing busy work where they've basically created YouTube channels where they go up to cops and stuff and then tell them that they have no authority over them and film them with their phone cameras. So it turns out probably much better for society overall. They get to make entertaining content that we can look at and watch and laugh at while also simultaneously not murder random people.
Reports that the Unabomber had connections to Chicago, their boyhood home, as well as to Berkeley and Salt Lake City, nagged at him. He got a copy of the manifesto and began reading. He read it in the hopes of erasing the idea that his brother was a killer. What he read sent chills down his spine. He recognized the language and content of the manifesto as being similar to that of writings by his brother Ted. David dug up as many old letters and writings of Ted's as he could find and compared them to the Unabomber manifesto. Both had employed the unique phrase, cool-headed logician. David was distressed, but not yet convinced. He wrote Ted an urgent letter. Though he did not reveal his suspicions, he requested a visit to Montana. Ted refused his brother's request. David decided to call a private investigator to look into the matter.
W snitch.
But the news that the private eye brought him was not encouraging. The private eye submitted the manifesto along with some of Ted's writing to be analyzed by experts who didn't know the parties involved. The experts concluded that the authors had a strong chance of being the same person. Frantically, David continued his search for anything Ted had ever written to him. In an old trunk, he came across the essay Ted had sent him back in 1971. David could no longer hide from the reality that his brother might be the Unabomber.
W snitch, dude.
David
Actually,
Kaczynski
good
was
snitch.
stunned. The 1971 essay David had unearthed was eerily similar to the Unabomber manifesto. Torn by the prospect of...
I keep expecting these letters to explode. Same, brother. Anytime one of these anytime somebody opens a letter, I expect a comical explosion to take place. Where the guy goes, ah!
of turning in his own brother on the one hand and endangering lives on the other, David Kaczynski made a gut-wrenching decision. Through his attorney, he contacted the FBI about his brother. In February of 1996, David Kaczynski told task force members of his suspicions. He gave a detailed accounting of Ted's life, where he grew up, where he went to school, and where he now lived. He then turned over the 1971 essay.
And then we were able to do a side-by-side comparison between that document that was prepared many years before to the current copy of the manifesto, and it was very clear to us, many of us in the task force, that the similarities were more than coincidental.
The FBI analyzed the essay and found over 160 examples of similarities with the Unabomber manifesto, including common phrases and misspellings. The list went on and on. After 17 years, the FBI had its first major suspect, Ted Kaczynski. Dozens of FBI agents quietly slipped into the small town of Lincoln, Montana. The FBI kept careful surveillance on Kaczynski's cabin as they laid out the case for a search warrant, hoping that the Unabomber would not strike again in the interim. By the beginning of April, enough information had been uncovered to justify the warrant. Among other things, agents were able to learn that Ted had traveled extensively. Hotel records showed that he was always on the move immediately preceding a Unabomber event. Agent Terry Turchi submitted a meticulous 65-page affidavit outlining the government's case against Ted Kaczynski and requesting permission to search his cabin.
We had been working all morning since about 5 that morning to pre-position various agent teams in different locations in the woods in Lincoln, Montana, and at a forward command post that we had established in Lincoln. Everybody had a different role. We had also had the evidence response teams coming in, and they were staging at another command post that we had in Lincoln. So everyone was ready to go once the warrant was signed.
Disguised FBI agents and a forest officer approached Kaczynski's cabin. They walked toward his cabin speaking loudly. They didn't want Kaczynski to suspect.
I like the idea that ultimately what happened was not the FBI's like brilliant investigative capabilities, but instead a shot in the dark and possibly like quite problematic decision to release the manifesto, which led to the brother snitching on him. Like, they got so fucking lucky, it's crazy. And also, this entire documentary is supposed to like show this as like a positive thing, but they literally did very little. Especially when you consider that the Penthouse magazine would have published the manifesto, inevitably, it makes it even funnier.
There was anybody sneaking up on him. The officers asked him to help identify a property line on their map. As he turned to get his coat, the officers pounced on Kaczynski. The suspected Unabomber was in custody.
Nerd.
Kaczynski was immediately taken for questioning to a temporary forward command post. Jim Freeman was about to come face to face with the man that had eluded the FBI
smelled like
for
spoiled
nearly 2
milk?
decades.
He looked just absolutely disheveled. He looked like he was covered with soot. The agents that had grabbed his arms to restrain him had soot on their hands.
So, Ted, you like to travel?
Kaczynski admitted nothing and refused to say whether the cabin had any live bombs in it. As the questioning continued, the search of the cabin began. The tiny cabin was treated essentially like a live bomb. It was assumed that the place at the very least had live bombs in it, or at worst, was heavily booby-trapped. Explosive ordnance disposal teams cautiously made their way into the cabin.
Not putting a bomb in your cabin as a bomber
Ted
is pretty
Kaczynski
big.
had
That's
not
a big
been formally
L2.
arrested on any charges yet. As investigators searched through his cabin, they found enough evidence to charge him with possession of bomb-making materials. They found pipes, chemicals, wiring, batteries, and wooden boxes. This charge would allow agents to hold Kaczynski until a more thorough search could be conducted. FBI Special Agent and explosive expert Donald Sockleben was responsible for quickly gathering evidence in order to obtain the arrest warrant. He rushed to Helena to petition the judge. Sockleben had been working on the Unabomber case for years.
I think it was on the ride back to Helena that night when Pat Webb and I, who had worked on this for so many years, just sort of looked at each other and realized that maybe this was the beginning of the end. That we really did believe that night, if we hadn't believed before, that we had in fact caught the Unabomber.
Ted Kaczynski was detained overnight until formal arrest charges could be brought the following morning. He was led through the streets on national television, looking every bit the part of an eccentric hermit. He was presented the next day before a judge in Helena on a charge of possession of bomb-making equipment. The search of the cabin continued. The room was a gold mine, but a dangerous one. Each container, each book, each binder needed to be x-rayed for explosive devices. It was clearly going to take a long time to search the tiny cabin. The evidence being slowly hauled out of the cabin was damning. A series of 3-ring binders with page after page of detailed bomb designs which matched the bombs used in many of the Unabomber explosions. Explosive powders of the type used in the bombings. Aluminum ingots and aluminum shavings on the floor, crucial bomb components. There was the infamous hooded sweatshirt and sunglasses. Agent Thomas Monell, the expert on Unabomber devices, was also inside the cabin.
The other evidence located in the cabin were electrical components and wire that were consistent with the majority of the Unabomber devices. We found a improvised or a homemade flip type switch that was literally identical to 3 switches that were used in earlier bombs.
After almost 2 full days, the search came to a sudden stop. A package was found. It was wrapped like previous bombs with a return address on it. All it awaited was a victim's name and address for the front. It was x-rayed and determined to be a live pipe bomb. Special Agent Socklaven had to handle the crisis.
Well,
this motherfucker was sleeping with a live pipe bomb under his bed, by the way. Which is wild to think about because it's like I guess he just knew that his shit was so ass it would never explode.
From the x-ray, it looked very similar to the last bomb that had been placed, the one that killed Mr. Murray in Sacramento. We were able to safely remove the box from the cabin and take it down the hill to where we set up a site to deal with the bomb.
The search slowly continued in the days ahead, and more damning evidence was seized. In addition to bomb-making paraphernalia and chemicals, agents also seized letters, notes, diagrams, and the Unabomber manifesto. One irrefutable link between Ted Kaczynski and the Unabomber remained: the typewriter used for the manifesto.
The typewriter that had been used to type the manifesto wasn't found until literally the last day of the search, which took
Technology L, by the way, using a typewriter, I mean.
4 or 5 days. It was literally in the bottom of the last box that was opened.
It had taken 11 days to search an 80-square-foot room, but the FBI's careful approach had paid off. The man who had killed, maimed, and ruined lives, all the while taunting the FBI, was caught stone cold. On April 14th, the entire cabin was hoisted onto a flatbed and hauled away for further examination. The charges against Kaczynski had been upgraded. On June 18, 1996, Ted Kaczynski was indicted in Sacramento on 10 counts relating to Unabomber activities. 1 charge in the death of Hugh Scruton, 3 charges in the wounding of Charles Epstein, 3 charges in the maiming of David Galerter.
I just don't know how many people were using typewriters to communicate at that point. And I feel like it should have been like easier to figure out or pinpoint down or whittle away at possible suspects, because like the type of ink being used, you know what I mean? Or maybe like the keystrokes that would give away whichever type of typewriter it was. Figure out like who was. Buddy, home computers weren't until the 90s. First of all, I know. I understand that. My grandfather had a typewriter. So you watch too much CSI? But isn't there like details off of I don't know, like details that give away like what kind of typewriter it is, what kind of ink it is, like what kind of spacing is on the typewriter, you know what I mean? I'm sure.
And 3 charges in the death of Gil Murray. That day would have been Gil Murray's 48th birthday. New Jersey authorities filed more charges for the death of Thomas Moser. On November 12, 1996, selected visitors filed into a Sacramento courtroom for the long-awaited trial of Ted Kaczynski. In the front row was Ted's family, brother David, and his mother, Wanda Kaczynski. As Ted entered the courtroom, he turned his back angrily on his family members and never acknowledged them. Opening statements were about to begin when Kaczynski stood up and said he wanted to change lawyers. After a few days, the judge ruled that Kaczynski would have to undergo psychological testing. Federal prison psychiatrist Dr. Sally Johnson spent many days with Kaczynski. She concluded that Ted Kaczynski was mentally ill, but was competent to stand trial. The government's case against Kaczynski was overwhelming. For 17 years, the FBI had prepared for this day.
It's like we both think you're mentally ill and you're but still competent to stand trial.
Examiners had reconstructed and preserved every device related to the Unabomber's crimes. With Ted Kaczynski's arrest, they were now able to establish an irrefutable link between him and the Unabomber. Ted's desire for solitude would no longer be self-imposed. With no options, he pled guilty to all Unabomber-related crimes. He was given 4 life sentences plus 30 years. He would never be eligible for parole. For Agent Terry Turchi, the Unabomber investigation shows the FBI's determination to never quit until justice is served, no matter how long it takes.
For the people committing these crimes, who may go on for many years and not get caught, they may become more arrogant, or they may become more complacent, or they may think we're never going to catch them. But I think for them and for the public, the message has to be that we don't give up and that we're going to stay with it until we solve it. And certainly I think that is what we're called upon to do and what we need to do.
In June 1998, Joanna Lee, an assistant editor at Simon & Schuster Publishing, received a letter from Ted Kaczynski with a prison return address. She knew he was the convicted Unabomber, but opened it anyway.
Well, I mean, it's from prison.
Kaczynski wanted them to publish a book about his struggle. To this date, there are no takers.
He did not fucking say my struggle. Bro, that's from prison? Who else did that, I wonder? Writing a book about his struggle from... Huh. Interesting. You've heard mind bomb? Oh God, that's so stupid. You're so dumb for that joke. This was the FBI files. And then here's how Harvard created the Unabomber.
Participate in a psychological study on your university campus. It's run by an esteemed professor. You'll earn some pocket change, and as a side bonus, perhaps contribute to the greater scientific knowledge of humanity. But the next thing you know, you have electrodes strapping you to machines and a camera recording you.
Like, I think he was already a weirdo, and this just basically tweaked his mind in all the right ways. Like, you know how the FBI will, like, purposely find, like, random fucking teenagers and shit? And, like, tell them all the best ways to, like, coerce them into doing an act of terror, only to just, like, arrest them subsequently, put them in perma-jail to say, hey, we did it again, boys. We caught another terrorist in the act. And it's like, I feel like so many things, I mean, he was geared to be the perfect guy to do this. And then the MKUltra experiments basically fucking broke him.
As a lawyer berates and belittles every belief and value you hold dear. Today, on Nutty History, we're putting a magnifying glass on the Harvard experiments, the mysterious and unethical series of experiments conducted on unwitting students from 1959 to 1962. year was 1959. The setting was Harvard Yard. I'm sorry, I had to do an accent once. 22 Harvard students were asked, or possibly pressured, to participate in a vague series of psychological experiments that would contribute to the solution of certain psychological problems. You don't have to be a Harvard grad to know that that description is kind of sketchy. The subjects were paid for their time, typically 2 hours a week. For step 1 of the experiment, they were instructed to write an essay about their life philosophy and were told that they would be debating it with another student. Instead, they were straight up duped. These human guinea pigs were led into a brightly lit room, seated facing a one-way mirror. Through a hole in the wall, a camera was recording everything. Electrodes were attached to their bodies to measure their heart and respiratory rates. The students were then instructed to defend their personal life philosophy. But instead of being met with the promised discussion with a peer, they were interrogated by a lawyer.
I'm not gonna lie. This would break any man. Like, this would break any fucking man. You don't even need to be like kind of a weirdo to be absolutely brain broken. He got literally debate lorded, dude. He got debate lorded into terrorism, which of course, once again, proves the point I make regularly, which is debate perverts are the biggest burden on society. It's not the Industrial Revolutions and its consequences on mankind. It's debate pervertry and its consequences on mankind.
An older and more experienced opponent whose aim was to humiliate and completely desecrate all of the students' most core beliefs. The interrogator prepared for each student by studying their essays, learning about their hopes and dreams with the aim of causing them to question everything they thought that they knew. The subjected students, who were given code names, described their helplessness during the experience as the verbal abuse continued. While 2 hours might not seem like the end of the world, over the course of 3 years, each student spent an average of 200 hours in a chair, which one student, codenamed Kringle, compared to being strapped into an electric chair. After interrogation, students were forced to watch themselves be berated, reliving the embarrassing ordeal all over again. So what the hell was the point of all of this? And who gave the okay on psychologically traumatizing the school's own students for 3 years? The Harvard experiments were led by Henry Murray, a respected psychology professor whose contributions to the field can still be found in modern-day psychological assessments. Like many of the greats, though, Murray's career wasn't squeaky clean, ethically speaking. By his own words, Murray called the interrogative attacks on the Harvard experiments vehement, sweeping, and personally abusive. So it certainly wasn't a case of good intentions gone wrong. The goals of these experiments weren't and aren't entirely.
That's a really good point. This is basically what Steven Crowder does on a regular basis. The Change My Mind segments. And Ben Shapiro does this too. Ben Shapiro is literally a lawyer. Ben Shapiro looked at how the Unabomber was created and was like, hypothetically, what if I was the one who did the exact same thing to unsuspecting college freshmen?
Entirely known, and it seemed Murray often deviated from an exact scientific method. One of his graduate students' assistants described him as not the most systemic scientist, and the professor himself often gave varying answers, at times suggesting his data had no value at all. Cool. Well, that's a good reason to emotionally scar a bunch of developing minds. There's other experience from Murray's background, however, that suggests he wasn't conducting these experiments just for kicks. In World War II, he was part of an Office of Strategic Services, later known as the CIA.
Oh, OSS guy, huh? Interesting. Surely this had nothing to do with MK Ultra.
Where he helped assess agents and collaborated on a psychological profile of Hitler. The profile report specifically mentioned that Hitler would commit suicide if defeat was near. How about them apples? He also monitored military experiments on brainwashing. Get your tinfoil hats ready. A popular theory is that Murray's ties with the CIA continued post-World War II and into the Cold War. During this time, the CIA was focused on interrogation, training, and techniques, how to ensure their own men would stand up to interrogation, and how to effectively break enemy prisoners. This involved tests and experiments designed to psychologically break down the subject. Sound familiar? Much of this testing was encompassed under the notorious Project MKUltra, which would use many...
Why is he saying get your tinfoil hats ready? Why is he saying get your tinfoil hats ready and then like talking about declassified information that is like literally I don't know, just openly discussed. It's not like it's hidden. Like it's just like factual history.
Many unknowing participants to test the use of drugs and procedures in interrogations for potential mind control. Some allege that the Harvard experiments were actually part of MKUltra, which did utilize a variety of other institutions to secretly conduct its operations. Also adding fuel to the fire, MKUltra drugged many of its subjects with LSD.
Oh yeah.
Without their consent, for your information, thinking that bad acid trips were the key to controlling someone's mind. Henry Murray, funnily enough, also had an interest in psychedelics. Right around the same time period, he supervised and supported a young Harvard researcher by the name of Timothy Leary in a study of hallucinogens. According to our data, that's one coincidence too many. It's impossible to tell what lasting impact the Harvard experiments may have had on its subjects, but one went on to make history in a way that didn't exactly earn himself a spot in the Alumni Hall of Fame. Ted Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber, terrorized the nation with a bombing campaign.
Okay, for the record, as far as Harvard alumni goes, Ted Kaczynski doesn't crack the top 100 most murderous alumni, okay? Like, you got presidents that have gone there, all right? You got, like, Secretary of States that have gone to Harvard. Get the fuck out of here. Motherfucker killed, like, 3 people and maimed, like, 16, okay? Those are actual rookie numbers for Harvard. It doesn't even crack. I'm willing to bet that it does not even fucking crack the top 1,000, I would say. As far as like Harvard's most prestigious alumni, oh my lord.
Campaign for 17 years that killed 3 people and injured 23 more. Kaczynski at the time was living as a recluse in a cabin in the woods and used the bombs as a twisted way to draw attention to his anti-technology beliefs, which aren't actually so crazy compared to the methods he used to advertise them. But before the rap sheet, Ted was a young Harvard student, enrolling in the Ivy League school on a scholarship at just 16 years old. Kaczynski was a mathematical whiz who was also unlucky enough to be, according to him, pressured.
Yeah, Zuckerberg didn't even graduate Harvard, and he still got a fucking genocide in Myanmar under his belt that he, like, you know, played a formative role in facilitation.
Into partaking in Murray's experiments. Many believe that Murray's humiliating and traumatic experience, which Kaczynski called the worst experience of his life, were instrumental in shaping Ted into a very talented serial killer. As a younger and less mature student, he may have been more susceptible to manipulation and taken a harder hit, psychologically speaking. Others theorize that the ordeal made him increasingly isolated from Harvard society and led to a hatred of technology and psychology that later turned murderous. Prior to undergoing the Harvard experiments, Ted was described by a Harvard health scientist doctor as exceedingly stable. Well, here's some crows you can eat, Doc. Although the methods of Murray's Harvard experiment seem stunningly unethical by today's standards, at the time they didn't really go against any research code of conduct. It wasn't until a whole bunch of other disturbing experiments occurred that the American Psychological Association instituted in-depth guidelines on research ethics and a review board. You know, disturbing experiments like the one where participants were made to believe that they had fatally electrocuted other participants. But that's another video for another day. Let us know in the comments what other deranged debacles from history you
I feel like they could have done a deeper dive into the CIA MKUltra stuff. A young Harvard student took part in an experiment that turned the participants into wet pieces of bread doomed to defend billionaires till they die from a fatally gay Bud Light commercial. That student's name, Ben Shapiro. Please pray for him. What is this? I can't read this for some reason. It's not loading. Why am I not allowed to read this? What the fuck? Oh, it worked. Berlin pays brothel 250,000 euros compensation over police raid. The operators of the Artemis brothel had launched 2 lawsuits after police raided the premises in 2016. City administration has apologized for detaining staff and making prejudicial statements at a press conference. The city of Berlin has issued an apology. Dude, this brothel is the most like legal. This brothel is the most like legal award-winning brothel on the history of brothels. Hasan's true 9/11, and yet it doesn't even fucking matter. Like the Swerfs will consistently continue to use the raid, and the statements released by the cops at the time on a brothel that is still working legally to say that I have participated in like child sex trafficking or whatever. Why does it keep coming up? Because like these guys literally turned around and sued Berlin twice, and they won both, it turns out. Both of the fucking both of the not this discourse for the 1,000th time. They won 2 lawsuits against the city of Berlin. One for wrongful detention, and another for defamation. Hundreds of police raided the Artemis sauna and brothel near West Kreuz in 2016, detaining several. The irony is, I have no interest in defending this fucking brothel. Dwarfs are so obsessed with the discourse they created. Yeah. The irony is, I have no interest in defending this brothel. I went to a fucking I went to this brothel. Like, what? Almost, not 10 years, but like many, many years prior to this fucking, in like, I guess 2010? 6 years before it got raided by cops. At the age of like 19. 13 years ago now. I brought it up, and I had brought it up many, many times over, by the way, of course, as I talk about sex work and you know, sex workers in general. And the brothel got raided by cops. It's a legal brothel. I had talked about it so many times over, but Swerfs basically took it the last time I talked about it and elevated it to the point of discourse and bastardized this until it was completely unrecognizable from the truth, as they claimed that I was going to a brothel where like children were being sex trafficked, and I had somehow done it myself, actually. It never ended. They still do it every time. Every time, like, depending on which Twitter circle I pop off in, they literally will point to this, and they say the most psychotic shit about it. Okay? Which is ridiculous. It's completely unhinged. It's funny those swerves never talk about kick streamer gloating about rape or shit actually fucked up. Like, it's about them not... It's like, it's about them, not people being hurt. Yeah. A Turkish man going to Germany to traffic minors. I wonder why the fucking weirdos are so hitched on this talking point. Yeah. The Nazi groypers also bring this up. Ironic because they like literally defend pedophilia in the same breath while they bring this shit up. It's like all of my most unhinged haters got together and chose to just lie Also, they call anyone defending you an incel or a rapist. Swerves are insane. They are. They are insane. Anyway, but it turns out that the fucking brothel, which I have no interest in even defending, by the way, I don't give a shit. Like, it's ridiculous. But it turns out the brothel actually sued the government of Berlin, one for defamation and one for wrongful detention, and won both of those lawsuits. They are like the most award-winning fucking brothel of all time, legal award-winning brothel of all time. The state of Berlin apologized for the pretrial detention and the considerable disadvantages suffered by those accused at a time as a result of the search, the pretrial detention, the indictment, and the statements made by the public prosecutor's office, the city's judicial administration said in a statement on Friday. A years-long legal battle. Last December, the Berlin Court of Appeal ruled that the comments made by public prosecutor's office at a press conference were prejudicial, exaggerated, lurid, and culpably in breach of official duties. It ordered the city administration to pay 100,000 euros in damages. But the operators had also launched a second lawsuit for wrongful detention and demanded a considerably higher amount, according to the city's judicial administration. The apology and 250,000 euros in compensation were a part of the settlement reached by the city and the brothel operators. The case is now closed. The operator's lawyer, Margaret Grafin von Galen, said the statement was a good signal to restore confidence in the rule of law. They claim they will use the cash to compensate the female employees who were detained at the time and will donate the remainder to charity. Personally, I'd take the stance that it doesn't matter either way. You had no knowledge and didn't engage in anything with any trafficked person to end. Exactly. But, like, I, for some reason, cannot get these fucking weirdos to comprehend that. You know what I mean? It's like pointing to me if I went to a goddamn restaurant and then that restaurant killed a bunch of people with food poisoning. You turn around and you go, Hasan, remember when you went to that fucking restaurant and you participated in eating food there? It's like your fucking fault that other people died from food poisoning. It's insane. You must have served the food. You participated in this. Remember when you poisoned people? Anyway. It just sucks because all of those people are so insane. And they basically completely give the game away when they show how little they care about the actual subject matter of, like, I don't know, emancipation for sex workers or protecting sex workers, when they override what sex workers routinely say about their own profession and simply hyper-focus on me, a person who has defended sex workers, who consistently defends sex work, as the real villain of society. If you care about it so much, go fucking fight against a brothel yourself, okay? Take it up with them. Take it up with the motherfucking Berlin court system. Stop fucking yelling at me, okay? It is fucking ridiculous. I mean, they will not do that because they're socially maladjusted freaks who spend all of their times indoors, hiding behind the guise of anonymity as they live incredibly boring lives. And this is one of the only things that keeps it at least a little bit more sustainable as they creep desperately closer and closer towards an untimely demise. That is the only thing that allows them to basically feel like they're alive when they get a rise out of someone. They've taken on this weird false notion of justice on an issue where they don't even give a fuck about the victims themselves or even those who are involved that they consider to be victims. Whenever they say, we're not victims, we are doing this willingly, they go, fuck you, don't care. Once you get to know a sex worker, it becomes a lot less exploitative of an industry in terms of their choice in the matter. Yeah. And also, this isn't the only thing. You are correct about this. The second thing that happens quite frequently by conservatives, almost entirely, is the notion that you're like a groomer and a pedophile if you think that, you know, people should be more accepting of gay people coexisting in society. This is what our, you know, state of contemporary political discourse has turned into. It's insane to me. It's insane to me that that is so commonplace, because where else can you go? Where else can you go? The amount of people that have compared me to Andrew Tate because I went to a brothel that literally won two, not one, but two court cases against the fucking government that falsely claimed that they were doing sex trafficking, when in fact it was literally just tax evasion, and not that, from what I understand. Like the idea that every kind of argument basically fucking turns into, oh, you're a groomer, blows my mind. Okay? You can't do anything with that. It's over at that point. You're talking to an unhinged psychopath. Did someone bring this up again, or is it just new info came out? New information came out 14 hours ago. That says Berlin pays brothel 250,000 euros in compensation on top of the first court case that ended a couple of months ago, where they paid them 100,000 euros. Now Chad can stop complaining about relitigation. It doesn't even matter, though. It doesn't even matter. These people are still going to use it over and over again. But now at least you know. But ultimately, it doesn't matter, because all it takes is one TikTok to just like point to the older video, or point to like the title of a fucking article where I talked about going to a brothel. It was a Vice article, but they never read the fucking article. If they read the article, they would understand the position. But it's all it takes is just for them to fucking look. All it takes is for them to just clip this title and then move on with it, and then pair that with like an old article of the brothel being raided. This article is wonderfully well written. It features points of talking points from sex workers themselves, including some of my friends. And yet, freaks, absolute fucking brain-broken freaks, have so consistently, over the course of the past 2 years, consistently used this title to say, Hasan, you're a fucking rapist, child sex trafficker. Obviously, part of it is because I am an acceptable target to attack, and not the sex workers themselves, especially if you want to, you know, make it seem as though you care about sex workers. Okay? They want to come across like they're actually sympathetic to sex workers, and that's the reason why they want to abolish the entire industry. So they just, you know, lie about it all the fucking time. But of course, we can't do anything. Our community got cooked on the timeline. No, we didn't. Our community didn't get cooked on the timeline. And shit like this is only a further continuation, which, by the way, I think I replied very well to that. But shit like this is only a continuation of the fuck Hasan narrative popping off on Twitter. It pops off on Twitter because of the deliberate, targeted, diligent, consistent efforts of absolute fucking monsters routinely lying about shit that ties back to my own personal convictions. Okay? That's it. That is why there is a very real space for like Hasan fucking sucks type narratives. Doesn't matter how much money this community raises, doesn't matter how much good we do. It doesn't matter. People are never going to listen to my words. They're only going to fucking think, oh, Hasan, that guy, that's the chair streamer, fucking went to a brothel and he is a groomer LGBT advocate, fucking serves top of the hour ad breaks. That's all he does. I will say that the fuck Hasan movement has picked up steam again in the past couple of months, and for no reason too. It came out of nowhere, considering Kira was a HasanAbi head not that long ago. He still is. He follows me on his fucking alt, but Kira doesn't care about anything. He just cares about Twitter likes. A lot of these people don't have any personal convictions. They just care about Twitter likes. So that's why they're doing it. Okay? He is a professional tweet stealer. Come on. It's just for Twitter likes. But the reason why the fuck Hasan movement has picked up steam again is because of two different reasons. One, post-pandemic, everybody fucking despises who they were during the pandemic. And part of who they were was watching a fuck ton of Twitch streams, okay? And streamers in general. So I think that Twitch, if we're going to look at it as like a larger snapshot, which, by the way, I'm serving the top of the hour ad break. If you no longer want to see them, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. So that basically is one of the reasons why so many people humor coming is because your own peers like your rage don't even back you up when his chat eats your ass. No, a lot of content creators are fucking cowards. That's the reason why nobody does that. And your rage is actually one of the only fucking content creators in this space that I'm not like super familiar with or super close to that does actually defend me against this chat regularly. My point is, yeah, your rage is the absolute worst example you could use out of a sea of content creators that you could use. So, my point is, how does it feel to be a conforming loser who only capitalizes on others' drama? The fucking sheep. Yeah, I don't know how that feels, but also, I do know that it must feel objectively better than a guy who comes in here who has no convictions of his own, but is like yelling at a Twitch streamer on behalf of, I don't know who the fuck you're yelling at me on behalf of. Your life is not that much better than mine. At least I'm making money doing what I'm doing. You're just doing it for free. And I don't know why you're even doing it. I don't even know what you're yelling at me about. It's Saturday. Go out and have fun. Go work out. Better your life. Okay? You're not doing anything positive for yourself. Anyway. Where was I? I'm going to move away from this. Dude, you're entertaining this right now. They don't care about anything. They just want pointless back and forth. Yeah, there are content creators who do defend. But the point I'm trying to make is that the fuck Hasan movement that you see on Twitter all the fucking time is a combination of a couple different things. Twitter's incredibly right-wing slant. I'm one of the largest openly left-wing content creators out there who has eaten dick left and fucking right from the usual suspects that absolutely despise left-wing content creators. Twitter is incredibly right-wing. A lot of clowns on Twitter don't have any sort of personal moral convictions or anything like that, but simply want clicks. They want faves. They want retweets. So they'll grasp onto anything and everything that they believe will give them those clicks. They should be embarrassed for doing such a thing, but they're not. It is literally the bottom of the fucking barrel as far as like any kind of entertainment medium goes. That's why every Twitterer's dream is to basically launch a failed podcast or a failed Substack or a failed coffee or, you know, one of those types of things, or even become a Twitch streamer, ironically. But like I said, I've thought a lot about this. I think that a big part of the reason why people are like, oh, you know, fuck Hasan, whatever, is because I've made a lot of enemies throughout my many years of communicating what I believe is the best way to design the world. There's already, there's already a shitload of propaganda against that kind of thing. And people like comfortable narratives that they believe. It gives them a sense of warmth and security. So that's one other reason. Hey man, you're someone who dishes it out. You don't pretend to respect the big right-wing guys or right-wing ideology, so you piss a lot of people off, but that's not a bad thing. Better to be a genuine headstrong icon than some inauthentic glazer / people pleaser. You do you. It's amazing for you so far. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Keep fighting these fucking losers. A lot of people are, but you are the one who gets in their heads the most. Just keep spreading the good message and have faith that you're changing minds every time one of these losers sends more eyeballs your way. That's what keeps me going. That's what keeps me going. That's what makes me feel like this isn't all in vain. I don't think it's gotten worse, in my honest opinion. I think the annoying ones are chirping louder, but the overall hate is not anywhere near it used to be. Yeah, I think it's also not coming from leftist sources now, but it's coming from like the apolitical center right to far right content creators for the most part. That's it. Because like anytime I get like, anytime I'm catching strays or get a lot of heat, it usually is because someone wants to make a name for themselves and they know that there is like a little bit of, there's going to be some clout to be gained. But again, something that's really important is only 20% of Americans use Twitter. There is not exactly an accurate snapshot of how people truly feel about a particular person. And 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 Twitter likes is not necessarily meaningful in the grand scheme of things. And one of the greatest examples of this was when I covered the Nick is not green cancellation, quote unquote cancellation, by some of the most unhinged weirdos online who literally looked at Nick is not green's like and I's laughter at Betty-chan and were so upset by it. And they were so moved by this thing. And if you tried to describe that to like a normal coworker of yours, like what they were upset about, and why they were yelling, that person would immediately have an aneurysm. So things like that are a somber reminder that, once again, Twitter and Twitter momentum is not necessarily representative of how people view particular individuals. Yeah, if Twitter likes were correlated with real life, Bernie Sanders would be president. You're right. Anyway. Mind control. This is a MK Ultra video from Philion. Did we cover this? I feel like I might have watched this. Pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure we watched this. I hope you don't let the shit get to you too much. No, I don't. I am... Well, the reason why we're watching the Unabomber, by the way, is because of this. The Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, dies in prison. We're going to wrap up the Unabomber saga in a second. I was going to say, for those of you who are wondering, oh, it gets to you. Clearly you do. I don't think you'll, and they know you'll bite every time I talk about it for an hour on stream. Clearly you do. You will probably, fortunately, or maybe unfortunately for you, like I am a very fortunate, very lucky person, but you will never understand that. You won't. You just won't. Like, you get added in the chat by like maximum 50 people and lose your shit. Imagine having that happen every single day in the least charitable interpretations of what you're saying, get thrown back in your face when you see hundreds of thousands of people saying like you suck and that you should kill yourself. It's not great. It actually does not really bother me all that much because I'm super used to it. But let's be fucking real. To say that I am like, oh man, devastated by it, shook by it, and I'm like covering it all the fucking time is a little crazy. But you're right. You are a content watcher. I am the content creator, and I should tailor this content towards your needs. You don't understand it. There's no reason to fucking talk about it endlessly. You're not incorrect. Plus, it's been scaling for years. It's not like all of a sudden you have 25K viewers jumping from a 10-person stream. Yeah.
Drew, I mean, this is bringing up a whole lot of memories about, how Ted Kaczynski actually ended up, in custody. I mean, it was a great mystery for a very long time who was responsible for these, homemade bombs, these explosions, which were deadly explosions. And then ultimately, how investigators were able to piece it together. I mean, it really was an extraordinary mystery.
It really was. It's one of those cases that will go down in the history of the FBI as one of the most challenging and arduous investigations we mounted, but ultimately successful in 1995. We learned, of course, once we'd located Mr. Kaczynski and taken him into custody and saw the primitive conditions under which he was living, that's what made it so hard to really develop any effective leads for all those years. He was so completely off the grid, really leaving no trace of himself in any of the traditional ways that people do. But fortunately, with the publication of his manifesto, we were able to develop the sort of information from the public and specifically from family members that helped us crack the case.
And let's try and unravel some of that, because he was living in a cabin. I mean, it was... he wanted to be off the grid. That was his ambition. But at least one of the bombings took place as early as in the 70s at a Chicago university. And then you also, and it was a great mystery who was responsible for all of this. He was
Critics often attack the motives of people who protect the environment, seek social justice, donate money, or work too hard in organizations. Such as good deeds are dismissed as naive, hypocritical, champagne liberals, or as mere virtue signaling by those who do not perform those deeds sound like anyone. Yes, authenticity online is only shown by how extreme to the right you can be. The more of an asshole you are, the more other people online see you as like the type of guy who says it like it is. If you go in the other direction, you must be faking it. You're probably faking it. You're probably a bad guy. And I openly admit, like, you know, I have bad qualities that I don't like about myself. I'm not like this fucking socialist Jesus that my critics claim I present myself as. I'm not. I have the capacity to make bad takes, and I do it regularly. Happens all the time when you're fucking talking for 10 hours a day. Nobody's perfect. I myself included. All I can do is try to do what's right, try to do what's best. And that's it. But usually, you know, I mean, there's a couple different ways that people experience shit. Like, you can't be even remotely cringe, and also simultaneously, you can't try. You can't try to do anything. Everything needs to look effortless, and you also always have to be like, you know, cool, calm, collected, careless. Don't even give a shit about anything that's going on. And I am none of those things. I'm cringe. I care about things perhaps too much. I get emotional. I yell. I make mistakes all the fucking time. So people have, over the course of many, many years, used those mistakes against me. I want to move on from this now because Ted Kaczynski is dead. The irony is saying shit like that is what makes freaks think you're fake. Freaks think you're fake. Being emotionally mature is unrelatable to them. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. You just got to fucking keep your head down and keep striking away at it. Okay? It is what it is.
He was off the grid in a cabin, but perhaps his abduction, you know, or his arrest it was self-inflicted. I mean, he authored this manifesto. He sent it right to the FBI. Perhaps he thought he would continue to be mysterious, but then they were able to piece together any relations and use this as evidence, publish it. And it was his brother who ultimately would help turn him in, right?
That's absolutely right. So Kaczynski started in the late 1970s with what began as a primitive, low-tech mail bombing campaign directed predominantly at universities and airline industry representatives and different airline-related targets. Of course, in '79, was able to get a bomb on an American Airlines flight that fortunately did not detonate, but it let off a great degree of smoke, which alerted the pilots and were able to effect an emergency landing. There's no doubt that had that bomb gone off, it would have taken the plane down and taken all those lives with it. So an incredibly focused, determined, resilient adversary, right? And somebody who was motivated primarily by his extremist positions with respect to the environment. You know, people today, we think about domestic terrorism, we typically think about...
Yeah, totally. That's why.
...about it in very different contexts. In the 80s and 1990s, environmental terrorism was a major program that was being worked by the FBI because we had extremist activity around...
Dude, come on, dude. Come on. Painting him as an eco-terrorist, like 90% of the fucking people that the FBI, 90% of the people that the FBI fucking arrests as like eco-terrorists are like 65-year-old old school hippies who didn't actually fucking turn reactionary and would like strap themselves to fucking nuclear sites, okay? Like the idea these guys were working on eco-terrorists and that's why they were working on Ted Kaczynski is fucking hilarious. That is, oh my God, dude. Portraying him like an eco-terrorist is so fucking stupid. His targets were quite literally like random fucking college professors. What the fuck are we talking about? It's a gross way to portray people like actual anarchist activists and people who are legitimately and understandably protesting the initiatives of massive corporations that are ruining the environment for profit, in the same vein as like a guy who was a psychotic reactionary who was just sending fucking mail bombs to like PhDs. And that he was an eco-fascist. Exactly. But a fascist is the main thing he was. The idea that he was an eco-fascist and therefore he was an eco-terrorist in the same vein as like, you know, literal Greenpeace people is so stupid. He's doing it deliberately because he's a fucking cop. If they were to offer you the actual types of people that they arrest for quote unquote crimes against like pipelines and shit, you would see a very different portrayal. This motherfucker blew up 0 pipelines, okay? This motherfucker killed 0 oil and gas executives. Get the fuck out. He didn't even attempt to do that. He didn't try to do any of that. That's so stupid.
People who objected to environmental development, and Kaczynski was really kind of at the forefront of those thoughts. Not that he was a member of a group, but at the forefront of that ideology, and he pursued this bombing campaign as a way of striking back against technological advancement, which he believed was damaging the environment in ways that needed to be stopped.
Are you able to share with us some of the concerns that the FBI, that the Attorney General at the time, Janet Reno, had about whether they share this manifesto with the public, whether it would be used as an instrument, to further or agitate, threats against the U.S., domestic terrorism, and at the same time, what they were contemplating as to how it could ultimately be a tool to help capture the Unabomber?
Sure, I'm aware of those deliberations and those concerns only from the same way that, you and your viewers are, from understanding the history of it. I actually came into the Bureau in 1996, so it was right as the case was kind of coming to its close. Nevertheless, having been in many high-level meetings with attorneys general and FBI directors around these things, I can only imagine the way that each possible impact of the causes of action that they were considering.
Ted focused on educators who he saw as furthering industrial civilization through education. Come on, dude. I think it was just fucking unhinged. I mean, the court found him to be mentally ill. And yes, I think he was mentally ill. The ideology was all over the fucking place. We just covered it for the past like 2-3 hours. It was just like saying some random shit. He was an unhinged random psychopath. Tried to put together like a cohesive ideology. Look into who the victims were. Chatter isn't wrong. Yeah, I think in order to take down industrial society, what you got to do is like blow up a guy at Best Buy. What you got to do is blow up some fucking random PhD student, or whichever fucking college professor is like dumb enough to pick up a parcel from the ground. That's how you're supposed to do it. Who are the real villains of society? Fucking college professors. Any supposed quote unquote leftist in this fucking community of all communities that unironically believes that fucking college professors have a fraction of power. And I don't mean like college professors turned lobbyists, turned fucking guys who work in like the Obama or Trump administration. I'm talking just like straight up college professors who are still at college. You think those guys have any fucking power? How are you any different than the regular old Fox News watching 45-year-old divorced dad, HVAC business owner, reactionary, who unironically channels that exact same conspiracy through their lives every fucking day? They take it one step further. They also say, you know who holds all the power? Trans students. You know what I mean? Doing it wrong equals not true. Got it? I mean, where is the consistent, coherent narrative throughout, like, what he is even stating? There is none. His targets don't make sense. There is no clear-cut, cohesive narrative in his ideology. Ultimately, if it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, then it's like, and he's, like, objectively insane. At a certain point, you have to realize, why the fuck am I trying so desperately to look at a dude whose manifesto was supposed to open up the eyes of millions of people, and it didn't at the time, and now you're looking at it many, many years later, okay, and his inherently contradictory ideology is you know, somehow, I don't know, makes sense to you? That says more about you than him, to be honest. Like, I have also participated in the Industrial Revolution and its consequences memes, right? I've done that too. I've shown my fair share of, like, I don't know, oil tankers sinking and, you know, nuclear power plants falling apart. I've shown you this many times. But, like, it's memes. You're not supposed to take this seriously. But you're not supposed to look at this and go, you're not supposed to look at this and have an afterthought that is anything beyond, haha, that's funny. I know you can't legally send hate, but tell me who to camp with my American rights, bruh. What? But he did the wrong thing to solve the right problems? No, the problems were not even the right problems. He didn't address the right problems. You're wrong about that too. Like, no, he did the wrong thing and his analysis was wrong. There were, like, right parts about it for sure. But, you know, it's kind of like looking at Jordan Peterson and being like, well, that's a guy who told me to clean my room. Why are you so upset at that? It's like looking at Andrew Tate and saying, well, that's a guy who's telling me I have the tools to success and that I should just go work out. Why are you getting mad? Okay? Like, the problems exist. Okay? He has a solution. It's the wrong solution. His analysis is also wrong overall. Like, unless you think the most significant problem in society is how collectivist we are, I don't think you agree with Ted Kaczynski's analysis. You looked at a capitalist dystopia and you thought it's not those who are fucking generating, who are sucking value out of the international working class, but instead it's the existence of the iPhone that's at fault. So we should kill fucking people that, what is this? Watch this later. Bro, it's been removed already. Why are you sending me a remove post? Yeah. Anyway, my point is this, okay? It is like looking at it's like looking at global capitalism, okay? And then getting mad at the iPhone's existence and then killing someone that works at a fucking Apple bar, like killing a genius that works at an Apple bar to solve the problem with industrial society. Okay? That's crazy. No one should look at that and go, wow, that guy made a lot of sense. Anyway. It's the W murder chatters. Like when I shit on industrial revolution or industrial society, I'm mostly joking. I love technology. I'm a Twitch streamer. You know what I mean? I would not exist. My job, my career, okay, would not be real without technological innovation. I also am a big time advocate for taking a shower. Okay? So that's 2 L's for Ted. So, not a big fan of his ideas and what he represents beyond just like memeing about how certain externalities caused by the Industrial Revolution do bother me. Okay?
Considering was micro-analyzed to understand, are we making this issue worse if we give this person a platform, if we allow him to put his ideology out there, if it has an inspirational effect on other like-minded people, we could actually essentially be doing his job for him. On the other hand, and as I understand, Attorney General Janet Reno argued pretty strenuously that this was our best shot of kind of shaking the tree, as it were, to try to identify the author of the manifesto. And that, to her credit, is exactly how it worked out. Kaczynski's brother and his wife became aware of the manifesto. They had suspicions about Kaczynski before the manifesto, but it was the manifesto that really put Kaczynski's brother over the threshold and motivated him to contact the FBI and say that he thought he knew who the author was.
What more, if anything, can you tell us about kind of the evolution of this criminal profiling that was kind of born at this time?
So that's become a mainstay of the FBI. As you know, it's frequently captured in lore about the Bureau and movies and TV series, things like that. But it's become one of the most relied upon assets in these particularly hard cases, cold cases, bombing campaign like this one, multiple homicide cases that you believe are linked to the same perpetrator, when investigators have really expended their well of effective leads based on forensics and crime scene evidence and things like that, they often turn to the behavioral scientists, the folks at what we call BAU, the Behavioral Sciences Unit, to try to assist in guiding them towards, if not specific people, populations of people that they should consider as possibly being individuals or groups of people that could be involved in that sort of activity. It is truly a dark science, not something that I ever did when I was in the Bureau, but I have great respect for the men and women who do that every day. I would expect that those same sort of assets are being utilized to try to figure out who was behind the 2 bombs left on Capitol Hill on January 6th. That's a crime that continues to be unsolved, and one that causes great concern in law enforcement for many of the same reasons that we saw in the Unabomber investigation, right? These folks who are inclined to lash out with bombs that are either placed or sent through the mail, they often start out in rudimentary ways, but their proficiency in technology develops over time. They very rarely ever just stop.
This guy's peak federal agent phenotype, yes. He is. That is true. Looks like he straight up looks like the classic Mormon federal agent guy. Fed skull. It's very different. It's like if you put lawyer skull with cop skull together and just like smashed it into one another, you get a very unique morph. He was one? Yeah, I know.
In these sorts of bombing campaigns, they very frequently come back to them time and time again. So that is a case that I'm sure is taking a lot of FBI attention right now.
And is among the pattern of events, is it the case that over time there develops this sort of bravado and almost like a yearning for attention without being identified? To be praised, that they continue to be so mysterious, and then suddenly a mistake is made, like in the case of this manifesto, it ended up backfiring, whereas he may have felt like he wanted to elaborate on motivation. That, in the end, is how they ended up getting him, in part.
It's very true. You know, many of these long, extended investigations over so-called cold cases with repeat offenders, they develop almost a sort of dialogue with the investigators through their criminal acts. They want to kind of maintain the attention of the investigators. They want to constantly kind of outdo themselves. It's a real catch-22 for law enforcement and for investigators. Every time they reach out through making contact or communications or engage in another criminal act, you have the opportunity of developing the clue or the investigative lead that could lead you to their apprehension. But of course, every time they do that, the public is also at great risk. So there's immense pressure on the investigators to bring that back and forth, to bring that criminal activity to a halt before additional folks are injured or killed.
So still unclear the cause of death, but he was 81. He apparently was moved recently within the past year from a facility in Colorado, federal facility in Colorado, to North Carolina for health reasons. How important will it be to publicly reveal the ultimate cause of death?
I think it's always important for the government to be transparent about what happens in the detention facilities. Just, to my understanding, there's no reason to believe, from what little we know about this situation, that there's anything untoward involved here.
I mean, he was like, what is he, like 84 years old? Yeah, I feel like, come on, is he 81 or 84? Oh, it's 81 on the fucking screen right there. Yeah, I think it makes sense when you're 81 years old and you die. It's not like, wow, this guy sure had an untimely demise, or that he had some secrets and the government came after him. Just like nothing happened to Epstein in prison. Jeffrey Epstein literally did have secrets and also wasn't old and had already gone to prison and did not kill himself at all. Making a comparison between Jeffrey Epstein, who we still have not found what kind of blackmail tapes he had in his facility. The Manhattan DA will probably never reveal that shit. Who was connected to like literally all of the world's powerful, wealthy individuals who died under incredibly suspicious circumstances, and the footage was mysteriously deleted. The security camera footage was mysteriously deleted from his cell block. Comparing that to like a dude who's been in prison for fucking 30 years who was just like some random fucking kook who died of old age is a little crazy.
He's obviously exhibited some sort of health problems in the recent past. He was moved to the facility in North Carolina, likely Butner, the federal prison hospital in Butner, North Carolina, is a place where many federal prisoners end up who have significant health issues. Bernie Madoff, I believe, was at Butner when he passed as well. So I think it's very important for transparency reasons to fully understand the circumstances around the death, but I would caution speculation at this point. We don't really have any reason to believe anything untoward happened here just yet.
Hey, you typed Kaczynski wrong. I don't care. I don't care. I feel like we've covered Kaczynski enough. Turns out China has been spying on us, apparently, by way of Cuba. On Saturday, an administration official clarified by saying that the Chinese base in Cuba has already been established, noting that it didn't happen on their watch. China has been spying on the United States from a base in Cuba, a Biden administration official said on Saturday, claiming that this is an issue that the administration inherited. The administration official, who was granted anonymity to discuss a sensitive subject, said the Chinese spying effort has been an ongoing concern and that the U.S. has been taking steps to deal with it. When this administration took office in January 2021, we were briefed on a number of sensitive PRC efforts around the world to expand its overseas logistics, basing and collecting infrastructure globally to allow the military to project and sustain military power at great distance, the official said, referring to the People's Republic of China. This effort included the presence of PRC intelligence collection facilities in Cuba. In fact, the PRC conducted an upgrade of this intelligence collection facility in 2019. It's well documented in the intelligence record. President Joe Biden directed his administration to address the issue. Within months, we did so, the official said, noting that the thrust of the engagement with Beijing over the spy post has been through diplomacy. Maybe all hope is not lost for gamers. What debunking the NICKMERCS as a parent? I don't want my child to learn about LGBTQ. I decide what they say.
Even if you were like, I want to protect my child, so.
Hold on, we'll look at this in a second. I'm so bored of this fucking story. Let's get back to the CCP spying on us, brother. Come on, this is way more fun. SVB's cool. No, I'm sure he is. I'm just, but this is cooler. The official would not go into detail, but said the engagements have brought results and that our experts assess that our diplomatic efforts have slowed the PRC down. So, I don't know. Whenever I see like a big country spying on the United States of America and the United States of America making like a big deal out of this, I find it to be really funny. Because of course they're spying on us, just like we're spying on them. It's like fair is fair. You know what I mean? And also, whenever we find spies, or whenever they find spies and execute them, or we do the same thing here, again, also fair is fair. Like, you did spying. That's your job. Don't fuck up. Okay? Like, anytime someone that suspiciously works in an embassy as an English teacher is like arrested by a foreign adversary and everyone goes, whoa, how are you doing that? That's kind of fucked up, dog. I'm like, what do you think we do? Like, yeah, that's your job is to go and do spying. You did a bad job at the spying. So now you got caught. Can you not use the CIA CCP? It's actually the CPC. Fuck no. It's way funnier to keep saying CCP, so I will absolutely keep saying CCP. The Chat-Coms. We think the PRC isn't quite where they had hoped to be, the official said. The PRC will keep trying to enhance its presence in Cuba, and we will keep working to disrupt it. Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, chair of the House Intelligence Committee, criticized the administration following Politico's report on Saturday. He said President Biden needs to stop ignoring the threat from China, he said in a statement. And that's it. What is this? Oh, I did see this. This shit looks insane. A secret Chinese spy base? Cuban officials say no to media report. U.S. and Cuban officials dismissed the Wall Street Journal report about a surveillance base to be built in the Caribbean. Yeah, except they've also now come out and said, no, it does exist, and it happened not under our watch, but Trump allowed it to happen. After the Dominion $780 million, we watched this earlier today. Fox literally has to cut Trump off and live fact check him about election fraud lies. Yeah. Matty Iglesias coming for your title of Trump whisperer. Politics aside, it just seems out of character for Trump to do something as reckless and as sloppy as what is alleged in this indictment. Like the guy or not, I don't care, but you have to admit something doesn't fit here. What? Is he joking? It absolutely is in character for Trump to do something as reckless and as sloppy as what is alleged in that indictment. It's like, that's exactly Trump. That is like perfectly Trump. Have you not been around for like the past, I was going to say 8 years, but fuck it. Have you not been around for the past 20, 30 years? This is kind of the most Trumpian thing. It's kind of his thing. It is the most on-brand thing for Donald Trump to literally be like, to literally just self-report criminal actions and do it in such a hilariously stupid way that he ends up getting in trouble for something that otherwise wouldn't even be considered criminal. It's kind of so on brand. It's almost like, you know, having an idiotic centrist take that ends up frustrating both the right and the left is Matty Iglesias' thing. You know what I mean? If I see another post by Matty Iglesias or someone claiming that Matty Iglesias had yet another center-right take that, like, frustrated all the fucking people on the right and all the fucking people on the left, I would go, no, that's actually very on brand for Matty Iglesias. It's basically the same as the Trump thing, you know, just brazenly doing corruption shit that might not even land you in legal trouble unless you do it in the very specific way that Trump does it, with, like, you know, complete knowledge over how illegal and how criminal it is. It's like on brand for me as to, you know, talk about the top of the hour ad break and tell you that you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's watch
so
this.
deeply, and I only want them to believe Reaganomics, right? I only want them to believe in trickle-down economics. Well, at some point in the big world, someone's going to be like, have you heard of socialism? And they're going to learn about what socialism is. And especially in the age of the internet, when Google is at hand, at some point they're going to walk outside and one of the other kids is going to be like, do you know about gay people? And I'd rather an informed person who, with a specific curriculum, someone qualified to teach the issue, teach that issue, rather than just hoping your child, like, grows up to 18 and doesn't understand what queerness is and then figures it out for themselves. Maybe the parent doesn't want their kids to learn about socialism. So here's the argument. I follow through that argument. What you're saying is that just understanding what socialism is would be so powerful that your child would...
Nandre doesn't realize that I know that this is a poop sock, okay? He's been trying to get me to fucking react to this for like 3 days now, okay? He does not realize that I know it's a poop sock. Oh, he said, juice this link so I can poop sock Hasan tomorrow when I wasn't even live, okay? Which is hilarious because that very same poop sock was sent in our Discord chats. And I saw the thumbnail when I think it was either him or someone else in our Discord chat that he's a part of sent the link originally. So I've known that it's been a poop sock from the jump. You fucking rookie. Do you know how many people send me fucking poop socks on a daily basis on this goddamn broadcast? You think this meets the actual fucking... You think this meets the actual standard of the type of poop sock that I accidentally click on? Not correct. He's not juicing that at all. He's been trying to get you to talk about the ads at the top of the hour, so don't call him a fucking rookie. I already did that. You're late. There have been... Dude, it's insane. I can't believe Megan Fox read it. Look, yeah. There have been people that have edited down terms of service violations, okay, in like a 45-minute documentary about like a slaughterhouse, okay, implying that they basically put in like at least an hour of work editing a documentary so that we can watch it on the broadcast. Okay? And then at the end of the documentary, there's a fucking poop sock. You think this meets that same standard? How dare you, sir? You kind of want to click it just to see? No, I know it's not real. Oh yeah, this is the one.
And says, now it's our turn to pay it forward.
And
if you'd like to learn more about how to...
The irony is, it wasn't even a given that I was going to watch this poop sock. That's the most hilarious part about this poop sock, is that I actually paused it right before the poop sock, and I was actually going to move away from watching the documentary. And then I was like, you know what? Let's finish it out. Fuck it. And I came back to it. Okay? And sometimes sometimes it's not that difficult to poop sock me. What the fuck? Dude, this is so funny. They keep going. Why are they going? That's so dumb. It'd be even funnier if he kept... Oh my God, wait, is he still playing? British people when it's a sunny day for the first time during the entire year. That's so awesome. It's also so silly. Like, it's such a dumb thing that this guy like is on the verge of death for. Yeah. The Sun versus the Royal Guard, the Queen's Royal Guard, the Royal Highness's Royal Band. Who wins? Let me tell you, it is certainly not the Royal Guard that wins.
Will be compelled to do it. What you're really telling me is that you don't really have a lot of conviction in your own beliefs. You think that your like hyper-capitalistic ideology is so fragile that should someone even encounter what socialism is, they will crumble and change their ideology to match socialism. If that's the case, you've already lost. If your child learns about socialism and becomes a socialist, they probably wanted to be a socialist all along. Someone believing a certain thing only because of the absence of knowledge of something else is not belief. That's ignorance. Someone believing that they're straight only because they don't know that there's a possibility to be queer is not them actually being straight. They were never that straight to begin with. If the slightest indicator that they could be something else gets them to change their mind. What you're saying is that you don't want your child to be gay, which is just homophobic, right? It's like you're just saying that, like, of all the things my child could be, I don't want them to be gay. So you're not that tolerant of gay people then. Because, like, do you decide every single facet of your child? No, they're an individual themselves. And if one day your child decides that they like the color blue, would you force them to like the color red? No, you'd just be like, okay. Either you, if you did, you're a terrible parent, or your child is going to like blue and they're going to continue liking blue. What if they taught racism and Nazi values in school? My guy, they're not teaching you to be gay. They're just teaching you what being gay is. They do teach you what Nazi values were, you fucking moron. They actually teach you what Nazi values are. And if you were persuaded by the Nazi values, that would make you a racist. My guy, they literally do tell you what Nazis thought and did. And they tell you what racists thought and did.
I love this guy thinking this was such a good own, though.
What Nazis thought and did. And they tell you what racists thought and did. It's called a slave fucking trade. And you still, if you come out being like, I think that's great ideology, you're a fucking racist.
That was fire.
Even if you were like, I want to...
Good shit. Log check him in here. I mean, he doesn't even follow me, so I don't think he's like a fan or anything. Rare Overwatch player W? No. No, dude. The entire gaming community has a tremendous amount of diversity. There's like plenty of fucking gay ass gamers and shit. Can this get a looking into it? Reply at Elon Musk. Double Down News. Our interview video with Roger Waters, which reached 1.5 million people, has been deleted. What the fuck?
Is yet another story.
I think they reinstated the video. Yeah, it seemingly has been reinstated. NICKMERCS has been my friend for years. We went into getting our COD operators together. It feels wrong for me to have mine and for him to no longer has his. It feels wrong for me to have mine and him to no longer has his. In support of my friend, please remove the TimTheTatMan bundle. Dude, what is happening? For all of this to like become normal, okay? Either party, all NICKMERCS will have to do is be like, hey guys, everybody misunderstood what I'm saying. You know, most people would want to believe him, even if like there are signs that point to the opposite. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand. Like, this was a misunderstanding. I have no problem with any of this shit. I don't care. I don't do politics. I don't do any of that. Like, the idea that these guys are like all seemingly going like, oh, we're going to take it up to, we're going to go after this massive corporation. Like, go after Call of Duty for not dealing with cheaters. Go after Call of Duty or Activision for just fucking making dog shit video games that they soft serve you every time. Okay? Go after Call of Duty for doing war crime apologia, which, I mean, it's even funny to say it. Like, I saw a tweet about this particular matter on the timeline that was really funny. They're like, all of these dudes that kept saying you wouldn't last a day in the old COD lobbies immediately fucking hysterically deleting Call of Duty due to an operator skin being removed. Like, I don't get it. It's because they already felt this way to begin with, Hasan. They're just emboldened because they think it's now socially acceptable. I don't even, like, I don't think TimTheTatMan is, like, an openly anti-queer person. Like, I don't think he gives a shit one way or another. Maybe I'm wrong, but his take is pretty good, too. These guys excused Activision Blizzard chugging employees' breast milk and rape, but coming out against homophobia is a bridge too far to keep supporting the company. Yeah, like, exactly. Plus, it's true. Tim was anti-Trump in 2016. No idea where he's now on the spectrum. I think most people don't give a shit one way or the other, especially people that are just like, you know, fucking COD gamers and shit. They don't give a shit about a lot. I don't know if you saw this, but new poll showing views are regressing on trans acceptance. Yeah, that's not that shocking to me. PRRI poll says in the past several years, views have shifted on gender identities, who say there are only two genders. GOP 90 plus, up 3% from 2021. Independents are at 66%, up plus 6. Democrats at 44%, plus 6. Gen Z is at 57%, up 14. Holy fuck. Well, a while ago, I told you, either people are going to get increasingly more insane. Also, I don't really know about this data, for the record. I don't know what the fuck the PRRI is, and I don't know how well polled this is, especially considering percentage of those who say there are only two genders in 2023 being 65%, but in 2021 being 59%. Like, I don't know if that's actually right or not. Let me see this. Isn't it a right thing to stand with your homie? I think the right thing to do is clarify if you have a disagreement with what people are saying about you, okay? And openly state what you truly meant when you said something. If it is left up to debate and you don't clarify, or let's say, fuck that. Let me talk about TimTheTatMan specifically. Let's say you are like, you know what? Let's say one of your homies said something that was just out of pocket. Okay, it happens all the time. Do you not correct them? That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to correct them, both in private, and I guess in this instance it would be like, you know, and because they're public figures, in public as well. People in Tim's replies who are not absolutely on board with him getting called pedos en masse. I don't know when this became normal. Yeah, it is fucking so normal now to do this sort of thing. I mean, dude, I've been getting called a fucking pedophile groomer like endlessly on Twitter. Like it's psychotic. Ultimately, it's meaningless. PRRI is a religious organization and partner with the Brookings Institute, so there's that. xQc's chat was calling you that 2 days ago and no one was even being timed out. It was pathetic. Pencil-necked goofs. Yeah. It's like perfectly normal for like some dumbass 14-year-old to talk like they are a Fox News watching grandfather whose brain has been melted by reading too many Facebook posts and just literally thinks like rainbow colors immediately imply satanic pedophilia. Okay? It's very odd that that is what has happened to the state of discourse. There's not really much you can do about it other than realize that it's still not the like the overarching state of affairs. It's not like everyone is fucking doing that. Like people can get shit popping on Twitter or TikTok, but that doesn't necessarily show how the general public and their attitudes are about a particular matter. Not only that, but also what the public's general sentiment and having that sentiment be changed when you have some kind of exposure to a trans person is entirely two different things. You can have general sentiment of transphobia, which can immediately shift when someone has a conversation about just trans people being normal in society. Okay? There are plenty of people here who also have had transphobic opinions in the past who are no longer transphobic. Do you see what I'm saying? I am a firm believer that you can, educate people out of this kind of transphobic nonsense or anti-gay, anti-LGBT nonsense. Okay, SVB, yo, you watched my video. Appreciate you enjoying it. It was great, man. I'm a firm believer that you can genuinely change people's minds on this sort of thing, especially because a lot of the attitudes that people express stem from ignorance and being misguided. So if you can like actually show them that they're wrong, and in many instances that ignorance is also paired up with a lot of fear, right? But you can basically show them that like, this is simply coming out, this is simply rooted within just being ignorant. And show them why what they have seen is a lie, what they've seen on the timeline is a lie, then you can convince them with ease. Sometimes what it takes is for a person to have a personal connection with a, queer person, right? Like someone having a queer child. It can change their minds immediately, okay? Immediately. They will be more understanding, more open-minded towards that sort of thing. I mean, fucking Dick Cheney. You know what I mean? Or having a or having a counselor like Monty Python just said, or having a friend that is queer, meeting someone that's queer, like that oftentimes immediately humanizes the person. You know what I mean? Lol, not Elon? Yeah, because Elon is a fucking freak anyway. He was a freak before that. And he will continue being a freak. I was in deep conservative pipeline. Listening to you has been so helpful. It doesn't take long, just took learning. Yeah, I hope conservatives cancel Lockheed Martin. Christ, that'd be nice. Canceling Lockheed Martin, not because it's like the death dealer, the silly ass fucking death dealer shit, but it's actually because they put a rainbow, they slapped a rainbow on a fucking decal one time. You know? Raytheon, more like Gaytheon. Get him. I mean, I guess you do see that, by the way. You see it. They say, like, the military is they, them now. The military is gay now, and they're woke. Anyway, you can convince people. It's not like, it's not over. It's never over. People are significantly more understanding when you just sit them down and have a conversation with them. Okay? And the most effective means, obviously, is if they, like, literally meet a gay person or a trans person. That's it. XQc might need your help right now. Why? It's Jover? No, I already saw what TimTheTatMan posted. That's why we're talking about this. Some people were more receptive until all this pedo bullshit. Yeah, except, like, what do you mean? Like, see, this is such a great example. I'm like, I can't tell if this guy's, like, anti-gay or pro-gay. I live in LA, and the amount of anti-gay around us is unreal. The second it became acceptable again, all the casual hate came right back out. Nothing changed. Yeah, oh, okay, I get it. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, no, literally, this is this in and of itself as a statement could be read in the exact opposite way. Yeah, people, they did the exact same thing they were doing in the fucking 90s, dude. But this time, an even more marginalized group of people, trans people, an even smaller group of people, trans people are in the crosshairs, okay? They used to say, if you're gay, you're a pedophile in the fucking 90s too. It's not like a new thing. They used to say it in the 70s. They used to say it in the 80s. They used to say it in the 90s. And then society started shifting slowly but surely through, you know, a lot of activism. We're basically regressing back. I mean, they've been saying it. It's dumb as fuck. It's ironic whenever people think that this is like somehow edgy or new or unique, though. It's like you're basically repeating the same fucking stupid fears that your grandfather had. You know? I don't know. I'm just sad, dude. I saw some dude bros clipping you for saying that Apex is gay, and they called you homophobic for that. Wild? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's when you have literally 3 functioning fucking brain cells. When your brain is so fucking smooth that you think this is a solid own. Like, Apex Legend is gay. If you think that that's a bad thing, you're fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you. You're just telling on yourself. Apex is super gay. You're so mauled, Jesus. What? LGBTQ shouldn't be pushed to children. Leave the innocent children alone. You're so mauled, Jesus. I wonder if I'm the mauled guy or the guy who's coming into my chat to be like, to just fucking think that they're picketing digitally on a goddamn Twitch streamer's channel by saying LGBTQ shouldn't be pushed to children. There is no pushing LGBTQ shit to children. As SVB correctly pointed out, very aptly, if you think that when children learn about the existence of gay people that they're turning gay, then you just fundamentally misunderstand how any of this works. Okay? Anyway, I should probably take this little demon out because she's going crazy with it right now before she pees. Here is MrBeast, $1 versus $1 million.
The $1 billion super yacht. And it's big enough to hold an entire city on the water. How do humans build this stuff? And I'm gonna show you the difference between this and a $300 million mega yacht, a $50 million giga yacht, all the way down to this $1 yacht. Why did you sell me this boat for $1?
The storage just kept racking up. $18,000.
It's cost you 18 grand a year to store this?
Correct.
Interesting. Here you go.
Thank you.
And after stepping on board, it was pretty clear why this yacht only cost $1. Okay, now that we're on the water, what are we working with in here?
I don't think the floor is supposed to do that. I don't know if this is even worth $1.
Oh, we're actually sinking. Oh, the boat literally started sinking right when we put it in the water.
We gotta go up. We're sinking.
Jump, Chandler.
I paid $1 for that!
That was the $1 yacht. Later in this video, we have a $50 million yacht, a $300 million yacht, and the $1 billion super yacht. But before all that, here's the $1 million yacht, which is a little smaller than I thought it would be. Hop on, boys. All right. Let's see the inside. On the $1 million yacht, you get a surprisingly big living room, a lower deck with a master bedroom, another bedroom that I can't stand up in, and then you got some double beds for the kids.
Wait, you have kids?
Chris, Chandler, Carl, Nolan.
Don't worry, boys, I got this.
Please stop. Someone's gonna send a rescue boat.
We need the Coast Guard!
I wonder if I turn this if he'll fall. Stop! This is fun! Oh! For $1 million boat, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little smaller than I thought. Let's see if these guys watch our videos.
Oh my God, he's Mr. Beast!
Hey, he has seen our channel. That's pretty funny. And now we're going to the $10 million one.
10 million?
See ya. It's gonna be great.
Oh my God, he's fast.
And now we are on the $10 million yacht. Let's check this out.
Holy crap. The front of the boat's huge. This is way bigger than the last one. Look at the view.
I'm getting some good sun here. I'm really pale.
Oh my gosh, yes, this is a nice bedroom. For $9 million more, I can actually stand up. And right down these stairs are 4 more massive bedrooms.
Why are there 2 toilets side by side?
Oh, that's a bidet, Jim.
For your butt?
You poop in here, and you wash your butt in here.
Why don't you just use toilet paper?
You're so American.
And upstairs is another seating area. Oh my gosh. The seats on the $1 million yacht were leather and hot. These are actually soft.
Soft and practical.
This boat is the nicest boat I've been on so far.
Well, just wait until you see the next one. It's massive. And because it's so massive, I invited all my friends. Go have fun.
Go, go, go!
This boat is meant to hold 150 people. They're gonna have a lot of fun.
Whoa. Oh my God.
This is wild. What is the difference between this and a mansion?
This is a mansion. When does it stop? Jimmy, I'm still going.
This is definitely the nicest bedroom we've seen so far. And it's nice because my head doesn't hit the ceiling. I can barely touch it now. This yacht has a living room, an office, a massage parlor, 2 dining rooms, and 7 bedrooms.
This is the best yacht I've been on so far. I'm driving the boat.
Chocolate!
It's not feasible.
It's not feasible! Thank you for saving my life.
You're welcome.
No way! You gotta... No!
Hey, buddy. Are you relaxed?
Yeah, it was.
Are you done with your massage yet? Here you go, take a bite.
I have some good chocolate.
So we got all the goon squads in here. It's a $25 million boat with 30 rooms. Why are you guys in here?
This bed is so comfy.
Even though this yacht comes with a world-class chef, the boys still wanted pizza. So I planned a little surprise. Do you know what we're standing on, boys?
A boat. A hospital.
An H.
A boat.
A helipad. And Uber conveniently does helicopter deliveries.
That can't be real.
Oh, it's real.
Is that a helicopter?
I can't believe it's actually actually worked. Oh, this was some pizza. I am terrified of parallel parking. He just landed a helicopter on a moving boat. Who wants some pizza? Hey! I know you're not supposed to swim after you eat a bunch of pizza, but you're on a $25 million yacht, which thankfully.
Thank God Uber does helicopter deliveries because I'm always in need of pizza while I'm, you know, inaccessible by normal means of transportation. I love ordering Little Caesars pizza, which is objectively the worst pizza that you can get out of all of the fucking chains.
When you pay $25 million, you get some jet skis. Tariq flipped the jet ski. Yo, Mac, catch this pizza. Oh!
$25 million yacht, and I'm the only one enjoying it.
If you thought this yacht was crazy, look at this video of the $50 million yacht. You know what? Honestly, let's just go to it right now. Zoom in. And
I just don't understand. Like, what could be the difference between a $25 million yacht and a $50 million? After a couple million, like, I feel like there's so much yacht that you can consume. You know what I mean? Like, definition of a hypocrite? Why? Me? Or are you talking about MrBeast? Because I'm pretty sure he's not hypocritical at all. He loves this shit. That's what this video is about, dude. No, I just mean in general. Like, you must be smoking that shit that made Caesar little. What the fuck? Like, for me, I have a 5-bedroom house. That's too much house, is what most people would say. Except throughout the year, almost every single day of the year, almost, pretty much every room is occupied. My family lives with me for extended durations of time. I have friends visit and stay with me. There are a lot of moments where I, like, actually am. Oh, I just said, call me after your video. Okay. There are a lot of moments where I'm actually fucking using all the goddamn rooms. You know what I mean? Like, phone number alert? What? Fucking.
And now we are on the $50 million yacht. This yacht is over 200 feet long, 4 stories high, can hold over 200 people.
No, xQc DM me and said, call me after your video. So we're watching
And comes with a 20-person crew. With this homeless person I found.
What's up, guys?
When you pay $50 million, you're given this remote that can call the crew at any time. No, I just wanted to show how this works. But that's not the only thing the remote does. They said this TV goes up and down.
That's cool. That is slow, dude. Maybe it's like...
I'm gonna go downstairs.
Why is Pete Davidson there? Is he fucking MrBeast, dude? What is happening?
Let's go upstairs. Tell me if you find anything cool.
Okay. Bro, it is massive. It's like a whole nother boat up here. Jimmy, there's nothing cool up here, don't worry.
This is crazy.
Whoa. The interesting thing is I've just been walking and I don't know if I'm at the halfway point, the end of the boat, or if I just started. This thing
It comes with the boat. You get a $25 million boat and Pete Davidson just materializes.
Meanwhile, Nolan overslept, so he was still trying to find us.
Have you seen MrBeast? Yes! Are you lying to me? Yes! Apparently Pete Davidson is there. If I don't see Pete Davidson, I'm gonna sink the $50 million yacht.
Meanwhile, we noticed another boat was approaching us. And then the owner did this. I was waving at him and he showed me his butt.
That's gonna be someone's dad one day, dude.
All right, catch.
Where are they going? Are they backing away from us, or are we just that much better?
Get him!
This is the most... The guy that's bigger and stronger than all of us did it? Wow, shocking!
I wonder what other kind of food they got on this yacht. I heard they have lamb. They do not have lamb. No. Cook to the dinner.
Oh, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, that looks good.
It's really good.
What projects do you have coming up?
I'm very excited. I have a show called Bupkis coming out on Peacock on May 4th.
3 days before my birthday. And while Nolan was still trying to find us,
Which direction did MrBeast go?
we noticed a
There's always one guy in the crew that I kind of feel bad for because they drew the like short stick. You know what I mean? And that's the guy who's like Nolan in this situation, who's like, they're all having like the best time on the fucking $25 million boat. And the one guy's always like, oh, I'm in a dinghy. What's happening? Like, that sucks, man. I feel bad.
a lot of boats surrounding our floating billboard. I didn't even know you could put billboards in the ocean. And we thought they might want some chocolate. I'm delivering chocolate.
Have you hung out with
guys want
before?
chocolate?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Best chocolate I've ever had.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let me know if this is the best chocolate bar ever.
Oh my God. Out of 10 to 11, Hershey's don't know nothing.
Hershey's doesn't know nothing. Everyone agrees it's better than Hershey's. You need to try it. Tell me what you think.
Honestly, way better than Reese's.
That's what I like to hear. What do you give it?
Okay. Better than Reese's, the dick riding goes unimaginable, okay? My man, you didn't have to throat it like that. Okay? I mean, Reese's. Hershey's, I get. Hershey's tastes like fucking vomit. No, I will say it objectively. It is better than Hershey's. It is. I've had it. Better than Hershey's. Hershey's literally tastes like vomit. If any of you motherfuckers say that, like, Hershey's better than MrBeast Feastables, you just don't like MrBeast. That's fine. That's the only reason why you're saying it. Okay? Hershey's quite literally has a distinct taste of vomit to it because it's done with spoiled milk. It is a deliberate, like, attempt to make it taste distinct. Americans don't know this. Yeah, it's like if you've grown up outside of the United States of America, when you have American chocolate, you're like, how is this even a thing? Like, what are you guys doing? Reese's, on the other hand, is goated. You can say Reese's uses the same chocolate, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have the distinct fucking vomit taste. They mix the same acid found in vomit into their chocolate.
At 10.
I'm flying Feastable bars to people.
Hey, Feastables incoming!
Let go of the string! One Feastable bar delivered.
Hey, Carl, they're trying your gummies.
If you want to try the best chocolate bars, cookies, and gummies on the planet, go to Walmart, 7-Eleven, or any Albertson stores right now. Or go to Feastables.com right now if you want to order online.
Hey, what do you think? This is amazing. This is better than every other chocolate.
It's actually super interesting. Hershey's used to transport their milk by truck, which soured on the journey. When they switched to powdered milk, they lost it, and the customers complained. So to replicate that spoiled flavor, they added butyric acid, which is what gives vomit its smell. Don't say no shot. That is by design. They intentionally put the vomit taste and smell into the Hershey's chocolate Shut the fuck up.
Chocolate, so why wouldn't you get these nuts?
Dude, I hate this. I hate this conversation because, like, Americans literally have never had, like, a different kind of chocolate and grew up on Hershey's and think that's how chocolate is supposed to taste. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so weird, dude. It's such a weird thing. And they will literally, Americans turn into like conservative reactionary hogs when you have this conversation, because instead of doing research and instead of meeting the reality that they've been eating like vomit tasting chocolate for years on end, they just go, no, you're wrong. You're objectively wrong. You're crazy. And I can't believe we arrived at that fucking point of contention through a goddamn MrBeast video. Okay? That is, unfortunately, another unique case of like American individualism, American exceptionalism, and their lack of interest in like recognizing the truth when faced with the reality. Okay? No matter how open-minded, progressive, leftist, communist you are, ultimately, you know, you can't get the child out of Iowa. You can get the child out of Iowa, but you can't get the Iowa out of the child. Okay? Straight up. And I say this because I say this as someone who like routinely praises plenty of American inventions, okay? American breakfast, literally undefeated. Some of the best, okay? One, if not the best. I love a lot of things that America offers in the form of treats. America is the best at most treats. Hershey's chocolate is not one of them. American chocolate's long-standing reputation of inferiority. Summing up European sentiment, article's author, Imogen Blake, refers to the taste of American chocolate as tangy, slightly sour. Ask Americans why they might disagree the overall taste is bad. They're likely to recognize their somewhat more acidic quality. But Hershey's director of corporate communications, Jeff Beckman, did get in touch with HuffPost, stating that there have been a lot of urban legends, inaccurate, just plain false. There are claims that Hershey's adds butyric acid into his chocolate. That's not true. We do not add butyric acid to our chocolate. I don't believe it. Still, the flavor remains. So if Hershey's chocolate does not contain butyric acid, how is it finding its way when Hershey's is adamant they do not intentionally put it there? It can be found in your gut, fatty acids resulting from good bacteria breaking down dietary fiber. Naturally occurs in milk, butter, Parmesan, cheese, red meat, vegetable oils, and sauerkraut. It's sometimes added to foods and perfumes for its flavor and aroma properties. Some of its molecules smell like apple, pineapple, apricot, and pear. Butyric acid can also act as a food preservative. The Swedish company that produces specialty chemicals, including butyric acid, explained it. Few people know how Hershey's chocolate is made, thanks to the brand's caginess. It is because they absolutely use butyric acid and they lie about it. Okay? They fucking lie about it. Oh wow. I'm convinced now that the spokesperson for Hershey's literally said, "Oh, we don't do that. That's crazy. It just happens to taste that way." It's so funny. Skips the paragraph about the legend. We already did. We already covered it. He said, no, it's not real. Back in 2000, Julie Nairman wrote the butyric acid comes from the milk fats in chocolate. It's a process called lipolysis. The fatty acids in the milk decompose, resulting in a rancid or goaty taste. Nairman continued to assert that Hershey's purposely puts its chocolate through lipolysis, a claim that has been echoed from Reddit boards Daily Mail. While Hershey's will not comment on its chocolate-making process for proprietary reasons, Beckman did acknowledge the presence of something called lipase, a naturally occurring enzyme that is present in all dairy milk. Lipase catalyzes the breakdown of fats to release fatty acids, known as the process of lipolysis. In other words, even if Hershey's isn't actively adding butyric acid, it's possible it is finding its way in through the chocolate's other ingredients and production. Are we happy with this? Wash Reddit discourse. It's not even wash Reddit discourse. It's just objectively true in America. But there's a larger message to draw from this, which is the Americans' inability to just comprehend certain truths. Anyway, let's continue.
I agree. Put our nuts in your mouth. Oh, all right. At the end of the day, Nolan finally found us.
Jimmy!
Nolan! We had another 5-star dinner, and the next morning, we boarded one of the world's largest yachts. This is the $300 million yacht, and it has over 50 crew members waiting on your every request. Tons of luxurious rooms and 9 master bedrooms.
49.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome aboard.
I literally can't see the top of the boat from here.
We are the 69th largest yacht in the world.
Is that a factual statement?
Yes, it is.
That is crazy.
That showed his
6
gas.
floors, a massive pool, and a hot tub with a view. This is nice.
This is ridiculous.
This is my favorite boat so far. The $300 million yacht comes with a state-of-the-art gym that overlooks the ocean.
What? Dude, if my boat had a gym, I'd...
It's so funny that, like, it's like normal shit, but normal shit on boat automatically makes it sick. Like, this is like the shittiest fucking gym in a Marriott, okay? Like, this is the type of gym that even Austin would be like, I don't know if I want to work out in this. But it's on a boat, so it's like, it's fucking incredible.
work out.
A movie theater with windows that auto-darken whenever you watch something. And even the table is worth $3 million. And the piano plays itself. I want one of these in my house. All the boys disappeared in the spa. Come with me. Oh, you're getting a haircut. Yes. Carl was in the sauna. Are you alive?
Barely.
That does not look comfortable. And I don't even know where Nolan is.
Oh, it's so hot.
Man really got in a hot tub with a sunburn. Dude, there's more downstairs?
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Do you think they have enough jet skis?
What's behind this door?
Oh, I'm doing this.
One of us is getting thrown off the side of the boat.
Huh?
Hey, always be ready for nose goes.
Jimmy, can we eat some food?
Yeah, when you get back. Boys, we must act like rich billionaires. Cling. Would you rather have 300 $1 million ships or one $300 million ship?
You could almost have one for every different day of the year. I'm not gonna take care of 300 boats.
Which would you rather have? 300 boats or one big boat?
You want the big boat.
Gentlemen, did any of you notice a boat pulling up?
No.
On that boat might be Tom Brady. By might, I mean it is. And we should probably go say hi to him. Let's go. Hey, Tom.
What's up, guys?
And if you don't know who Tom Brady is, he is the #1 quarterback in NFL history. So this is where you get your hair cut on the boat. So it turns into a dentistry.
Clean your teeth, too.
Tom Brady better stay the fuck away from Carl with those kissable lips. You know what I'm saying? You better fucking stay back.
Is this the nicest boat you've been on?
Oh my God, are you
Tom
kidding?
Brady's like, where are my children? I want to kiss them on this boat.
It's crazy. If you eat too many of these nuts bars before breakfast, I literally had to hide them in my house because I knew these two would
my God,
sneak
he
to right
brought
where they're
them.
at. I did. This place is so fun. It's really an endless maze. I think it's the nicest boat in the world. I really do.
Beautiful.
Okay, it makes sense. His children are MrBeast fans. Oh God, oh God. Jimmy, don't let him kiss the kids. Don't let him kiss the kids.
Well,
It's crazy.
We still have more floors to go on.
Reach the master of the camera.
Thank you, thank you.
This is a way nicer helicopter pad.
When I think of a helicopter pad on a yacht, this is what I think of, not what we had before. And with Tom Brady here, of course we had to play some football. This is the most fun version of catch because you just do this and he just throws it there.
Nope.
I just suck.
That's what I got paid for, Jimmy. Come on.
I want to see if you can hit my drone out of the sky with a football.
All right. If I hit the drone on the first try, maybe I should come out of retirement.
I like that.
Dad, you're gonna like miss.
I probably will miss.
First try.
Nolan, put your sunscreen on.
Carl's probably the worst wide receiver you've ever thrown to. Unless you dome him in the head, he's probably not going to catch it. All right, Carl, don't screw this up. Just throw it as far as you can. You hit him in the chest. You got to hit him in the head.
Tom Brady is unironically super cringe in this. Yeah, dude, it's fucking, he's like 50-year-old man hanging out with like MrBeast and co with his kid. He's a dad, bro. This is like this is the most normal Tom Brady has ever appeared in any piece of media. I can't believe I'm defending Tom Brady right now. What is happening? Like, relax. It's fucking Tom Brady.
With Tom Brady, we hung out in the movie room.
He literally looked less cringe than Pete Davidson. Yeah, he probably did it for his kids. His kids are probably major fans of MrBeast and shit. So he just did that. And he is literally the most normal. This video is mostly watched on tablets with colorful, thick plastic cases and cheese stuck on the headphone jacks. Chill out, chatter. Of course, is cringe.
For the rest of the night. Would you
clipped and shipped to Will? I don't know if you know this, but Will would fuck Tom Brady. Will would suck the semen out of Tom Brady's dick for 365 days straight. Are you kidding me? Will literally believes Tom Brady is God. One time, Will unironically advocated that Tom Brady was the most famous athlete of all time. And we had like a serious debate. Not the most famous athlete of all time, but like the most famous athlete on the planet at the time. And I was like, dude, no, like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo exist. He's like, no, man, you don't understand. Will loves Tom Brady. Despite being a diehard, lifelong Jets fan, he thinks Tom Brady is the undisputed GOAT. He's not wrong. You're just not in the know. Tom is God himself. The Jets losing to him has broken his brain. No, Will has always been a Tom Brady fan. Will has always been a Tom Brady fan. Like you with LeBron. Okay, I think LeBron is definitely more famous than Tom Brady. The NFL does not have as broad an international audience as the NBA does. Okay? That's the argument that I actually made to Will too. Or even the other argument I made was like that soccer has like objectively the largest international audience.
You say this is the best boat so far?
100%.
But keep in mind, there's still a $1 billion boat after this.
How big can that get?
It is 4 times bigger than this boat. These things get bigger?
Ted Kaczynski, Tom Brady, NICKMERCS, you've talked about Michigan Wolverines all day today. I know.
This ship is bigger than 3 Statues of Liberty.
Holy crap.
You cannot fathom how massive this ship is.
What?
It is literally a floating city that is 12.
Okay, that's just a cruise ship.
1,200 feet wide and 17 stories high. And it fits almost 10,000 people. In all the other ships, we had our own rooms, but this ship has over 2,000 rooms.
This boat has water slides, an indoor mall, a basketball court, and tons of other stuff I can't.
Okay, I'm sold. There's a basketball court on it. 2 things that will break my will. 2 things. Beefy boys that work out, okay? Don't care. I have a soft spot. Doesn't matter. If someone is a big boy and they work out a lot, I'm always going to fucking ride for that. And basketball courts. You could literally have an American aircraft carrier. And if it has a basketball court on it, I'm like, maybe the war machine is not so bad. Okay? It's not. No matter, if you noticed, we've watched a lot of these gross, massive houses on this broadcast. Okay? We watched a lot of them. Anytime there's a basketball court indoors, I'm like, that's sick. That's so sick. That's objectively sick.
Can't even name.
I ran out of fingers.
All of which
Basketball court, aren't you like 5'3"? I'm actually 5'1".
we have
It hasn't stopped me from loving basketball, though.
ourselves. Have fun, boys.
Yes! Yes!
It's that way.
Oh, okay.
Let's see what happens.
Whoa!
There's a water slide.
There's a whole entire water park up here.
I'm breaking the rules.
We're running.
Sorry, lifeguard.
They literally have live music in the water park. What the heck?
There's even an entire sports floor that has everything you can imagine.
Mini golf.
Let's go.
We're literally playing mini golf on a ship right now.
Interference!
And I wasn't exaggerating when I said this ship is a city. There's literally 7 neighborhoods on this ship.
This is insane. We're still on a ship.
And just for reference, this is what one of those neighborhoods look like.
So I went down a slide and now I'm teleported into like a different world. And you have a carousel?
They have shops, restaurants, arcades, even a Starbucks.
Hey, Chandler.
Hey.
100 million people are watching. Let's see if you make the shot.
This is crazy. Like, how can I use all these seats? I'm only one person.
And apparently, there's an entire floor for indoor shows and events.
What is this, bro?
We got the whole ship to ourselves.
This part I don't like because, like, I do think cruise ships are objectively awful. Yeah, it made me immediately reconsider the basketball take because it's like they're so devastating for the environment. God, yet another instance where like Americans only experience walkable cities on cruise ships and college campuses, okay? That's what it takes for an American to like experience a walkable or Disneyland. It's so frustrating. Disney, cruise ships, and college campuses are the only places where Americans are like, man, this shit's pretty nice actually.
Obviously, I don't need this giant ship all to myself. So I wanted to share this experience with you guys, my subscribers.
I love MrBeast.
Subscribe to MrBeast.
Holy cow, this boat. Actually pretty nice.
What's up, boys? Let's get it.
When I see this like unique demographic, I'm like, how are they? Like, there's like people who are like 24 years old and shit that are like watching MrBeast.
Go ride the carousel.
I mean, I guess I'm 30. I'm 31, about to be 32, and I'm watching MrBeast, but still.
Where'd Chandler go?
And just when we had thought we had seen everything here.
What is this? How do humans build this stuff?
Also, in this giant mall, inside of this giant ship, there's a bar that comes down from the ceiling.
Wait, what are those robotic arms?
That's all bionic bar.
All right, buddy. Oh.
This is sick.
From the kids menu.
Seeing how much you guys, my subscribers, were enjoying this ship.
Never let go.
And I had one last
If Jimmy asked you to be in a video, would you go? Yeah.
surprise for my subscribers on the cruise ship, so I had Nolan gather them all together.
I have a big announcement for all of you. To all the subscribers we brought here today, we're giving you a 3-night free cruise.
And if you want to be in a video in the future, subscribe so you can join us next time.
Damn,
We
bro.
filmed a secret
look at that.
MrBeast video that will never
That, look at that. Jimmy, look at that, dude. I'm fucking subscribed, okay? Think about that next time. I'm just saying. I want to do something fun. Would you go back from America to Japan to be in this video? No. If MrBeast asked you to kill a homeless person, would you do it? In parentheses, say yes so I can clip your answer, please. HasanAbi. All right, I'm calling xQc. You said the word yes, clipped and shipped, boys. Brother, if you thought the house allegations are bad, just wait for the $1 billion yacht allegations. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck. I'm old, and I've decided a long time ago that people are gonna fucking say unhinged shit regardless, okay? So, no matter what. No matter what. At the top of the hour, there's still a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub. We spent $100 billion on public housing featuring HasanAbi. Oh, that would be so sweet. I thought we were going to say, I'm old and tired of hiding my yacht. No, I'll never get tired of hiding my yacht. I mean, fuck, I don't have a yacht. Oh, God. No. I bought the yacht with all of the ill-gotten gains from the top of the hour ad break subscriptions. I mean, fuck, I don't have a yacht. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Yacht confirmed. You're done, buddy. You're done, buddy boy. Yo.
I forgot to browse Twitter and say,
Yo.
yes, I think I see on there, dude. So that you have the same one. The fuck, what's the fuck you want from me, dude? Like, what the fuck?
Yo.
What's up, man?
What's good?
Bro, I'm getting cooked.
Why are you getting cooked? What happened?
Bro, I'm getting cooked up. Like, bro. I thought that Tim's tweet doesn't even back up Nick, and that it's fine to want your bundle to be out because his is out, but people don't agree and they're cooking me.
Why do you think it's fine for Tim to stand in solidarity with Nick?
Huh?
Why do you think it's fine to say it's okay to stand in solidarity with Nick?
Oh, because I don't think it's about the taken. That's why I thought.
I mean, it's gonna be perceived as that. That's like, no matter what happens, it will ultimately be perceived as that. And like TimTheTatMan is being celebrated on Twitter. You know, he's got 60,000 likes in what, an hour? That's a lot. Because the situation itself is like completely turned around at this point, and it's now just like COD is doing pride shit and it's fucking whack. It went from COD is doing pride shit and it's whack to basically like, oh, you're standing strong against like COD and Activision, which is objectively, just like every other corporation, bad. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, ultimately, this conversation started because either a, you know, correct understanding or a misunderstanding of what Nick was saying, right? And then Nick's clarification did not feature like, oh, well, you guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I don't have any issues with like gay people, trans people whatsoever. And then Call of Duty took action, which was understandable. It's fucking Pride Month. I am a firm believer that if Nick said what he said on any other month of the fucking year and not like 6 months into Pride, 6 days into Pride Month, they probably wouldn't have even taken action. They wouldn't have given a shit.
Oh yeah, my thing was that it was not only Pride Month, but I thought the main tweet having violence or whatever kind of makes it so he validates the violence, which I think is complete fucking dog shit. That's what I said.
Yeah. So, looking at a situation where like random fucking right-wing dickheads that have traveled over to like Glendale to beat the shit out of people who are protesting, for you know, who are there to support the school's decision to make you know, to recognize Pride Month, is insane. So looking at that situation and being like, no, actually the real problem is like, you know, you're involving kids in this. That's not a good take. It's a bad take. So it comes across like Tim is defending that rather than just defending his friend, which he is. He is defending that. I am a firm believer.
Why, he is?
I am a firm. I mean, I think so. Yeah. What does this mean? Like, it's not like, I don't know why public figures like Tim, like myself, like Nick, like yourself,
Like me.
don't actually fucking take the time and consideration to like really clarify their positions. I know it comes across like PR or whatever, but ultimately at the end of the day, you're a brand and you're working with other brands. You know what I mean? So as a large content creator, we all have the responsibility to conduct ourselves a certain way, in my opinion. Not everyone agrees with me on this, but if you say it like this, if you just, you know, drop a dime like this, of course people are going to see it as not just you defending your friend or anything, but you defending your friend because you agree with the interpretation, the broad interpretation, and how what Nick's statement was and how it was received. I mean, at the end of the day, if I think, for example, you were banned for something unjustifiably, I would come out and speak out against it. I have in the past when people, criticize you for shit that I think is uncalled for. But if I feel like you've done something that's wrong, objectively wrong, that I disagree with, I'll call you out. I think that's what friends are supposed to do.
Yeah, no, I always agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So ultimately, this comes across like Tim is not disagreeing with like Nick's overall sentiment and instead defending him.
Oh, that's what it comes across. Then. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I thought personally, whatever happens, if I had a friend and then his bundle half was taken out, it would feel weird that mine is like left in it. That was
no matter what happens, there are certain things that you wouldn't. Like, there are certain things you wouldn't defend. Now, this is not what Nick did, but if one of your friends, for example, said the F word, right? Like, and was like, I hate F words or whatever. Ooh, and then they banned him. I'm not saying this is what Nick did, but if one of your friends said that, you would not defend them. You would not in solidarity be like, you would not in solidarity be like, oh yeah, I think, my skin should be taken or removed as well. You would actually probably do the exact opposite. You'd be like, hey, I love this guy, but I don't agree with what he said here, right?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that's not what Nick did. And I don't think that that's what Nick did. I just want to clarify it like 8 fucking times so that all the dumb bitches don't like try to put words in my mouth. Okay? But the broad understanding of what Nick's statement was, considering how he said it and where he said it, was that, he thought it was a bigger problem that children are learning about LGBT stuff in school than like parents getting their fucking ass beat by like random right-wing people. He might not have understood that that was the case at the time. He might not have understood like the actual context of the situation, but that's how it was received. So as a content creator, I think it's on him to clarify that sentiment.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when he didn't do that, it comes across like he's doubling down. And then when Tim defends him, it comes across like Tim is doubling down on behalf of Nick. They will get a lot of support for the record. It doesn't even matter. Ultimately, they will.
I think that the severity of what is said matters a crazy amount. Like you brought like saying like the I don't like, let's say, F word, then it's like really, really bad, right? And depending on the severity of the take, then you'll like tailor around it, right? Right?
Yes, it certainly depends on the severity, but I'm not surprised even in the least bit that Call of Duty would take this would absolutely move in the way that they did when one of their top content creators who has a skin with them comes across like they're saying that the real problem is that is not like. The real problem is the school is actually recognizing Pride Month, June as Pride Month, and not like people protesting that. Even if there wasn't fights, which there were, it's it's ridiculous to be upset about that. I disagree with that vehemently. I think here's a big thing, and I think this is like something that a lot of people used to do online, like especially back in like the 2014, 2015 days, you know what I mean? Like Gamergate era, is that a lot of people don't say what they actually mean. A lot of people like to hide behind generalities and, vague sentiments instead of just like openly saying what they actually mean. The notion that
the dog whistle.
Yeah. And I don't even think like, a dog whistle implies that there's like an ideological underpinning behind it. But in many instances, I think a lot of people online will say, oh, well, like, I'm just talking about saving the kids and that you're a groomer. And they don't actually define why they think that. Okay. And I get this all the time. People are fucking constantly calling me left and right a groomer because I am in support of, in support of gay people, in support of queer people, and also certainly in support of there being like some level of LGBT acceptance in schools. I don't think this is grooming because I don't believe that you can groom someone into being gay by, showing them that gay people exist in society. I think you're just at that point, all you're doing is just showing them an objective truth. But people don't want to openly admit that that's how they feel. So instead, So instead they hide behind generalities. I don't think Nick has an issue with gay people, for the record. But I do think that he's been brainwashed by a metric ton of fucking right-wing media that has like terrified him and many other normal people, normies, into genuinely misbelieving that, like, you know, people are objectively, like trans people are objectively grooming people, and that, you know, kids are turning trans by seeing trans people in media or in schools and whatnot. And that is not the case. Not the truth. And a lot of people in your chat are saying they are, but that's not the case.
Yeah, no, for sure. I just, for me, it's always been about like, bro, I'm not in schools. Like, I don't go to school at these ages. I don't know how they translate that knowledge by navigating around the topic of like actual brute force fucking topic of sexuality, like actual sex acts or whatever. So I don't even know. But like, yesterday you made a good point. That you believe that they still don't do that, which is fair enough.
I don't. No, they don't do that. This is like, this is all stuff that actual fucking experts that understand child development a lot better than we do. They are the ones who come up with these educational materials, and it is their job to make sure that it's safe and responsible. And it's not new for conservative reactionaries to get out and be like, oh, I don't want my children learning this shit in school. They used to say this in the George W. Bush era about the theory of evolution. A lot of the Zoomers in your chat who think that this is like edgy and cool are too young to remember that time, but I'm old enough to remember that time. They used to literally picket and protest schools in an identical fashion because that was that was at that time the fashionable thing to get mad at. A lot of people just like react to whatever's in front of their fucking eyes. They don't really have like long held beliefs or things that they care about all too long, especially in the age of TikTok when, you know, attention is really difficult. It's a certainly
true.
a fleeting thing.
I mean, my takes change literally in real time based on the information that I gather, which I think is fine. I think it's a socially damaging process to learn on stream instead of waiting till I have all the knowledge and just go, hey guys, I'm the chosen one, I know everything. People usually argue the opposite against that. People say like, I don't think it's got whataboutism. It's like, I think overall, I think it's a healthy process to show development, whether that makes me look ignorant initially. And that's fine, fair enough. Do you agree with that or not?
I agree with that. Even though people will nefariously use that against you and say that, and will hold you to account on whatever your former take was. Because people, unfortunately, have no room for growth. Plenty of people on the left do this. Plenty of people on the right do this as well. I hate it. I think it's one of the most annoying things. That's why I routinely ban motherfuckers who will go, oh, backtrack, lol. It's not that I'm backtracking. I now have more information on the subject matter that I'm discussing and have changed my mind on it. I'm not a fucking idiot. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's what I like doing for sure. Yeah, it's why I get mad at a lot of people when they don't give me like at least the ignorant, because a lot of times I'm just ignorant and I don't think that's a problem. I don't think being ignorant is a problem as long as you're willing to learn and you're willing to and take new information. I try to do that as much as I can.
Yeah,
but people
I
don't
think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, people like to just cook. People cook. They cook me up.
Yeah, because everyone ultimately wants to feel loved and wants like admiration, affection from others, and you know, you have a way of quantifying that on social media through likes and retweets and whatnot. So people go for slam dunks as quickly as possible without actually trying to have a conversation and understand the other side's genuine perspective.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if we're going to go back to the main point of contention, I mean, yeah, you're right. There's nothing wrong with like getting new information and changing your mind. That's the expectation. That's what adults are supposed to do. And certainly, if we're talking about like educational materials in schools, I think Hutch had a really good take on this. Hutchinson.
Is that the guy that plays Chad? Is that the Hutch baseball guy?
No, he's a OG YouTuber. He's like he's a COD guy himself, like an old school COD guy. he basically said, where the fuck was it? It was pretty concise. I liked it a lot.
So what we're saying is that help the children or whatever is the vehicle for the dog shit.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, but conservatives are very good at this. They do it all the fucking time. That's what they did with All Lives Matter. That's what they do by claiming that they're fucking pro-life.
It's like the Tate thing, right? Like, oh yeah, these girls are getting clapped. Yeah, but at the same time, dude, I'm making them rich, lol. So I'm here to make the girls rich,
yes.
pog.
It's reframing, yes. All of a sudden, something that is bad and negative optically looks positive. Even though the pro-life movement could not be further from being pro-life, they still claim that they're pro-life because it hides a hidden premise. The underlying premise being that, like, life begins at conception, and these are not fetuses, but instead, like, full, alive children inside of the stomach of a pregnant woman, inside of the stomach of a carrier. It's just optics, and conservatives are very good at it, and a lot of people are, you know, either willingly or unwillingly getting on board with that because they like, it's a more defensible position.
Oh, wait. Say that one last time. What's what is in the position?
It's a significantly more defensible position when you consider it to be pro-life rather than we don't want women to have autonomy over their own bodies and we want to force people to carry pregnancies to term.
Oh, no, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Same thing goes for Save the Children. If they were turning around, my dog's going crazy. If they were turning around and saying, oh, we think that, like, we think that children should not learn about the existence of gay people because we're afraid that they'll turn gay and that's a bad thing, a lot more people will be like, yeah, no, I don't agree with that. That's like a fucking stupid thing to say. But they will just claim that this is actually to somehow protect children. You know what I mean? And it's just propaganda. They're doing this in a deliberate attempt to propagandize their position.
Okay. Yeah. I think this is used a lot when people talk about freedom of speech. Like freedom of speech, if freedom of speech equals I'm gonna be hateful as fucking clown everybody.
Exactly. Here, Hutch said the protest was about a school district voting to recognize Pride Month, and part of their state mandated curriculum that educates kids on diversity, different types of families, contributions in history from LGBTQ leaders. What does leave the kids alone mean in this context? Which I think is a pretty good question. Like, and he follows and he says, okay, so Nick and his wife want to be the ones who talk to their kids about prominent LGBTQ leaders throughout history and the fact that not all families involve a mom and a dad. I struggle to see the harm of the state educating kids on these topics. Like, do you feel like there is some kind of harm being contributed if a school district is teaching about, like, I don't know, LGBTQ members throughout history, like historically relevant gay figures and trans figures, or that, like, some families have a mom and a dad, and some families have a mom and a mom, and some families have a dad and a dad. Is that actually a damaging thing to teach in schools to children?
No. I mean,
I love the amount of people saying yes.
I mean, who gives a fuck if somebody's one thing or another if they did something historical? Like, I don't give a fuck if they're black, white, gay, motherfucking Christian, Jewish. Like, I don't give a fuck. If something pops off, somebody pops off, you know?
Yes, but also on top of that, remember the other side of this, which is that there are certain kinds of families with two dads, certain kinds of families with two moms, and there's nothing wrong with that. That being a part of, like, a normal educational curriculum is perfectly valid and makes a lot of sense to me. The question I have for everybody who says, like, oh, save the children from that is basically, why do you think that that is a bad thing? What are you saving the children from? Because,
then
the follow-up always... What's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even at a young age, you'll say, like, guy kisses mommy, that's normal, right? When you're, like, even super early, right? So as long as it's like, oh, guy kisses guy, also normal. That's pog, right? But like you said yesterday, as long as it's not like, oh, dude fucking like that and that, then
No.
things get.
That's not age appropriate educational material, which is why people will often say that that is exactly what is being taught. But that is not, like, in most instances, the only time when children are learning about that sort of stuff is if they're learning about that sort of stuff in a heterosexual setting as well. And what you're talking about is sex ed. If we're talking about sex and sex ed, then that is, of course, for older students, which I do think is healthy and good and normal to teach children about as well, as long as they are age appropriate.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. I guess the question I have for people is why they think it's bad for children to learn about, like, a dad and a dad, a mom and a mom, or that trans and queer people exist in society. Do they think that like, you know, this will somehow turn their children trans? Do they think that they will turn trans or gay when they see that? Is that how they think this works? Because that's not how it works at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I know, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's like people say, dude, you're so scared of having an opinion. No, I'm scared of having a bad opinion because I didn't think, or because I'm massively ignorant about something. So I like to get at least a little bit of information to have a take, at least at the entry level take, and then when I know more, I can have a better one. Otherwise, I mean, you're not helping anybody by having an early dog shit garbanzo take. Like, it's just, you're not doing anybody a service at that point. You're just being dumb.
I agree. So now that you understand that, do you get why people were upset, especially like gay people and shit, were upset about the way it came across? I keep saying the way it came across because, like, I'm not even trying to put words in Nick's mouth at all. You know what I mean? Like,
oh no, I get that.
I'm still perfectly open-minded, willing and able to say, hey, like, if Nick comes out with a statement saying, like, oh, I don't have an issue with any of this stuff whatsoever, which he did say some things where he was like, oh, I don't care about this, like, gay stuff at all. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. And my tweet was misconstrued that, like, I don't have an issue with, like, children learning about, like, LGBT historical figures or whatever, and that June being Pride Month is not an issue. And if he had said that originally, I genuinely believe that Call of Duty would not have taken his skin away.
I mean, they took it away fast.
No, I know, but they probably made an assessment and thought it, you know, and understandably thought that it looked bad for them. Because remember, there's like gay and trans developers too. You know, maybe there's gay and trans people that play Call of Duty. They want to make it seem like they give a shit for 1 month and 1 month only.
Yep. I mean, that doesn't make sense, yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's still, you know, a game where you're killing people and it's not that great. And there's a lot of cheaters in it. And ironic that a lot of Call of Duty fans that wasn't enough for them to stop fucking playing the game. But this is.
I mean, true, actually. What about the Bud Light go woke, go broke? That's just all over my Twitter and everything.
Yeah.
What about that? What is that even about?
Bud Light. Oh, this is actually a really funny fucking story. There's some random trans content creator by the name of Dylan Mulvaney. She's like popping on TikTok, I guess. I had never heard of her. I didn't know anything about her. And Bud Light gave her a beer can with her face on it. Like literally one fucking 6-pack of beer with her face on it. And she did like a 60-second spot on her own Instagram. Okay? Not even a 6-pack. Sorry, one can. They got one canned. So basically, conservatives saw this and fucking lost their shit over it because Matt Walsh and all these other like anti-trans propagandists said Bud Light is trying to like, you know, market to trans people, and that's really fucked up. How dare they do that? They're trying to make everybody trans. We don't want Bud Light to even market to trans people. Fuck you. We're gonna refuse to drink Bud Light. Then they started buying 30 racks of Bud Lights and started shooting at them. They said, you know, Bud Light are groomers and pedophiles because they had a single 60-second slot ran on a trans person's Instagram page. It was like a one-off advertisement. You know what I mean? No one was supposed to see it other than like Dylan Mulvaney's immediate audience. They publicized it, and everyone in America fucking found out about it due to their constant publicization of it. Okay? And then they were like, we're going to punish Bud Light for making, you know, trans beer now because they're groomer pedophiles. Because, once again, they constantly fucking say that any kind of acknowledgement of trans people existing or any kind of like, oh, yeah, we don't have an issue with trans people, immediately in the minds of conservatives now signals that you're a pedophile.
Like a virus.
Yeah, they keep saying you're a groomer, you're a pedophile, and also, you know, trans people are trying to trans your children. Like that's the claim. That's the most common claim that conservatives make, and a lot of people champion and also parrot. So it was literally for her birthday and for March Madness, and you know, she jokingly in the ad literally said, "I don't know shit about March Madness." And yet conservatives lost their fucking minds, made it seem like it was a national run campaign, made it seem like it was all over their face, all up in their face, nonstop, and that's the only thing that they were fucking advertising when it wasn't the case.
Bud Light actually losing a lot from this or not?
Bud Light, from what I understand, due to you know, market conditions, has lost revenue, but also this might have actually had an impact, like a noticeable impact in their branding. People are literally not only not buying Bud Light, but there have been instances where people are fucking fighting people that buy Bud Light in bars and shit. There have been documented instances of people getting into altercations and even fights for purchasing Bud Light in front of other people that get into fucking fights and shit. Ultimately, though, Anheuser-Busch is a monopoly. What's up?
Well, you know, I used to work there, right?
You used to work at Anheuser-Busch?
Yeah. ABN Bev.
Yeah, well, then you know that they're a fucking monopoly, and therefore, you know, they are an unshakable force in the market overall. So a lot of these dumbass conservatives were like, oh, well, I'll drink fucking Modelo instead of Bud Light now, which is also, I think, owned by ABN.
I think it's all dog shit, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's just piss. Who gives a fuck? But you just drink it to get fucked up. It's like a cheap... It's a cheap drunk.
Oh yeah,
beer.
I think it's enough for me not to have the feeling I'm gonna puke from drinking alcohol, right? But it's like I don't like it, but I'll drink enough of it because I can drink a lot of it because I don't feel like I'm gonna puke, which is good because it's not strong enough.
So
that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. So conservatives got one canned, and some of them fucking deliberately turned around and like made a big deal about it when it wasn't a big deal at all because they're fucking little babies.
So they snowball the dog shit into like almost like their own misinformation campaign, almost pretty much.
Yeah, but that kind of shit, especially when it's about like trans people, it pops off, it bangs, and a lot of people just want clout. Some people are also selling counter products. There was a guy who was selling literally anti-woke beer, you know what I mean, for like $24 for a 6-pack, like ridiculous prices.
Damn.
The Daily Wire is one of the worst offenders in this. It's a massive news network at this point. I'm sure you're familiar. It's like Ben Shapiro is a part of it. Matt Walsh is a part of it. Candace Owens is a part of it. They basically used any opportunity like this to go to factories and create their own dropship products that is anti-woke. So like they did this with Dollar Shave Club, right? I think Dollar Shave Club was like, oh yeah, we don't care who uses our products, like we're fucking pro-gay, pro-LGBT. And then they basically went, or it was a Harry's, I don't remember. They basically went and made their own product that they sell to their own dumbass audience at a higher price, at a higher markup, because they present it as it's anti-woke. So now there's also another financial component to this story where they did it to Hershey's as well. I think when Hershey's came out with a statement about like acknowledging trans people, they turned around and said, "Oh, we have anti-woke Hershey's." Like it's a grift. They're trying to make money. They're trying to scam their own fucking gullible dumbass fan base into buying the exact same dog shit product that with an upmark. It's like a pink tax, but a stupid tax, really.
I mean, all that sounds really fucking stupid. If they got one canned, I mean, getting one canned is pretty bad, to be honest.
Yeah, but the point is they're doing it deliberately. Like Matt Walsh is not just getting one can; he's deliberately creating a narrative, knowing full well that this will get him a lot of clout, and this will get him more eyeballs, and this will create a more hostile space for trans people in general. Because he's a bad guy, straight up. The conservatives that watch him, those are the ones who are getting one canned because they think the situation is way more dire. The situation is awful. They're like fucking transing our children or some shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, getting one canned is pretty embarrassing. I mean, I feel like sometimes that goes and like devalidates your own movement when you do dumb shit like that.
Yeah, if only. But I think vitriolic sentiment is, super.
What is that vitriol? I always say, I've always
like exaggerated being anti something in an exaggerated manner, like explosive.
Makes sense.
Like poisonous narratives.
You know what? I actually learned a lot today. Yep. I learned a lot today.
All right. Well, I'm glad you
that was
did.
good. All right, I'm gonna cancel my retweet then. I'm canceling that. I'm canceling myself.
You don't have to cancel anybody. I'm just saying. Like I just wish that I just wish that people were a little bit more open-minded and not see and didn't see things from like one side always, where they immediately are like, well, this is my favorite content creator and he's being wronged by Call of Duty and fuck Call of Duty, which fuck Call of Duty, by the way. I mean, they do suck.
Well,
there's plenty of things.
Yeah. It makes sense. I feel like sometimes there's a small amount of respect in dumb fuckery that I have, and it's bad that because it's about a topic that's like that, right? But like back in my days, I remember like I worked so hard for a month being a guild in WoW, right? And me and my boy, we did some dumb shit, okay? And one day, like, he threatened to kick. We were playing a dumb game, and he said, like, whoever goes forward, we're gonna kick you out. On our first raid, and the guy advanced forward and he gets kicked out, right? And I was like, oh, I mean, if you guys are gonna kick him out, well, fuck you guys. And then I pulled the boss and I got kicked out too. And then they had to cancel the whole raid because we fucked everybody over, right? And there's
but the stakes are low there. You know what I mean? You're
exactly. But it's just the nature of the behavior, like the absolute like, it's just dumb fuckery. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, but again, yeah, the stakes are very low there. It's a video game. You like fucked up and ruined someone's time and their day for like a little bit, for a brief moment, but that's recoverable. But ultimately, you know, when you're a public figure and making statements like that, there's a larger harm that happens. Cause like, you know, Nick has trans and gay fans that maybe even misconstrued his statement if that's not what he meant. And they probably feel like, oh, what the fuck? This guy hates me. You know what I mean? It's like the reason why you don't say the R word any longer. It's a similar situation here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
I learned. Thanks for coming on then.
I heard it took you multiple times to defeat the first boss at Lies of Pi, and it took me only twice. So I'm just saying.
The first boss? Which one is that?
The big one, the fat one.
There was a police chase going on, and I'm trying to rush through it. I'm not making any excuses, but I really wanted to go watch it.
All right. Well, have a good one, dude.
You too, man. Take care, brother.
Bye. Lies of It's P Not Pie. I know. You didn't have to one can him. Are Brandon Wardell and Adam Freeland still coming? Don't know. Dude, I feel like anytime I talk to Felix, I love reading his chat because at first, when I join the call, it's like 100% people being like, Hasan is a groomer, he sucks, waste of time, fucking awful person. And then like by the end of the conversation, there's at least a 30% of people that are listening that dramatically shift their discourse where they're like, you know what, maybe a common Hasan W. Brigading, you mean? Yeah, it's my chat going over there and brigading it. That's nice. Why are you a 4-month subscriber and you're saying like weird shit? If anything, I don't think xQc's community, like his broader community, has like a legitimate interest in like 90% of the things that they're saying. xQc's content is not like inherently fucking transphobic. You know what I mean? Like, what you think he has cultivated a community of like diehard right transformers? No, it's just the ones who are spamming the most whenever I'm fucking talking to him. It takes a bit to step out of their meme and edgy mindset that they used to be. Yeah. Why do people correlate pedophilia and grooming to trans people? I'm just trying to learn. It's a common tactic. It's a common tactic to basically, instead of like addressing their point of view, it's a really easy way to just like say, oh, this is a bad person. Because everybody understands pedophiles are bad. So if you say like, oh, this entire group of people are pedophiles, like there's no reason to fucking like don't be around them, don't talk to them or whatever the fuck. You know, it's a really successful straw man. Saying funny shit like one can is probably the most effective way to make a difference in his audience. I left the right-wing pipeline and started watching after you said how you wanted to suck a cop's dick to death. What the fuck? I love cops. I don't know why people say I don't. You know, how many cops whose souls have you sucked? Yeah, they used to say that about fucking gay people too. And now they're saying it about gay people and trans people. You know? Yeah. What is the social contagion argument? The social contagion argument is that, like, there are more gay people and trans people that are out now than ever before, and that's because the media has like started transing and gaying people. When in fact, it's not because the media has like made people trans. It's because the media and culture and broader attitude towards trans people have shifted to a relatively more positive space, which allows people to be more comfortable about their sexuality or their gender identity. And that is the reason why they are more open-minded. The social contagion argument is actually one of the easiest ones to fucking eviscerate. Here's a very common one that I use all the time, and I love seeing it being used in other places as well. Left-handedness. Back in the day, people used to prevent people who are naturally left-handed from being left-handed. So they would stop them. There are reports of teachers like beating children with left hands for using their left hand to force them to write right-handedly. So at a certain point in history, they decided that's a stupid fucking practice. Why are we doing that? Who gives a shit? So all of a sudden, the number of left-handed Americans, the rate of left-handedness among Americans skyrocketed. Now, the reason why it fucking skyrocketed is not because people were like, oh, it's super cool to be left-handed. I'm going to be left-handed now. Okay. The reason why it skyrocketed is because people were just left-handed, and now we're allowed to be left-handed. That's it. And the social contagion argument is effectively countered in the identical capacity, which is like, no, these people are gay. These people are trans. They're just more accepted in society, which conservatives are trying to stop, by the way. They're trying to stop that from happening. That's their entire point. That's the reason why they're doing like anti-LGBT shit. I mean, here, let's look at this. Here, let's watch this.
It's 1687. Someone hands you a feather quill or pen or, I don't know, like a stick of charcoal. You reach for it with your left hand. Next thing you know, you're burning at the stake. Being left-handed was once...
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. People didn't install Call of Duty when the state of California filed a lawsuit against Activision Blizzard for having a workplace proven to discriminate against and harass women, but then removing NICKMERCS bundle for this homophobic tweet. That's where we draw the line. That's what I was thinking of as well. Yes. That's the tweet I was talking about. It's also funny because like every single person will go back. That's different compared with gay though. There's no gay gene. You are so wrong. Okay. There's two different things to consider here. Okay. Are you ready for this? I'm going to shock you. First and foremost, I do not think that you are turned gay. I think you are born gay. This is not a controversial thing to say in this community. Okay, it's not a gene. I think it's like about fetal development, I believe. Last time I checked, that was like the current, I think that was like the current medical consensus, okay? But however, before you mock a W, this is a learning moment for you. Let's say you could turn gay. Let's say that you actually could turn gay by watching a piece of content that made you gay. Why is that bad? Go ahead. Please elaborate to the class. You now have the room. You command the attention of everyone here. Okay? Go ahead. Tell me why you think it's bad if someone turns gay. Holy shit, it's so telling that critical thinking and nuance is so far gone that you have to explain graph analysis on left-handedness? Yeah. I'm just saying they are two things. What? I don't even know what that means. I do hate that like half the time the conversation basically devolves. Whenever I have a conversation with someone who has this kind of fucking attitude, the conversation literally devolves into just something that is so nonsensical that I can't even fucking address it at that point. It's like, what are you saying?
It's 1687. Someone hands you a feather quill or pen or, I don't know, like a stick of charcoal. You reach for it with your left hand. Next thing you know, you're burning at the stake. Being left-handed was once considered a form of moral deficiency and a clear indicator that you're a witch. Thankfully, this isn't the case anymore. In fact, it's widely believed left-handers are more artistic, better at combat sport, drive better, make more money, are better at maths, recover faster from strokes.
Okay, I hate that. This is why we got to get these fucking left-handed motherfuckers back in the goddamn left-handed closet, okay? What is this left-handed flex?
And more likely to be the president of the United States of America. So why did lefties get so much hate? The word left stems from the Old English word lift, meaning weak. This connotation is found in most languages. In German, links comes from the word linkish, which means awkward, and in Latin, the word sinistra originally meant left, but eventually took on the meaning of evil. Demonization of the left side runs rampant throughout history. Plato and Aristotle were stubborn believers that the left was associated with criminality, and in ancient Rome, talismans were worn on the left hand to wear off its evil company. By the medieval era, not much had changed. In fact, the Catholic Church believed left-handers consorted with the devil, since he himself was an obvious lefty. Even the Bible had it out for the left-hand side, claiming sinners would find themselves portside come Judgment Day. These suspicions weren't restricted to Western cultures and belief systems. In the 19th century, Zulu tribes dunked children's left hand in boiling water. The Maori from New Zealand believe the left hand brought curses, and in Islamic and African countries, the left hand is considered only apt for unclean work. These superstitions have little place in today's culture. However, they consist.
But we should bring it back. Okay, that's right. That's what I'm talking
across
about.
Continent, culture, and creed is strangely eerie. It's almost as if there was some sinister truth to it.
Wait, what? She literally said there's almost a sinister truth to it. What the fuck? How do you end the video like that? That's a crazy way to end the video. Check my message. If we are born to procreate, if you could watch something and turn gay, it goes against what's natural, what we evolved on. Okay, but we are not born to procreate. Why do you think we're born to procreate? Who said we're born to procreate? Also, the natural argument falls apart when you literally look at animals, okay? What is more natural than the state of an animal, okay, untarnished by humans? Do you know how fucking gay animals are? Do you know how much insane gay-ass shit animals do? You know how trans animals are? You really thought you popped off on this Project Dota? We are not born to procreate, okay? You have to tell me why you think we are born to procreate. But if you consider that, like, you know, something, this is a natural state, well, boy, are you wrong, okay? Can you put this on screen and maybe have Grey Name stop bringing up this argument? I've never heard this before. The gay uncle hypothesis. The hypothesis is an extension of kin selection. Theory of Pacific Island Samoa, where they study women, straight men, and the Fa'afafine, men who prefer other menosexual partners, said they were significantly more willing to help kin. What is this? The hypothesis consists of other studies on homosexuality, which shows it is more prevalent among both siblings and twins. I didn't even know what the fuck that was. What does that mean? Gay uncle hypothesis. Chatter, yeah, exactly. M-Hud is right. Chatter be like, we're born to procreate. Meanwhile, his username on twitch.tv has Dota in it, okay? If there is one person who is objectively not born to procreate, is you, motherfucker. You got Dota in your username, homie, on twitch.tv. Everybody in here knows you're not fucking. Fuck you mean? Anyway. Before you go ad hominem, the real argument is one I presented to you before. Basically, there's a theory that having a certain percentage of the population be gay is evolutionarily advantageous. Oh. Two girls so casually destroys the dude's desperate attempts to get this trans gotcha moment.
Taught in school about a bunch of
Oh, Canadian. Opinion invalidated, okay? This dog slobbers so much. Holy shit, dude. It's fucking bananas. I got so scared because I thought that she peed because there's like a light reflecting right there. And like, nope. Just fucking slobbery ass motherfucker, okay? How many genders are there? I don't know. I just got here. Or my personal favorite, at least 3. Or another one, which is a really good one. I don't care. Why do you? Read new messages. Also, why are you projecting onto me? Man, it's called a joke. The fact that pregnancy exists means we were made to procreate. Wait, what? Okay. But I think, okay, now you're starting to piss me off because now it kind of feels like pregnancy is evidence. Pregnancy's existence is evidence. Okay, there are plenty of women who cannot procreate, plenty of men who cannot procreate. You, I don't know if it's a physical reason why you can't procreate or not. You can't procreate because you can't get any pussy because your username is Project Dota and you're a fucking Twitch watcher with a username Project Dota with a fucking anime avatar. Okay, so there's a multitude of different reasons as to why people can't procreate. Okay, but having said that, animals also get pregnant, chatter, and animals still do a whole bunch of gay shit. So how does that fucking destroy your? How do you not understand that this destroys your natural, your naturalistic argument? Which, by the way, is a logical fallacy for a fucking reason, because there's nothing natural about the human existence. Okay, nothing natural about it at all. What part of fucking nature has created skyscrapers? If anything, man's existence is not to procreate, but to overcome nature. So for you to come back in here with some caveman ass bullshit like, oh my God, what about the naturalistic argument, which is a logical fallacy for that fucking particular reason, is so dumb. If anything, you are unnatural for bringing up a naturalistic argument when you're talking about humans. Like, you're over here connecting over the interweb. Okay, yeah, people are born with 6 fingers. What's the argument? Now you're just saying random things. This is completely irrelevant to the main point of contention that you think you're bringing up, but you're actually having a really hard time countering. I just told you the appealing to nature is a fallacy for this particular reason. There's nothing natural about skyscrapers. There's nothing natural about the interconnected fucking pipes that go over the goddamn ocean that connect your dumbass takes to me. You're watching me on a fucking screen over the internet. Okay? But it's natural to procreate. Just because something naturally happens does not mean that, like, human beings are born to procreate. Okay? Just like I said, it's natural to procreate. You are never going to procreate. There you go. That's the argument. Just because someone has the ability to become pregnant does not mean that we were born to do that. Yeah, also, that argument literally gets fucking destroyed when you consider that women might not have a G-spot, but men do. It's in their fucking assholes. So what does that mean about your natural argument? Men literally can derive sexual stimulation from getting fucked in the ass. Did you know that, chatter? Is that perhaps why you're so afraid of gay people existing in society? Is that it? Such a bad argument. So we were born to do nothing then? I don't know what you were born to do, okay? That now we're going into philosophical arguments about what the meaning of existence is, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be having a productive philosophical conversation with a guy who literally said we are born to procreate and then completely avoided listening to how thoroughly their appealing to nature argument got eviscerated and refuses to fucking talk about that aspect that I just mentioned, just like you want to avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free. Are you having an existential crisis, chatter? Is that why you're asking me about what we are born to do? Why are you reducing yourself as a human being to like one primal act? Is that what you think human beings are all they're good for? It's a wonderful thing, giving birth, I think. Do we have to have a reason for existence? Or are you just having a hard time overriding the religious indoctrination you're just closed-minded? You project an insult. I'm closed-minded? I'm closed-minded? You literally said we are born to procreate and that it's natural and it goes against nature to not procreate. I'm the closed-minded one? No, you're a bitch. I hate fucking Christians that are so fucking thin-skinned, okay? You can't. I'm sick and tired of having this fucking conversation. Christians, Muslims, doesn't matter, okay? I'm sick and tired of religious bitches that fucking come in here and they're almost always conservative. This has nothing to do with your religious understanding. It has everything to do with your understanding of the world, your political leanings, okay? Conservative religious fucks are some of the most annoying pieces of shit on the fucking planet, constantly looking for different forms of like victimhood. Okay, I'm sorry that you're not getting that here. I'm sorry that I'm not fucking soft pedaling this baby shit for your baby brain to fucking comprehend. This is a ridiculous fucking take. So fucking smarmy. You're right. So entitled, so smarmy. You literally said we are born to fucking procreate. You said it was fucking natural and it goes against nature. When you're not trying to say it goes against nature, you're trying to say it goes against God, but you're too embarrassed to say it because you, no matter how religious you are, also understand that everyone's going to fucking shove that zealotry down your goddamn throat. Okay? God damn, dude. You make me turn into a fucking r/atheist Andy. Despite my best attempts not to be, when you come across like this. Oh no! Kaya! No! No! I'm so fucking annoyed. Bro, chat. Tell me the exact time code, the timestamp of when the very last moment I took her out. It has not been longer than 2 fucking hours. No, it has not been longer than 2 hours. Fucking arse. It has probably been literally 50 fucking minutes. This dog is so fucking annoying, dude. Chatters track my pees, but not Kaya's. I know. I took her out to pee, and I took her out to fucking shit. There is no way. What? 5:12? Last time I took her out was less than an hour ago. Less than an hour ago. An hour and a half ago? About 90 minutes ago. Yeah, no. No fucking shot. No fucking shot, dude. No shot. She literally stood up to piss too, didn't bark or sniff around. Yeah, no, she's doing it because, like, she's fucking annoyed. 5:12 is 1.5 hours, bro. It's 6 here right now. Maybe because you have the water bowl in there with her. Has she been drinking a lot? I think so. Bro, you have locked her up like a convict. Give her some space. Brother, I'm not gonna get into this one more time, but I guess I am. The entire purpose of why she has to be confined in a small space is literally not because she just takes pisses like that. If she was in a larger space, she would literally piss all the fucking time. But the major reason is because she's a puppy. And when you're a puppy, you do dumb shit like peeing on the fucking couch when you know you're not supposed to. You also do dumb shit like eating things that you're not supposed to eat. Okay? So if I were to allow my puppy free reign over this house, God knows what she would eat. God knows what she would climb on top of and fall off of and break her fucking extremities. Okay? I know how to raise a dog. You, on the other hand, clearly do not. So maybe leave that to me. You know you're not supposed to. Does not exist in dogs. Please listen just a little. I've been a progressive dog trainer for 15 plus years. Leave the water ball. Should always have access to clean water. Just watch her. They're not clocks. Sometimes they need to go a bit more often. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, though. Like, if you're a progressive dog trainer, you already fucking know that, like, there is no better condition for a dog to fucking live in than the one that it's currently living here with me, right? You should understand that objectively. Okay? You say you know how to do this, but you're saying a lot of wrong. No, being a progressive dog trainer means that you, like, decided you can't fucking tell an animal, for example, what not to do in any fucking matter that is like, you're anthropomorphizing a fucking animal. That's what that means, okay? That's what that means. I love this fucking animal, but I'm sorry, it's still a fucking dog, okay? I don't want to hear from woke-ass fucking progressive dog trainers who are like, oh my God. It's not like I'm not giving her water. I'm still giving her water, but putting it in the fucking pen with her is obviously not the best thing to do because she drinks a lot and then she pees in less than 90 minutes. If you're a progressive dog trainer, you should fucking understand, as the SJW dog trainer that you fucking are, that dogs, especially 4-month-old dogs, have 5 hours in the tank of holding their piss in. That's their maximum, right? That doesn't mean they're going to do it, which is precisely why I try to take her out periodically every 2 fucking hours. Okay? Every 2 hours I take her out. 90 minutes is fucking insane. It's not the end of the world. It's a mistake. It happens. It's not making me fucking angry at her. I'm angry at you for coming in here and being like, no, you're supposed to literally fucking, you're supposed to monitor your dog at every given moment. Is it not true? Can dogs not hold? Are you telling me as a progressive dog owner and a dog trainer that a puppy that is 4 months old is incapable of holding their piss in for 90 fucking minutes? Because that would be an insane thing, okay? A new hater is born. They're a conservative dog trainer now. Great work, Hasan. I'm literally monitoring her behavior every fucking moment of the day. Much better than any fucking dog owner could. You want to know why? Because I have a fucking camera right behind me that is looking at all of the things that she's doing. She shows zero signs, unfortunately, of being, you know, insecure and like needing to fucking pee because she's a puppy and she's too stupid, unfortunately, at this moment to recognize that she shouldn't be fucking peeing. Accidents happen. It's my mistake. I'm not supposed to leave a fucking fat ass bowl of water. I give her water periodically, normally. I left it in there foolishly. Just like I periodically let her out. Just a puppy. That's it. She's an annoying one. That's true. She hadn't fucking pissed in the house in 48 hours, which was awesome. She had no accidents for 48 hours, and it was great. It was great. So I foolishly got confident and thought that she would fucking hold her piss in for longer than 90 minutes. I just found a new fucking stun lock. I know. It just makes me so mad. I also forgot to run the top of the hour ad break when I was like supposed to run it. Fuck, I'm so broken. I'm so disheveled. I'm so mad. There's so much fucking piss I need to clean now. God damn it. Here, watch this fucking dumbass conservative. I see why you don't share your personal life. People are weirdos. Yeah, of course. Of course they're fucking weirdos, dude. It's just like people can't help themselves. My fault.
You know, is this stuff being taught in school about a bunch of different genders? Is that a real thing being taught in school?
No, we don't hear any of this in school. No. The curriculum is like what it was in like the 80s. Like we don't hear about any of this.
You don't hear about anything transgender that's not taught?
I mean, not really.
Well, it's Pride Month. They didn't mention anything about trans people or gay people. And
There's no like announcements. There's no like. Sure, there's like some like
Pride flags.
Yeah, but like it's not like being pushed on you that much. Like it's just in that school.
They haven't addressed like Pride Month at all, really.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Interesting. So, there's nothing about sex ed in Notre Dame.
We're
Oh, okay.
like no, there's no like same-sex anything taught.
No, that's true. I have not heard that in our health class. Yeah. Our health class is strictly just like basic sex ed. Like you know what I mean?
Okay, interesting.
Like,
Interesting.
yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. And generally, like, do you have like any opinions on what these people are arguing about, or you just think they should all just quiet down and actually have a conversation?
I think everyone should quiet down and have a conversation.
I think everyone's entitled to their own opinions, but like it's just disruptive, and you're not getting anywhere if you're just yelling at everyone.
Yeah.
So I think like you should just have like a mature conversation.
Like this is like madness right now.
Right. Amazing. Well, thanks so much for your time. Cheers. Thank you.
Grown ass man talking to kids about sex ed, dude. Go ahead, man. Tell me this fucking guy is the normal one. Totally normal behavior, bro. Not a fucking weirdo pervert. You're so riled up right now. Saturday vibes? No, there's no more Saturday fucking vibes right now. You know this motherfucker don't got kids either. Yeah, it's never a motherfucker with kids because kids, much like fucking puppies, is too much goddamn work. Maybe watching the Xbox showcase again? Sure. Yeah, let's watch Poop Sock.
Here, if I just lay here,
God, he's so good. I love this guy.
just forget the world.
Damn, his son is pretty good at fucking acting too. That's wild. Unless he like literally killed his son. This is an insane thing to fucking imagine and act out.
I don't quite know how to say how I feel.
Bro, if your kid died in an inflatable pool like this one, like that's an L, okay? That's an L child, okay? Substitute the kid immediately. Get a new one. He made a TikTok PSA. Don't leave your child unattended in a pool.
Those 3 words.
Dude, that's so weird. Yo, he's my fave, dude. He's so awesome. For those of you who don't know, this guy is my favorite actor, okay? He's a TikTok actor. He's very good at acting. He's just doing like reenactments from famous movies. And now he moved away from reenactments from famous scenes where he cries a lot to, I guess, like fantasizing about his child suffocating in the smallest body of water. No CPR, just holding the L. Yeah. Yeah. Not even attempting to save his kid. Just like, oh, fuck, he's dead. Oh, no. Dude, I love him so much. No CPR, just hold the L.
How to say how I feel. Those 3 words are said to.
I love that he went down the slide. Like he didn't just avoid the pool and just like go directly to the baby, and he went through the slide. Like like he had to go through the middle of this obstacle, dude. It's crazy, man.
Those 3 words are said too much.
What is this?
They're not enough. If I lay here.
Dude, that's fire. God, he's so good. He's so good.
If I lay here. If I just lay here.
What? Yo, he's got a helicopter? Are you fucking joking? Okay, we can't play all the music. I'm gonna get fucking clapped. Dude. Okay, I gotta play the music for the full effect. Fuck it. I don't even care if the VOD gets muted. We gotta watch this with all of its glory.
Those three words are said too much. They're not enough.
He's in the shower with his fucking nursing He's in the shower with the fit on, dude. God, he always cries. Do you guys understand why this is my favorite actor? Paramedic attempts to save the boy's life.
We all have pain. We all have sorrow.
I mean, this kid is like, how is this kid so stable? Like, I don't really understand. He has an alt and it's good. I just don't understand how his kid is like, how he just stays like that.
If we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend.
Oh, he's reusing shots. No. Wait, why is the paramedic now in the hospital? The paramedic is now also the doctor. It's a doctor paramedic situation. Also, I love that the doctors are clearly wearing like different garb. Okay, he just loves reusing assets, bro. Come on. Scrubs. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Scrubs is the word I was looking for.
Give me back my son! Brought you daffodils on a pretty string, but they won't flower.
This is every parent's worst nightmare. He's right. I gotta pee.
And I wanna kiss you, make you feel alright. I'm just so tired to share my nights. I wanna cry and I wanna love, but all my tears have been used up. I have your son on another love, another love. All my tears have been used up on another love, another love. All my tears have been used up on another love, another love. All my tears have been used up.
There's literally nothing you can do either. Wait, is this part 2? There was a part 1? Please watch it again. It's so good. Here, go ahead.
Give me back my son! Brought you daffodils on a pretty string, but they won't flower like they did last spring. And I wanna kiss you, make you feel alright. I'm just so tired to share my nights. I wanna cry and I wanna love, but all my tears have been used up. I have your son on another love, another love. All my tears have been used up on another love, another love. All my tears have been used up on another love, another love. All my tears have been used up.
How do you watch it? Stop leaving. Use with it. We want your reaction to how stupid this is. Chat, Ness and Will died. Is this a poop sock? It's a poop sock, isn't it? Nandre, if this is a poop sock, I'm banning you. I don't believe that they died. It's definitely a fucking poop sock. I'm not watching it. Who's getting the best dick? Vote below. Okay, I'm not watching it. I'm not watching it. I'm not watching it. This motherfucker thinks he's so slick, bro. He thinks he's so fucking slick, dude. He thinks he's so fucking slick, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Don't come at me with some bullshit like this. Did you hear Will Neff died again? Oh, did he? Damn. R.I.P. I screened it. It's not a poop sock. I don't trust a single one of you motherfuckers, okay? I do not trust a single one of you fools. You understand? Coward? Yeah. You've created another arch nemesis in the chat. He's going to be Light from Death Note posting soon. Yeah. If it's a poop sock, I will drink ammo bathwater. That's not... You probably would do that for free. You'd pay to do that. You'd literally pay to do that. Why are you making it seem like it's not a thing that you would willingly do? A thing that you love doing. Okay? Don't come at me with this bullshit. That's what he said you'd say? Yeah. Bullshit. Okay? Yeah, what's next, dude? Oh, if it's a poop sock, I will be the recipient of $1 million. Okay? No, I don't need to check it. I can literally see it because Neswa is live. Okay? And getting fucking doinks.
That's hard.
That's crazy. I can't believe they died and then literally leveled back up to 85. That's crazy. Neswa died alongside Will, and now they're both level 85 and 78. That's so weird. They leveled up in such a short period of time. They really have the cheat code, huh? What?
Know that you are good enough.
Arriving home after making my friends laugh all day.
Give up when things get tough. I know, I know, I know, I know. Know that you are good enough.
Please watch TikTok though, where he does Taken. We've already done that. All he and his friends did was watch his other videos. Dude, this guy is awesome. I think his method acting is just putting lemon juice in his eyes. The work... Wait. Wife goes missing abroad. Ryanair. dude, if your wife went missing abroad, that means she just left your ass, dude. She getting good dick now, okay? That's what's going on. Is that why you're crying? I love this guy's brain because, like, I love his brain because, like, he went on a beautiful vacation with his wife, okay? Which, shocking that he's not a divorced dad, okay? Because he is permeating divorced dad energy through every orifice. This is the most divorced dad of all time, okay? But, having said that, the notion that he goes on a beautiful vacation with his beautiful wife that he loves, and in his mind, he's thinking, oh, you think I'm just filming you right now for us? You think I'm filming this right now so that, like, we can go back and remember these memories fondly? No, Brenda. I'm filming you because I'm going to make a banger TikTok about how I'm fantasizing about you being fucking kidnapped. Or, you know, maybe you just are fucking somebody else on vacation. Babe, I think this man is following me, freaking me out a bit. I'm on my way back now. Actually, ignore me. I think I'm just being paranoid. I'm only around the corner from the flat right now. Kissy face. Hey, babe, just nipped to show you back at the flat for a round two, winky face. Yeah, we're fucking, yeah. God, the skin tight polo tee on his chubby little, like, skinny fat body, it's everything to me. Do you understand? This is the most British man on the planet. I love him. It's not body shaming. This is peak British physique. Okay? It's so fucking good. I have your wife. I will be in touch. Don't contact the police, and she will be gone forever. Why is he looking at his... Wait, why aren't you immediately calling the police? Why are you crying and looking at your watch? Why did you not call the police immediately? That's crazy, okay? Slow motion. Me after Kaya pisses on the fucking bed. That's how I feel. That's me. That's me for real, brother. Wait. He changed outfits and is now just laying in bed crying. All this motherfucker does, yo, this is the reverse stoic, okay? Much like a stoic, things are happening around him and he will not do anything about it. But instead of, like, controlling his emotions, he has decided to cave. He's still not going to do anything about it, Okay? But he's certainly controlling nothing. Okay? He's decided he's going to cry every time. He has one speed, dude. This is his one speed. He changed his outfit again. He changed his outfit again. Bro, he's got one speed. Cry, cry in the shower. Oh my God, to be continued? Wait, no, we gotta see what happens after. When no one knows how hurt you really are. That's every dude. So wait, in the span of a week, his wife and his kid got kidnapped. His wife got kidnapped. And then his kid, he went back to England instead of, like, he said, L wife, I'll hold this L. Why is this him? I know. I said this the last time we watched his videos. He's just a fuck me up fam guy. No, this is his wife got kidnapped. He got back to the fucking UK. He didn't do shit. Okay? And then his daughter died. And then he still tried to make his friends laugh after all of that. But he's deep down inside, Pagliacci style, very sad. Let's see what this one is. He did a CapCut edit with a different song.
It doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried.
But oh my love, I wanna say I miss the grin in your eyes. And when I said we could be friends, guess I lied.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll just say it. I'm in love with your brother. We've been seeing each other. Please don't hate us. I understand if you never want to speak to me again.
Say I wish that you never left.
Dude, it was his brother that kidnapped his wife for a fucking meat shanking, yeah? I fucking knew it, lads. I knew it. It's his fucking brother who stole his wife for a meat shanking, and she loved the fucking meat shanking. This guy goes, give it a rest, mate.
But instead, I only wish you the best. I wanna say without you, everything's wrong. And you were everything I need all along. I wanna say I wish that you never left. Oh, but instead, I only wish you the best. Well, I can't help but notice you seem happier than ever.
It's the exact same. Stop reusing assets, dude. You're not fucking From Software, okay? You're not fucking From Software. You're Lewis Anderson. 38. What is this, a fucking anime recap episode? Do better, mate. Do fucking better. It's not funny. Who can relate?
Hey Lord, you know I'm tired. Hey Lord, you know I'm tired. Hey Lord.
That's it? All he does is cry. Yeah, no, literally all he does is cry. My favorite video is him explaining like what he's doing. Like like these are just acting. These are just scenes from my favorite movies. And my favorite scenes are usually emotional scenes. That's right. I'm an actor. I'm an actor, and this is what I like to do. Giving up on someone when your heart doesn't want you to is the hardest thing to do. Bro, this dude literally just realized that like Indian TikTok bangs, okay? And now that TikTok no longer exists in India, all the Indian TikTokers are no longer on TikTok. So he's just doing what Indian TikTokers do. For those of you who don't know, there is a massive, culture of Indian TikTokers just crying all the time. Okay? Just crying all the time. Like, it's a huge thing that they used to do on Indian TikTok until Modi decided no more crying on TikTok. You need to do it on an Indian application instead. I'm beginning to realize, especially with like all the TikToks that blow up with like dudes doing the Sigma Alpha face or whatever the fuck it's called. It's literally the same. Like, this is Indian TikTok's world, and we're just living in it. Okay, both the men crying shit being a trend, and like doing the Joker face, but you know, in a Western facing way with like Sigma face or whatever. These are all Indian TikTok staples, dude. Straight up.
लड़ाई होगी भाई यदि लड़ाई है ना तू जाके देख
When you ride, we ride with you. Bro, that was just RRR. Like, straight up. That is Kino. Pete Kino. But also, that was basically, you just showed me RRR. That's all you showed me. You didn't show me anything new. I've seen it already. God. For those of you who haven't seen, grieving the loss of a soulmate.
I expected the exhaustion and the days I couldn't get out of bed. I expected the prescriptions and the pain I felt in my head. I thought slowly I'd start feeling better. I'd stitch my life back together one day at a time in one long straight line. But healing fucking hurts sometimes. I wish I would've known. I probably would've closed my eyes.
Okay, this is a way too long of a show. Oh! Yes! Classic.
It just gets worse. Full-time job isn't this much work, I know.
Why do they keep saying doing my head in now, mate? Bro watched this bag and thought, yep, that's the one. This reminds me when I was in high school and clicking through my bully's Facebook and listening to Arms of the Angels pretending they were dead. What the fuck? That is an incredibly specific thing, dude. That's hilarious. Yo, that's awesome. That's fucking insane, dude. I love that. And anyone that fucking gets mad at you for revealing this information about yourself is only coping because they did not have a coping mechanism like that in high school, okay? That is such a brilliant way to deal with a problem. And the only thing I'm upset about is that I didn't come up with it myself when I was in high school. Don't let anybody tell you you're wrong for doing that, okay? Holy shit. Oh, that's fire. Oh, Jesus. Ted Kaczynski apparently committed suicide. Yeah, not surprising. Or, I mean, I don't really know, but I don't really give a shit because he's fucking 84, dude. Who cares? It's not like he had, like, super important government secrets that he was holding on to or some shit. I would deal with people by being bullies as an adult by telling people around that I went to high school with them and they had their mom buy their crush some thongs for her birthday. I've used it on chatters too. Wait, what? I didn't even understand what that means. I wonder how his wife feels about him constantly acting like him and the kids are dead. Probably feels incredibly fortunate that she's dating modern day Daniel Day-Lewis. The fuck do you mean? Like, that's such a dumb question. 100% not married and childless. Will you play Bloodborne after this? I want to play Bloodborne, but on PC. Also, I'm gonna get cooked like the first couple of tries. Let's be fucking real, okay?